This is the unabridged recording of Delicate Balance, Blair Brothers Book 1 by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. Ben had the hostesses put 16 and 14 together, so it's a six-top now. He said he didn't care which one of us took it. Caitlin blinked at me as if waiting for some kind of answer, but I wasn't entirely sure what she had just said. The kitchen at Fisherman's Grill was noisy and chaotic. We were in the weeds, as they say. I had been staring at the back of a coworker's shirt, lost in thought, contemplating the fact that I needed to take 2 extra plates to table 12, when Caitlin came up beside me and said that. It took me a second to grasp what she was saying. Table 14 was in my section, but table 16 was in Caitlin's. I stared at her, wondering if she wanted to wait on the newly formed six-top, or if she wanted me to take it. I couldn't tell by looking at her. Caitlin's was the larger of the 2 tables, so I figured it would fall on her. That was fine by me. It had been a busy night, and I didn't mind finishing early. "You can have it if you want," I said. Her face fell just a little. An edge of disappointment was apparent in her expression. "I was going to tell you the same thing," she said. "I'll take it," I said with a shrug. "That's fine. I just thought you would want it since you had the 4-top. She shook her head. "I worked doubles yesterday and today. My feet are killing me. My shoulders too. I'm so done with this place. I'm gonna try to get out of here as early as I can tonight." "I'll take it," I told her. "I just thought you'd want it." She shook her head. "I don't." It was only 8 o'clock, but we had been slammed since before 6. So I wasn't surprised that Caitlin was relieved to get out of waiting on that table. She and I had been standing near the computer while Randy, another server, finished what he was doing. I moved to stand in front of the screen once he walked away. Caitlin stood next to me, but she stopped talking and spaced out on her own tickets while I entered the drink orders from one of my other tables. The kitchen seemed even louder than usual, but maybe that was just because I was a little flustered. My section was already slammed after all, and my table for 2 had just turned into a table for 6. "Are you sure you don't mind?" she asked when she saw that I was finished entering the order. "Ben mentioned us working together on it, but I figured if you don't mind." I glanced at Caitlin to find that she was staring at me with a pleading smile. "No worries, I got it," I said. "You're seriously awesome." I delivered the extra plates to their destination. And while I was there, 2 of the people at the table asked for refills on their drinks, and 1 person requested ranch dressing. While I was on my way to get those things, I glanced at another table and they requested some to-go boxes. Just as I turned to walk to the back again, I noticed that the hostess had already sat my new table for 6. I knew them. I didn't know them, but I knew of them. Everyone in Astoria knew the Blair family. As I turned and headed toward the kitchen, I experienced that slight feeling of dread you get when you're about to encounter people who are gorgeous and seem to have their lives all figured out. I didn't know the Blairs that well, but I had been living in this town my whole life, and I had come in contact with their family on different occasions over the years. I wasn't sure what Mr. Blair did for a living, but I had seen enough of him around town to know he wore a suit and tie to work. Becky Blair, the mother of the family, I was more familiar with. She was the principal of the local middle school. When I was in school there, she was the vice principal, but I had learned that she was the principal now. She had always been nice to me and made a special effort to check in with me and ask me how I was doing. She was definitely the one I had talked to the most over the years. Their 4 sons were undisputedly the most popular guys in the whole town. They were roughly my age, and I had gone to school with all of them. 2 of the boys were older than me, and 2 were younger. The 2 who were younger than me were twins, Jacob and Jasper. They still lived and worked in town, and I saw them on a fairly regular basis. I didn't talk to them, I just saw them from a distance at the grocery store, pharmacy, beach, movie theater, and other random places like that. Jacob had been dating the same girl since high school. I knew he was still with her because I had caught sight of her with them at the table just now. Haley was her name, and she was my age in spite of the twins being 2 years younger than us. She was gorgeous, obviously. Jasper, the other twin, dated girls, but as far as I knew, he had never been in a long-term relationship. Not that I cared enough about any of this to look into it. I only knew what I heard through the grapevine. Besides Mrs. Blair, Haley seemed to be the only other woman at the table. I didn't get a good enough look at the other guys to know who was there besides Jacob and Jasper. I assumed it was one of their friends, since the older two Blair boys, Henry and Max, had moved away years ago. I didn't have any time to think about it. I needed to refill drinks and get the boxes and ranch dressing so that I could make my way over to them and get their table started. Just then, one of our runners, a girl named Tiff, came into the kitchen, the door swinging behind her. "Could you take some bread to table 16 for me, please?" I asked. "To that new six-top." "I just did," she said with wide eyes. She put the back of her hand to her forehead and made a gesture like she was about to pass out. "Jasper and Jacob Blair were at that table. I wish I would have known that before I went out there looking like this. They were with some other super hot guy who I've never seen before." Tiff had moved to Astoria from California only a few months ago. I was absent-mindedly surprised that she already knew who Jasper and Jacob were. "Thanks for getting that bread out," I said to her. Tiff nodded. She still looked stunned from the encounter with the Blair family. "That's their brother," I heard another server say as he walked behind us. I had my hands full, and I didn't have time to stick around and listen to the conversation. I had heard enough to know that the other guy at their table was either Henry or Max Blair, one of the older two who lived out of town. I delivered the items I was carrying to their respective tables before making my way to the Blair table to take their order. I recognized all of them. Becky Blair and her husband, I believed his name was Dave. Jasper and Jacob were there too, along with Haley, who was pretty much the luckiest woman in the whole world right then. The sixth and final seat was occupied by Henry, the middle son. I knew it was him as soon as I had made my way onto the dining room floor. The boys all had similar features, but Henry was unmistakable. He had longer hair than all of them. I wasn't sure how long it was, but there was enough of it there to be pulled away from his face into a man bun on the back of his head. I could tell it was Henry just from his hair. He had worn his hair longer than all the other guys in high school. All of the Blair boys were big, athletic, and masculine, but Henry had always been the one with the edgier style, more of the rocker type. Maybe I just noticed him more since our ages were close and I saw him the most. Where Jasper and Jacob were 2 years younger than me, Henry was 2 years older. He had always been my ideal Blair brother. Not that I had an ideal Blair brother. I hadn't really given it much thought. If any of them had ever talked to me over the years, I usually just got really nervous and tongue-tied. But if you forced me to say which one I'd choose if I could marry any of them, it would be Henry. He was the one I had some actual crush-type thoughts about over the years. As I approached the table, I glanced at Jasper. He was a bad boy type too, but maybe too much. I knew more than one girl who had had her heart broken by him over the years. I glanced at Henry and thought he had probably broken a few hearts as well. I just didn't know anything about those girls since Henry had moved. I smiled as I came to stand next to the table. One by one, I could see them all glance up at me, waiting for me to introduce myself. I never got nervous when greeting a table, but 3 out of 4 Blair brothers staring at you at the same time could cause heart palpitations. I smiled as naturally as possible, pretending everything was normal. "Welcome to Fisherman's Grill," I said. I started to introduce myself, but I hesitated when I noticed that Mrs. Blair was grinning at me with tender familiarity. I paused for an awkward split second and then focused on her husband. "I'm Aiden," I said. "I'll be taking care of you guys tonight." I made the mistake of glancing at Becky again. Her expression was so very kind and sincere, altogether too sweet for a quick restaurant greeting. She had always been that way. It reminded me of how she looked at me when she was my middle school vice principal, and she would check in on me to see how I was doing. I was raised by a single mom, and Mrs. Blair would always make a special effort to see how I was getting by. In 6th grade, she bought me a flute. I wanted to try out for band, and my mother couldn't afford one. Looking back, maybe we did have the money, and my mom just refused to buy it. Either way, Mrs. Blair had taken me to the music store and bought me a shiny silver flute. It was really sweet of her and everything. But at the moment, here in this restaurant with all of them here, it only added to my feeling of inferiority. Becky Blair smiled at me with a caring expression, and all I could think was, please, Lord, don't let her mention that flute. "Aiden Maddox," Becky said. "How are you doing, sweetheart? I didn't know you were working here. Dave and I come here all the time." I smiled at her. "Yes, ma'am, I've been here a while, but I'm only here on Saturday nights." To give myself something to do with my nervous energy, I slid one hand inside my apron pocket and propped the other casually on the back of the nearest chair, which happened to be Jasper's. "That explains it," Becky said, nodding. "We usually come on Friday." "And half the time we get takeout," Dave added. "Yeah, but we would probably still run into her if we came in to get takeout," she said. "I'm guessing you guys don't need any advice about the menu," I said, joking around and steering the conversation where there would be no flute mentioning. "Oh, no, definitely not. Dave gets the same thing every time. And I get 1 out of 2 things." Becky turned to glance at her sons and Haley. "Do you guys know what you want?" she asked. "I could just take your drink and appetizer orders if you'd like a minute to look at the menu." "I'm starving," Dave said. "We usually eat by 6:30. "Is it okay for us to go ahead and order?" Becky asked. "Sure," I said, pulling the tablet out of my apron. For the next 2 minutes or so, I went around the table, taking everyone's drink and dinner orders. I stared at them cordially, but with a sort of distant unfamiliarity, even though I had seen them and heard about them my whole life. Astoria, Oregon wasn't a big town, and there was simply no way to live there without being familiar with the Blair boys. Henry's was the next to last order that I took. I wrote down Haley's order and then made eye contact with him. "Hey," he said, staring at me with a neutral expression. "Hey." I looked back at him, trying not to say or do anything awkward. I could tell he was seeing if he recognized me. He scanned my face curiously. I smiled at him. "Did you need me to come back to you?" I asked. "No, I was just, You know what? For my dinner, I'd like you to choose." "Oh, here we go," Jasper said sarcastically. "Not this again." "What? I like surprises." Henry looked straight at me as he handed me his menu. "Seriously," he said. "Seriously what?" I asked. "Order for me. You can't go wrong. I'll eat anything." "I mean, I don't know how hungry you are. Do you want an entree or a burger or a—" "Anything," he said. "I just want you to choose." There were so many variables, so many things I wanted to ask him. "Do you like your fish fried or grilled? If I order an entree, what sides do you like?" I was anxious about choosing for him. I had about 5 key questions I would have liked him to answer so I could have something to go on. On the other hand, I never had a customer tell me to order for them before, and I thought it was fun. "What if I bring something you don't like?" I asked. "He'll eat it anyway," Becky said. "He does this just about every time we go out to eat," Jasper said. "One time, the server brought him a big plate of raw tuna." "And I ate it," Henry said reasonably. He regarded me with a calm, reassuring smile. I grinned back at him as I tucked the menu under my arm, into the stack with the others. "Okay," I said. "And what to drink?" "You can choose that too," he said. I couldn't help but grin. "This is fun," I said. I glanced at Jasper, waiting for his order. "I'm not going to let you pick for me," he said, making a funny, skeptical face and causing multiple people to laugh, including me. He ordered the blackened trout with mac and cheese and a salad. And just like that, I was off, headed toward the kitchen. Chapter 2. I knew what my parameters were before I placed Henry's order. Ordering him the most expensive thing on the menu was not an option. That was what a server might be expected to do under these circumstances. A lot of people would choose the steak and crab dinner to run up the tab, but I didn't want to take advantage of them or be predictable. So, that left me with one of 2 options. 1, something fancy but not too expensive, like the baked halibut topped with crab and shrimp sauce. It was one of the most popular items on our menu. My second option was to do something simple and blue-collar, working man, like a burger. I keyed in the orders for the others in his family as I considered the two very different choices. Henry had moved to a big city. He was in a band that was successful enough for him to travel the world. He wasn't on MTV or anything, but I had heard he played in places like Korea and France. I was relatively sure the baked halibut dinner would be a safer choice for him, but something came over me. It was like my finger had a mind of its own as I pushed the buttons. 3rd pound burger, medium well, works. Add egg, add bacon, 86 onions. I had no idea why I ordered no onion. Maybe that was just because it's what I would have done for myself. I stuck with the standard side of regular old French fries, no substitutions. I went to the drink menu. I was about to order him something fun like root beer in a frosty mug, but I changed my mind and ordered a vanilla milkshake instead. I made Henry a glass of ice water and brought it out with everyone else's drink, knowing the shake would come out later. Fisherman's Grill was right on the waterfront. It was one of Astoria's oldest and busiest establishments. The restaurant closed at 9 on weeknights and 10 on weekends. There was a bar area that stayed open and served a limited menu until midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, but I worked in the restaurant part and would get off no later than 10. If people were still in the dining room when closing time approached, we would just close out their tabs and move them to the bar. I had been super busy for a while there, but a couple of my tables left soon after the Blair family arrived. It was nice to begin to catch my breath after what had been such a busy night. I had been tending to wiping tables, and just as I was headed through the swinging door that would take me back to the kitchen, I saw runners coming out. They were carrying trays full of food, and I knew at first glance that it was headed to the Blair family's table. There was a vanilla shake on one of the trays, but it wasn't the same tray that contained Henry's meal. "That shake goes with the burger," I said. The runner nodded, but I wasn't even sure if he had heard me. I wanted to check everything as it got placed, so I followed them to the table and helped them serve the food. Everyone at the table noticed the shake before it found its way to Henry. I was walking behind the runners, and I saw them all catch sight of it on the tray. I had no idea what they were going to say. I saw both Jacob and Jasper's expressions turn slightly troubled. I thought for a second that maybe I had done something wrong, like perhaps their family thought it was rude to drink a milkshake with dinner, or maybe they didn't eat sweets at all. They seemed like a healthy bunch. It was possible that milkshakes were off limits. "Why does Henry get a shake?" Jacob asked right after the runner set the glass in front of him. "Because I let the lady order for me," Henry said, "and she knows what's good here." He stared at his plate for a second, shaking his head and wearing an easy grin, before looking at me and then his brother. "I told you she was going to get me a burger," he said. "You said you hoped that's what she would bring you," Jasper said. Henry shrugged. "Same thing. I got my burger, didn't I?" "And a milkshake," Jacob said, looking honestly disappointed. "You can get a shake if you want one," Becky said, rubbing Jacob's back and speaking to him like he was a baby. "I do want a shake," Jacob said, playing into her silliness. "Just like that one?" I asked. Jacob made eye contact with me and nodded. "A vanilla one. Is that vanilla?" "Yes." "I'll have one too," Jasper said. "I didn't even know you had those here," Jacob added. I smiled at him. Not many people order ice cream with Murray's right next door. "I'll have a chocolate one," Haley said. I got the feeling by how quickly she interjected that she was less interested in ordering the milkshake and more interested in preventing me from talking to Jacob. I smiled and nodded at her, making a note to add a chocolate shake to the order. The runners had just finished clearing their trays, and they began to walk away. "Does everything look okay?" I asked. I watched them all look down at their plates and nod like everyone always did when I asked that question. Henry looked up first. I noticed because I was watching him, feeling curious about what he was thinking about his burger. He looked straight at me and smiled when he noticed I was staring back at him. He had light eyes. They weren't blue, but they were light, kind of a greenish-golden hazel. They were framed by dark hair and lashes, and they were spellbinding. He was a rock star if I had ever seen one. Not just his eyes, but also the confident grin that played on his lips. "This is seriously the exact meal I wanted right now," he said. My eyes widened at him. I can't believe you wanted something specific and you didn't just tell me. I almost got you baked fish. That would have been a shame. He shrugged, his grin widening.
That would have been fine. I would have eaten that and been happy. But it's amazing that I got what I really wanted. Actually, it's better than I would have ordered. I wouldn't have thought about the shake. You did better for me than I would have done for myself.
I smiled, feeling utterly smitten and trying not to show it. Henry was probably used to women falling all over themselves around him. He was probably tired of it by now. I tried to keep my smile professional, but it was difficult when I wanted to turn into Betty Boop and pose to the side and curtsy, start giggling and batting my eyes at him. Well, it was pretty fun for me to get to order for you, so I'm glad it worked out. I spoke as casually as possible, and then I broke eye contact with him and glanced at the group at large. If there's nothing else you need right now, I'll go get these other shakes started.
I don't think so,
Mr. Blair answered. Everything looks great, Aiden. Thanks, Becky added. And with that, I headed for the kitchen again. The next 30 minutes or so passed quickly, and before I knew it, the Blair family was paying their tab. By the time they asked for their check, I only had one other table besides them, so my night had slowed considerably. I felt some satisfaction at the fact that Henry had eaten everything on his plate. His 2 younger brothers had finished their shakes as well. Haley barely touched hers. I saw Jacob drinking out of it after he finished his. I brought Mr. Blair the ticket and he settled the tab, but they stayed at their table talking. I heard them discussing a funeral as I walked away. It wasn't the first time I had overheard them mentioning that subject, but it wasn't clear who they were talking about, and I didn't want to ask. Mrs. Blair had asked me how my mom was doing when I came to check on them one time, and I just answered with the standard, "She's doing well, thank you." I was normally really friendly and talkative with my tables, but I kept a little distance with the Blairs. Maybe I was just a little nervous around them. Fisherman's Grill had a small gift shop near the entrance, and Ben, my manager, had asked me to restock the t-shirts since I only had one table left. I happened to be stooping down, stacking t-shirts on some of the low shelves when Henry's family walked through the lobby. I could hear them talking as they approached. I had already told them goodbye, so I continued kneeling and kept my head down, knowing they couldn't see me on account of the displays that were in the way.
Hank Blair, you son of a gun, I know you weren't leaving.
I heard a guy's voice, and it sounded like he was walking into the door as everyone else was walking out.
We were,
Henry said. I had heard people call Henry Hank before. Mostly it was people who played sports with him. I didn't know who the guy was that spoke, but I pictured him wearing a football jersey, even though that was silly of me.
Oh, come on, Hank. Stay and hang out with us for a little while. Sierra's friends saw you come in, and they called us. We came here specifically to try to catch you. You used to call when you came home, but I haven't seen you in a couple of years, dude. You only come at Christmas anymore.
He paused.
I see your brothers all the time. What's up, baby Blairs? Hey, Eli,
one of the twins said. It was Eli Scott. I had known it when he mentioned his girlfriend, Sierra. He was Henry's age. They played sports together and had been good friends when we were in school. Sierra went to high school with us, too. She and Eli had been together a long time.
We need to head on home,
Becky said. You boys can stay and catch up. Good seeing you, Eli. You too, Sierra.
Bye, Mrs. Blair,
Eli said. I heard Sierra speak as well. A few people talked at once, and I didn't hear most of it. Eli's voice was the loudest, and I clearly heard him. Everyone finished saying their goodbyes, and within a minute, the door finally closed. Can you wait right here for a second while I use the restroom? Sierra's question came after it got quiet.
If we're not here, you can just meet us in the back,
Eli said. I'll just be a second, she said. Please just wait for me.
All right, hurry up.
I heard her high heels cross the floor. I just stayed there waiting for them to walk away.
Dude, you are going to flip your lid when you see Aisha Bridges.
Eli was speaking directly to Henry. I couldn't see them, but I could hear his quiet but urgent tone.
She just moved back to town. I think she got some work done or something. She looks different. She's super hot now. Even hotter than Sierra. You should see her, dude. She'd be into hooking up with you, too. She's the one who called Sierra and told her you were here. I can hang out for a half hour or so, Henry said, but I already have plans for later tonight.
Eli let out a sound of frustration.
I guess I'll take what I can get. What are you doing in town, anyway? A funeral. My mom's grandma. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. It's okay, she was super old. Like, seriously, 99. She had been pretty bad off for a while. Yeah, I didn't even know your mom had a grandma. I was thinking you were talking about Miss Lucy. No, Grandma's fine. It was her mom. Huh. Well, so how long are you going to be in town? 2 days. The funeral is tomorrow. I'll go back to Seattle after that.
My legs were hurting from squatting so long. I was about to give up and sit on the floor when I heard Sierra come out of the restroom. "Hey, you know what I was thinking?" she said. "We don't even have to go in there. It dawned on me while I was in the restroom. If we wanted to go somewhere else, I could just go tell Aisha and Anna we're leaving. We don't have to stay here."
I don't mind staying here, Henry said. I was just telling Eli I can only hang out for a little while anyway. I'm good staying here.
The next thing I heard was the sound of their murmuring and footsteps as they walked away. Chapter 3. A half hour or so passed. I was almost done with my work at that point. I had just finished with my last table for the evening, and I was doing some cleaning. I had made $130 in tips, which was a good night for me. I had one table, a couple, who tipped me $50 even though their tab wasn't even $100. Plus, the Blair family had given me a good tip as well. It had been a great night, and it seemed I would get out of there by 10. I knew Henry was still sitting at the bar area with his friends. I could see them without much effort from the main dining area while I was doing my chores. I was straightening my last table when a movement caught my eye and I glanced toward the bar. It was Henry, and he was walking in my direction. He was looking straight at me, and like magic, it caused a tingling sensation to wash through my body. I gave him a quick smile before glancing away. I continued to clean, figuring he was headed to the restroom. But seconds later, I felt someone come to stand beside me. I knew it was Henry. I could see him out of my periphery. I glanced up with a curious smile.
Hey, Aiden,
he said. He just stood there, waiting for me to respond. Hey, Henry? I was way more nervous than I should have been, but the golden-greenish color of his eyes almost seemed cat-like, and that mysterious, almost dangerous air about him gave me all sorts of feelings.
Do you remember me from school?
He asked. Yeah, I said. It was an understatement, but I tried to answer casually.
Weren't you the one who interviewed me one time?
He asked. I nodded. I had indeed interviewed him. He was a star basketball and football player who was also putting together a band that would play at the prom. I interviewed him for the school newspaper. I was a sophomore when I wrote that article, and I had been to the prom as a reporter so that I could see and comment on the performance for myself. Most of the night was popular music played by a DJ, but Henry and his band took the stage and played 3 songs toward the end of the dance. I wrote good things about him and their performance. The school paper wasn't necessarily the New York Times, though, so I was surprised he even remembered. I had also been in student council with Henry and seen him countless times at school or around town when we were younger, but I didn't say any of that. I just nodded in answer to his question about the interview.
Do you think I could get a small cup of coffee?
He asked.
I usually have a cup in the afternoon, but I missed it today.
I nodded. I could make you a fresh pot in the kitchen, but I think Jason drinks it while he's bartending, so he's probably got some that's pretty fresh in the bar.
My mom said you played the flute, he said.
It was completely off subject, and it took me by surprise, so I asked the first thing that came to my mind. Did she tell you she bought me one? His face turned so genuinely confused that I could tell he had no idea what I was talking about.
That she bought you one? No. She just told me you played it in middle school. She tells me any music-related information she can think of.
I smiled and nodded.
Do you play?
He asked. I used to, I said.
Did you quit music?
I switched to guitar.
Guitar? Seriously?
I nodded. I'm just self-taught, though, YouTube or whatever. I'm not that great or anything, but I definitely play guitar more than the flute anymore. Henry scanned my appearance as if trying to imagine me playing guitar. He tilted his head at me.
What kind of guitar?
It's just a Fender. It was pretty cheap. I got it off of Craigslist.
I mean electric or acoustic?
Both, but I can't practice my electric with an amp because I live in an apartment.
What kind of music? He asked.
A little of everything. I like 80s music, rock music, folk music. I play with the band at my church sometimes. Just, rhythm guitar in the background. It's a really small church, too. It's no big deal. He gave me a slow grin. What? I asked.
Nothing. I'm just trying to imagine you playing guitar.
Well, I'm usually not wearing my apron. He smiled, and then it faded as he stared at me. He regarded me like he was observing me, thinking of something.
Aiden, would you please make me a cup of coffee and bring it into the bar?
Sure, I said. That's no problem. He grinned playfully. There was mischief in his smile, and it drove me wild. He was so gorgeous and self-assured that I felt like I was capable of doing something crazy like throwing myself into his arms. It'll take a minute to make a fresh pot, but I'll bring it to you once it's done brewing. His smile broadened.
Thank you.
How was it that Henry Blair had the ability to make me all ramped up? I walked toward the kitchen, feeling physically overheated by the conversation I just had with him. I had conversations with him in the past, but he had never looked at me the way he did just now. Maybe he liked that I knew how to play guitar, or maybe he was just feeling out of it from the lack of caffeine. But either way, he had been spacing out, staring at me, checking me out. It was enough to make a girl jittery. I had no idea why he asked me to make him a cup of coffee instead of getting Jason to do it at the bar like I had mentioned, but I wasn't about to deny him. I went to the kitchen and made a fresh pot. Thankfully, no one questioned me or even seemed to notice what I was doing. I continued to finish my chores while the coffee brewed, and a few minutes later, I went to make him a cup. I had forgotten to ask him if he wanted cream or sugar, so I took it to him without either. I figured I could get the extras from Jason if Henry wanted them. I was holding the cup as I walked into the bar. Henry grinned at me as I headed that way. I knew everyone sitting at their table. We had gone to high school together, and they had all been into the restaurant and around town since then. They were the who's who of Astoria, the cool people, the beautiful people. I wouldn't normally be the type to feel inadequate or make a big deal about it if I did feel that way. But I wasn't at my peak of confidence at the moment. I was at the end of a busy shift, my hair and makeup weren't at their best, and I smelled like seafood. Henry knew I was headed toward him, and he didn't take his eyes off me. I was relieved by his engaging stare. I smiled at him as I extended the cup. "It's black," I said.
"That's perfect, thank you."
I wanted to tell him that Jason would have cream and sugar behind the bar if he wanted it, but everyone at his table was looking at us, and the words got stuck in my throat. I gave him a smile and nod and had every intention to turn around and walk away without another word, but he stopped me by putting a hand on my arm.
"I'll probably just hang out here until you're done,"
he said, like it was the most normal thing in the world for him to say. He was speaking to me with extreme familiarity. He stared at me like he expected me to understand and identify with the words that had just come out of his mouth.
"You don't have to hurry or anything,"
he added.
"I'm having fun catching up with Eli and them."
Henry was a good actor. He was pretending to speak only to me, but he knew everyone was paying attention and could hear him. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to figure out what was going on. I figured he was talking to me in some kind of code, and I gave him a generic smile and nod. "I've got about 10 more minutes before I'm off," I said, speaking directly to him and hoping that was the right thing to say. His relieved smile told me I was on the right track. He nodded.
"All right, I'll be here. Just come get me when you're done."
I nodded as if this was a perfectly reasonable conversation, which it obviously wasn't. The only logical explanation was that Henry was looking for an excuse to leave his friends, and I fit the bill. I was happy to help him. I clocked out 15 minutes later. I told none of my coworkers about the conversation I had with Henry. They were already giving me a hard time as it was for getting to wait on his table. Everyone at the restaurant knew about Henry and his music. They told me all sorts of facts about him and his musical endeavors. I was not about to tell any of them that I had a fake conversation with him about some non-existent plans. The conversation was vague, and I wasn't even sure what we had said. I left my apron in the back, trading it for my purse and personal belongings. I went to the restroom after I clocked out. I fixed my ponytail, adjusting my dirty blonde locks as much as I could, without stressing too much over it. I wanted a shower, but I would have to settle for straightening my ponytail and powdering my nose. I went to the entrance of the bar on my way out. I didn't feel like walking to the table and possibly confronting Eli and the ladies, so I hesitated near the threshold for a second. Henry glanced my way instantly. It was as if he had been waiting for me to appear, because as soon as he saw me, he smiled and stood up. I watched nervously as he said something to the others in his group. They all looked my way, and I gave them my best small, calm, confident wave before casually looking away. I thought if I held eye contact, they might wave me over, so I opted for shifting my gaze. Then, in an effort to not seem unfriendly, I quickly glanced at them again. Henry was already walking toward me. He had on dark slacks with a nice shirt and jacket. It was all dark in color, and he looked sleek and handsome with his hair pulled away from his face like that. He held eye contact with me. He was looking at me and grinning in such a way that I couldn't take my eyes off of him. He was carrying the coffee I had brought him, and I felt the oddest sense of pleasure at the fact that he was holding something I gave him. He just walked up and stood next to me like that had been the plan all along. "Did you want to just walk outside together?" I asked discreetly. We were far enough away from his friends that there was no possible way they could hear me, but I still spoke quietly. Henry regarded me with an unreadable expression and shrugged.
"Unless you want to stay here," he said.
"No, I'm leaving for sure. I just didn't know. Because it wasn't really clear earlier when I didn't know what you were saying exactly. I figured you might want to walk outside together or whatever." He gave me an easy smile like he thought I was cute. I was definitely rambling.
"You're right,"
he said.
"I would like us to walk outside together. Are you done with work?"
He scanned my appearance, answering his own question. I nodded, and he held out his hand, ushering me to the door. I had to walk past him a little because of the way we were positioned, and when I did, he put his hand on my back. It was brief, and it was innocent enough. Based on the way I had been walking past him, it seemed natural. It was casual for him, but for me, it was enough to send a shock through my system. In my mind, it was a sign of affection. I had no problem imagining he was being possessive. I loved imagining that. I held my breath, soaking in the splendor of it all, but within seconds, his hand was gone. The blasted thing left my back just as soon as it got there. I wondered why he had done that in the first place. I assumed it was for the benefit of his friends. Either way, I was the one who reaped the benefits of it. I smiled at myself for being so easily amused that one guy's hand on my back made me feel all giddy and flustered. We walked out of the restaurant and down the dock that led to the sidewalk. We would wrap around the building to the parking lot that was on the backside of it. "I never get to see the front entrance of the restaurant," I said.
"Why not?"
"I park in the back and walk in through the kitchen." He glanced around himself, checking out our surroundings.
"Do you not come down here for other stuff?"
I shook my head. "I really only come here for work." We spoke as we continued to make our way around the building toward the parking lot. Henry set the pace, and we walked slowly.
"Where do you go if you want to come down to the waterfront?"
he asked. "I have a dog," I said. "If I want to let him run around, I usually just drive over to Sunset Beach."
"Sunset Beach," Henry said. "I haven't been there in a long time, 3 or 4 years probably."
I smiled at him. "Well, that's understandable. It's a little further from your house than it is from mine." He glanced at me.
"How do you know?"
"I'm pretty sure my house is closer to Sunset Beach than yours."
"Do you know I live in Seattle?"
he asked. I glanced at him when he asked that, and I wanted to melt at the way he was staring back at me curiously. "Yes, I know you live in Seattle."
"I didn't know you knew that about me,"
he said. I nodded. "My coworkers told me all about you tonight. They were jealous that I got to wait on your table." I knew Henry lived in Seattle before tonight, but one of the girls at work had said it more than once that night, so I figured I'd leave it at that. Chapter 4.
"Why were they jealous that you got to wait on our table?"
he asked. "Why do you think?" I said.
"Because we're good tippers?"
I narrowed my eyes at him. You know why, I said. It has nothing to do with the tip. Although your family treated me well tonight, thank you for that. He knew I was talking about their looks and general popularity, and he was a smooth enough conversationalist to not make me spell it out any more than I already had. He smiled and shook his head. His humility made him even more gorgeous. I looked away, continuing to head toward my car. I was parked in the back of the parking lot. I figured Henry's vehicle was in the front where all the customers parked. I stopped and gestured to the far side of the parking lot, where I knew I'd be walking by myself. I'm way out there, I said. Henry glanced that way and then gave me a casual nod. Okay, so see ya, I said. I gave him a little wave and smile as I started to turn away.
Wait, I thought we were doing something,
Henry said. I turned and stared at him stiffly, and he smiled at me.
That's what I told them,
he said with a gesture toward the restaurant. I continued to stare blankly at him, so he gestured again.
I told them you and I had plans.
I know, I figured that, but weren't you... lying? Henry stared at me for a second and then just shook his head a little. No what? I asked.
No, I wasn't lying.
Well, you never asked me about any plans, I said.
I'm asking now,
he said.
What do you want to do?
I regarded him dubiously, and he smiled at me. What if I already have plans? I asked.
Do you?
Well, no, but I need to go home and check on my dog. He's been put up while I was working.
What kind of dog do you have?
A Doberman. He's a mix, but he looks like a Doberman.
Black?
Henry asked. I nodded. He's not quite as big as a normal Doberman. He weighs 65 pounds, but he's got a lot of Dobie in him. He's black with the brown markings on his face and feet and everything.
What's his name?
He asked. Jerry.
Garcia?
I laughed. I'm not sure, I said. That was his name when I got him. It probably was Jerry Garcia, now that I think about the family I got him from. He chuckled at that. Anyway, I have to go check on him.
I could go with you if you want,
Henry said.
I could meet Jerry and then I wouldn't be lying to my friends.
I stared at him, thinking he would start laughing and say he was totally kidding at any moment, but he never did. He was serious. You can't just invite yourself to someone's house. What if it's a mess?
Is it?
He asked. No, but it's small and What if I'm married? How do you think my husband would feel if I brought home a random guy just because he told his friends that he...
Are you married?
He asked. Well, no. We stood there for a second, and then he shrugged.
I can't make you let me tag along with you if you're opposed to it,
he said. Oh gosh, he was giving up way too easily. I should have never put up a fight. It's not much, I said. It's just a one-bedroom place with a kennel taking up half the living room. He reached out and put his hand on my shoulder. His hair was pulled away from his face. My gaze went from his hairline to his cheekbones and to his mouth. I only glanced at his lips for a second before focusing on his eyes. I really tried to be casual, unaffected.
Why'd you say my mom bought you a flute?
He asked. Because she did, I answered. In middle school. Band instruments are expensive. She was doing it to help out my family.
Did you play in the band?
Yes, middle and high school. I almost told him that I had watched a ton of his football games over the years because I was in the band, but I didn't. I used that flute the entire time I was in band, I said. 7 years. I still have it.
That's so cool, he said. I wonder if my mom remembers doing that.
I shrugged. I should probably thank her the next time I see her.
Nah,
Henry said.
I wasn't bringing it up for that. I'm sure you thanked her when she gave it to you.
I smiled as I cut my eyes toward my car. I really should get home to let Jerry out, I said. You're more than welcome to tag along, but I don't think your friends will even notice if you...
I'll come,
he said.
Maybe we can take Jerry over to Sunset Beach.
Tonight? He looked around and then nodded like it was a reasonable plan.
It's Saturday night,
he said.
It's not even 10. Did you have other plans?
My plan was to walk Jerry down the block and back. I'll shower, and then I'll sit on my couch for a couple of hours and watch TV or read a book before I fall asleep.
Wouldn't Jerry rather go to the beach than down the block?
I laughed. The answer was an undeniable yes, but I wasn't quite sure how I had gotten into this conversation with Henry Blair in the first place. The one where he was saying my dog's name as if he knew him. "You're welcome to come over," I said, shrugging and shaking my head a little.
Okay, so I'll follow you, I guess.
I nodded, continuing to stare at him a bit curiously.
Do you not want me to come?
He asked, seeing me hesitate. No, I do. If my words sounded uncertain, it was only because I was having a hard time believing that Henry Blair was randomly coming to my house. I wasn't going to say as much, so I turned around and began heading toward my car. I glanced over my shoulder to find that Henry was smiling at me. He lazily began walking toward the row of cars that was parked near the front of the parking lot. I got into my car and pulled out of the parking lot of Fisherman's Grill, heading to my house. It was a large home that was broken up into one main house and 3 smaller attached apartments. My entrance shared the front porch with the main part of the house. The house was owned by the owner of Fisherman's Grill and occupied by his son. His name was Nick Butler. He was our age, a year older than me, which meant he was a year younger than Henry. We both knew Nick from school. When I first moved in, Nick had a thing for Jo Beth, another girl who worked at the restaurant. But during the last year or so, his affections had transferred to me. He had a harmless crush on me. He was nice enough, and he wasn't pushy, but he liked me, I could tell. His affections only really translated into him looking out for me, which I was fine with. I was just thankful that he and his dad let me have Jerry, even though his lease clearly stated I could only have small dogs. All of my neighbors, including Nick, loved my dog. I was thankful they didn't take issue with him. I chewed a mint and discreetly checked myself in the mirror one last time on the trip home, but there wasn't much more I could do in the car with him following behind me. I wanted a shower and told myself I would take a quick one once I got home. Henry parked behind me in the driveway and we walked up to the porch together. I explained to him about the house being broken up into separate units and the fact that my landlord was also my neighbor. I was just about to change the subject and mention that I planned on taking a quick shower once we got inside. But before I could get the words out, Nick's door opened.
Oh, hey, Aiden, I was just going to the... Henry Blair? Is that you?
Nick switched gears in mid-sentence as he stared at Henry. Nick had an intensely serious expression. I couldn't tell whether he was annoyed or starstruck.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Henry said smoothly, reaching out to shake Nick's hand.
Nick said. Nick Butler.
Henry grinned.
I remember you. We played basketball together. Only, like, my junior year, and I didn't play much varsity. I didn't know if you'd remember or whatever. Of course, Henry said.
Nick must have been nervous around Henry because he stood up straighter than I'd ever seen him stand. His back was so straight that he looked down at Henry even though he was shorter than him. It was almost animalistic to watch him puff up like that. The funny thing was, it was one-sided. Henry was confident. He was cool and observing, where Nick was more on edge, as if he was being threatened. I fiddled with the key to my apartment for a second, but I finally managed to get the door open. I smiled at Nick over my shoulder as I stepped inside. Bye, I said, looking at Nick.
Have a good evening,
Henry added, following me. I stopped when we got inside my apartment. I had a hall tree at the entrance, and I always exchanged my shoes for slippers at the door. I didn't make other people do it in my house, but for me it was habit. I lifted my leg, balancing on one foot. I propped my left foot on my right knee so that I could untie my boots.
What's that guy's problem?
Henry's question was asked at a normal volume, but the shock and fear of hearing him ask it so clear like that, with Nick standing right outside, caused me to lurch and fall off balance. Henry happened to be standing in front of me, and I almost fell onto him. I couldn't let myself do it, though. In an effort to keep from falling into his arms, I hopped. It was the only choice I had if I was going to remain on my feet. I hopped several times in an effort to regain my balance. It wasn't a small, graceful hop, either. The first couple of them were powerful, thrashing hops, desperate attempts to keep me from falling over. I was in the middle of the third or fourth hop when I suddenly felt Henry's big, steadying embrace close around me. His arms supported my upper body as I regained my footing. I felt him release and open his grasp a little just as soon as I grew steady. I glanced up at him, and for a second, I felt like Henry could see through my facade. It seemed as though he got a glimpse of the way I desired him. He stared at me thoughtfully. He still had a grasp on me, although it was loose now. I was out of breath from all the hopping.
"Why was that dude tripping?"
he asked, looking at me seriously. "Shh." I widened my eyes and held my finger to my mouth, and Henry's expression grew grumpy.
"Why are you so nervous about him hearing me? Is he a weirdo or something?"
I was steady on my feet by then, so I bent down to finish taking off my boots. "What? No, Nick? No," I said quietly. "It's just that he might be standing right there. I don't want him to hear you ask if he was tripping."
"He was tripping,"
Henry said, speaking a little quieter this time.
"He was sticking his chest out at me. I thought he was about to hit me."
"Shh," I said again, since Henry wasn't whispering.
"Why do you care what he thinks?" Henry asked. "Is he your boyfriend or something?"
"No. And I don't care what he thinks. I just didn't expect him to come out here and see us coming in together. I don't know. I don't want him to hear you, that's all." I motioned to the porch. He was standing right there, and these walls are pretty thin.
"Does that dude have a key to your apartment?"
"Well, yeah, but he doesn't use it. He's my landlord, of course he does. He's got keys to all the apartments. And the other ones his dad owns. That's what he does. Manages his dad's properties."
"Like for a job?"
I nodded.
"Does he do repairs and stuff?"
"I don't think so. I think he calls somebody to do that. He might, though. I've never really needed anything fixed." Henry glanced around, assessing his immediate surroundings. Just then, Jerry gave 2 loud barks. He had been patient this whole time, but he couldn't take it anymore. Henry looked in the direction of the kennel, and I glanced at him to find that he was smiling. "Hey, Big Bubba," I said, focusing on Jerry again. "I'm coming."
"Can I walk over to his kennel with you?"
Henry asked. I nodded at him. "Do you want to meet a new guy named Henry?" I asked, talking to Jerry as we headed that way. I didn't expect him to, but he gave me a perfectly timed bark as if answering me. "You do?" I asked. He barked again. I grinned at Henry as if the whole thing had been planned. "I guess he wants to meet you," I said with a shrug. Chapter 5. Henry was not in a hurry to leave me that evening. I wasn't sure what had caused him to suddenly decide to randomly spend some hours of his life with me. It had to be the perfect combination of everything, both of us being in precisely the right place at the right time with the proper mindset. We talked a lot while we were together. We told each other different experiences we had in high school and compared our own versions of the same events. We laughed about our different outlooks and differing opinions of the same people and places. Henry seemed like he was feeling nostalgic. I attributed that to the fact that he was in town for a funeral. Funerals could make a person think a lot about life, after all. When we first got to my place, I took a quick shower to wash the seafood restaurant smell off of me. After that, we drove to Sunset Beach and went on a long walk. For most of the evening, I did not look at Henry. Mostly we talked and listened to each other, and we didn't look at each other at all. I watched the road, or Jerry, or the waves, or the sand as it passed beneath my feet. I found that it was a lot less nerve-wracking that way. I had a much easier time talking to Henry if I didn't look at him and notice how gorgeous he was. I pulled my phone out of my pocket to see what time it was, and I was amazed to realize that it was nearly midnight. I gasped, which made Henry glance at my phone.
"Are you Cinderella or something?"
he asked. I laughed a little. "No, I just didn't realize how late it was. We should probably turn around." It would take us about 20 minutes to get back to my car, even if we walked at a good pace. Without another word, Henry and I turned and headed back the way we came. Jerry was exhausted, and in spite of being off-leash, he hung right at my side. He turned when we turned. I didn't even have to whistle. Henry reached down and gave him 2 hearty pats to the side when he came to walk alongside us.
"He's a good boy, huh?"
"Yeah, he is," I said.
"Did you have dogs when you were a kid?"
he asked. "No, I didn't. We had cats. I begged for a puppy, but looking back, I'm glad my mom didn't get me one. She had a hard time with housekeeping as it was. That would have been a mess. My mother having a hard time with housekeeping was an understatement. For all of my life, my mother had been a struggling single mom. She provided food for me and everything, and she tried her best in a lot of ways, but we always lived in tiny, run-down places. She worked jobs she hated and barely made ends meet. Our car was always broken down. She and I moved in with her parents when I was in high school. They kept a really messy house as well. It was obviously where my mother had gotten it from. My grandmother kept everything she ever bought, and she went to the dollar store a lot. Their house was full of things they didn't need, plastic gadgets and doohickeys. My grandfather had a shop full of old junk that had spilled out into the yard. He used to stay out there all the time, but lately, he mostly stayed inside and watched television with my grandma. All three of them were comfortable in their living situation, so it was what it was, a junky, old, cramped, messy house that they didn't mind so much.
Did you live with your mom the whole time you were growing up?
Yes. It was my mom and me until I was in high school, and then we moved in with my grandparents. My dad wasn't around. He left when I was a little kid.
When did you move out?
I got my own apartment the very second I turned 18.
The one you're living in now?
No, I've only been there for a year and a half or so. I lived in 2 other places before that. I really wanted a dog, and Nick was the first landlord who would let me get one.
So Jerry's only a year old?
No, he's 2, almost 3. He wasn't a little puppy when I got him. The family who had him before me got him from the pound when he was a puppy. They didn't expect him to get so big.
So he's a double rescue?
Henry asked. I put my finger up to my mouth and glanced at Henry. "Don't tell him," I whispered. "He thinks he's a show dog." Henry winked at me. It had been the wrong thing for me to do, glancing at him and witnessing that wink. He was simply irresistible. This was exactly why I had spent the last 2 hours not looking at him. It was too much. Things were exponentially easier when I wasn't regarding his face.
You are a show dog, Jerry.
Henry sounded fully convinced.
And I would know. I've been to Westminster, boy, the major leagues. None of them were as good as you.
Have you been there? I asked.
Yes.
To the Westminster Dog Show?
Yeah, but not as a dog trainer or anything. We just bought a ticket and went to the show. My band was playing in New York when it was going on, and our drummer talked us into going. I was glad we went. It was pretty cool.
I smiled longingly. I'd like to have those kinds of experiences one day. I'd love to just leave Astoria sometime and see what's going on in the rest of the world.
What's stopping you?
I looked at him. Life, work, my family, everything, I guess. I love my job. It'd be really hard to go somewhere else and find something as good as I have now. I didn't go to college, so I feel like my options are kind of limited. I've worked for over 5 years to make a place for myself at St. John's. They treat me like I'm one of the K-5 teachers. I had already told Henry about my job teaching preschool at St. John's Elementary, and he nodded as if lost in thought.
What makes you different than the K-5 teachers?
He asked finally. Degrees and teaching certificates.
Yeah, but if you can teach preschool at St. John's, can't you move and teach it somewhere else too?
Probably so. But there's other stuff as well. I help out my mom and grandparents when they need me to, which is quite a bit.
Financially or physically?
Both, but mostly physically. I run errands and things when she calls.
Every day?
He asked. I shrugged. Maybe not every day, but quite a bit. I'm doing well here, I added. I'm being smart and saving some money. I'm working toward a down payment on my own house. I have a plan and everything. I hesitated, glancing at him as we walked. Neither of us had taken our shoes off. It was too chilly. We walked on the firm part of the sand, but we stayed away from the water. Jerry, on the other hand, had explored all over the shore, dipping his paws and legs in the water before coming back out to the dry sand. I would probably be willing to move off and start over if I had a dream to chase like you, I said after giving it a few seconds' thought. It's just that I'd be moving just to move, just for the experience. It seems like I'm better off building a life and then splurging for the experiences once I can afford them.
But by then, will you want to anymore?
I don't know, I said. I think about that all the time. I catch myself wanting to move off and start over and have all new experiences, and then I'll just be like, what were you thinking, Aiden? I can't throw all of this away and start over. And even if I could, my mom still needs me.
Your mom would be okay,
Henry said.
But I understand where you're coming from with starting over. It would be hard, especially when you've been somewhere your whole life. Why don't you travel during the summer? He asked. If you work at the school, don't you get summers off?
I help out with the daycare program during the summer, I said. Plus, if I did that, I'd end up spending everything I saved during the school year just for the experience. It's a tough call. I still don't know if I'm making the right choice. Sometimes I think it's better to be broke and have an experience, but then I chicken out.
I was really broke when I first moved to Seattle, he said.
You? Really? He glanced at me.
Yeah, me. My parents do okay, but there are 4 of us boys, and they can't afford to pay our way while we go off and start a life. They'll help us out with little things or come to our rescue if we get into a bind. But I was on my own for rent and bills and everything. I scraped by for a long time. Until a couple of years ago when the band started getting better gigs.
You said something earlier about a record deal, and I didn't get to ask you about it. Is that something that happened recently? He nodded.
Yes, we went on this Asian tour, and when we got back, we got some interest from RCA. They had a guy call us and come out to one of our shows. We had been introduced to Alex Stone right before that, and part of me thinks he had something to do with it. Anyway, the interest shown by RCA caused this big fight with my bass player. I was the main one the label was talking to, and Jared said he had been the one to put together the band and name it and everything. Long story short, our band has a new name and a new bass player.
But you still got the record deal? I asked. Henry nodded. I bet the bass player feels bad, I said. He shrugged.
It is what it is. I tried to make it work, but sometimes in life, people just part ways.
What's your new band name?
Delicate Balance.
Oh, I've heard people talking about that band. I nodded absent-mindedly. It makes sense that I heard them say it tonight. I remembered your band was something about tuna fish, so I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. I glanced at him, and he smiled at me like he thought I was cute. Are you working on a new album? I asked. He nodded.
We'll start recording soon. Jared had a hand in writing a few of the songs we played all the time, and he called them off limits for the band when we split. I could have figured something out legally since I was co-writer, but it wasn't worth it to me. I'm working on a few new songs. We'll go into the studio soon.
Have you played any concerts with the new band name? He nodded.
4 of them.
How did they go? Did you have as many fans? I like the new name better, actually. He gave me an easy smile.
Other people must feel that way too, because we've had more people at our gigs since we changed the name.
He shrugged.
I'm sure RCA had a little to do with that. I think they've been doing things on social media to hype us up a little bit. I've seen a lot of new faces at the shows.
I was quiet for a minute as we walked.
What are you thinking?
He asked finally. I'm imagining what it's like to sing from the stage and have fans yelling and cheering for you.
You play guitar, he said. Isn't that something you want, to play in front of a crowd?
I can honestly say no to that question, I said. I think it would probably feel good if I recorded my stuff and had somebody tell me they liked it. But I really don't care about performing in front of people. Actually, I don't even care about recording it. I just play and sing for myself, honestly, because I like it.
You sing? He asked.
Yeah, no. Yes. The answer is yes, I like to sing, but not like you. I don't even do it when I'm up there with the worship band. I like to sing, but definitely not for anyone else to hear. It's just for fun.
Now you're going to have to sing for me.
What? No. He shrugged and gestured with his palms up like the decision was out of his hands.
It's because you're acting so shy, he said. If you would have pushed your music on me or begged me to listen to your new song, I probably wouldn't be interested. But now that you don't want to sing, I have to hear you do it.
No, sir. Sorry, but that's not how it works. Henry could tell I was actually reluctant and not just pretending to be, so he gave me a lighthearted smile. I would love to see your band perform sometime, though, I said.
We have a couple of gigs coming up if you ever find yourself in Seattle. We'll take a break next month to record, but then we'll be back at it.
Are you recording your album in Seattle, or do you have to go somewhere else?
We're doing it in Seattle,
he said. We walked silently for a few minutes, and then we talked about his great-grandmother's funeral, which would take place the following day. We were only a short distance from my car when I said, "Can I ask you a question?"
What kind of question?
A real question where you don't get offended and you give me a candid answer. Henry popped his knuckles dramatically.
This seems interesting, he said. This isn't your garden variety question, is it?
It's nothing big, I said. I know we're about to leave, and I was just wondering, have you ever done this before? Have you ever just met someone and for the rest of the night you just hung out with them and did what they were doing? Is this something you've done before?
I don't know,
he said as if he thought it was a trick question. I'm asking because it seems fun. In some weird way, I want to believe that you do this regularly. In my mind, you're just so go with the flow that you can experience all the cool opportunities that come your way. In a way, I look up to you for doing stuff like this.
And what am I doing exactly? He asked.
He was genuinely trying to grasp what I was saying. You're just doing new things, I said. I told you I was going to walk my dog, and you came along. I don't know. I guess I just want to be that cool where you can live life with another person for one moment, one night. I'm stuck in this routine where I have my set group of friends from work and a few people I talk to outside of work. I'm sure there's tons of people right here in Astoria who I know nothing about. There's probably a beekeeper or an artist, someone interesting I could meet.
I don't go around making plans to hang out with random people every night, Aiden. It's not like I do this all the time.
Have you ever, though? I asked.
Have I ever what?
Have you ever met a person and then just hung out with her for a night? He hesitated, regarding me with an unreadable expression.
I knew you from high school, he said. I didn't just meet you tonight.
I narrowed my eyes at him. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I guess, then. Yeah, I've met people and just hung out with them for a night. I do it regularly when I go to a city on tour. We play there for a night or two, and I meet and hang out with new people.
I nodded. So it must just be a different mentality. I definitely need to try to be more cool.
You gotta be on tour cool, you know what I mean?
I made that last statement in a smooth, Fonzie-type voice, and it caused Henry to laugh at me.
You could have new adventures right here in Astoria.
That's what I'm thinking, I said. You've inspired me. Chapter 6. Henry Blair, 3 weeks later. It had been a long time since a woman had made her way into Henry's thoughts. But Aiden Maddox, the girl from Astoria, had done just that. Henry spent a few hours with her the night before his great-grandmother's funeral, and his thoughts had turned to her ever since. He remembered bits and pieces of their conversation. Parts of it had intrigued or compelled him. He found himself thinking back on their time together, remembering things Aiden had said or the way she looked when she said it. He remembered her face. She was beautiful, delicate, feminine, pure. His thoughts of their encounter inspired 2 new songs once he got back to Seattle. Good ones. One of them was a love song, and the other had references to Aiden specifically, like a line that said he knew a girl with golden hair and a dog named Jerry Garcia. Henry had never had a muse per se, but Aiden turned out to be as close as he had come to having one. The thought of her inspired him. It had been 3 weeks since he last saw her, though, and he started to doubt whether or not he was remembering her correctly anymore. He had been thinking of her that day, wondering if she had any adventures since the last time they were together. He started to think he should get in his car and drive south. It was Saturday night, and his plans to hang out with his friends would be easy to break. He would tell them he was going home for the night, and they would totally understand. He figured since it was Saturday and Aiden was working, he could just drive to the restaurant and see what she was doing. Maybe she and Jerry would want to go on another walk at Sunset Beach. He felt like he could use one of those. Before Henry could think better of it, he threw a few things into a bag and got on the road. He called his mother on his way and told her he was hanging out with some friends in Astoria that night and would likely crash at home afterward. He said it might be late and that she and his father shouldn't wait up. He would see them in the morning. It was nearly 9 p.m. when Henry rolled into Astoria, and he went straight to Fisherman's Grill. Aiden wouldn't get off until 10, but he knew he needed to talk to her first and give her a heads up that he was there. He wondered why he hadn't just got her number the first time they hung out. He also wondered if she had thought of him at all since then. He pulled open the big wooden door on the front of the restaurant, thinking of Aiden as he walked inside. "Welcome to Fisherman's Grill," the girl said to him when he walked in. It was not Aiden. It was a young girl in a dress, the hostess.
Aiden Maddox, he said. She's a server here. I was wondering if I could speak to her, or you could just seat me in her section.
Aiden Maddox, the girl sighed and made absent-minded clicking noises with her tongue as she stared blankly at the seating chart in front of her. "It's my first week here, and Ashlyn went to use the restroom. I know how to seat people, but I'm having a hard time finding anyone named Aiden. I don't think we have a server named Aiden, not that I know of." Henry leaned in, glancing at the chart, at the list of names that were lined up on the side of the restaurant map. He wasn't stressed about it, but the new girl was nervous. She made an odd, throaty sound and glanced at him helplessly before looking toward the kitchen. "Are you sure she's a server here?" she asked. He nodded, and she gave him a confused expression. She had been working there all week and had been seating people all night, and as far as she could remember, none of the servers were named Aiden. "Are you sure she works here?"
Yes, she works every Saturday,
he said. "Oh, Ashlyn, thank goodness. This gentleman came in looking for... Is there a server working whose name is Aiden?" Ashlyn regarded Henry as if she was analyzing the fact that he was the person asking for Aiden.
Aiden normally works on Saturday, she said, nodding, but not tonight.
She turned to look at the inexperienced hostess.
She's the one who had the night off and got Michelle to work for her.
The new girl nodded as if she finally understood, but Henry didn't need details about who had taken Aiden's place.
"Where is she?" he asked. "Aiden, do you know why she called in?"
"She didn't call in," Ashlyn said. "She asked off a few weeks ago." Ashlyn cut her eyes left and right as if watching out for something. "I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you where she is, but I will say tonight is the homecoming dance at St. Charles High." "Oh, yeah, it is," the new girl agreed. "We were packed with all the students earlier. I bet half of them ate here before the dance. Astoria High has their game next week. I wonder if we'll be packed for that, too." Henry looked at Ashlyn with a cautious glance.
"What's a homecoming dance have to do with Aiden?"
"That's where she is," she said, looking discreet. Henry's expression grew even more confused.
"Aiden Maddox. Blonde hair. The girl I'm talking about is a woman. She's like 25 years old."
Ashlyn nodded. "Aiden Maddox. I know who you're talking about. She only works on Saturdays, but she took off tonight to go to the homecoming dance at St. Charles. Last night was the game, and tonight's the dance.
Is it maybe associated with her work at St. John's? The girl I'm talking about teaches preschool."
Ashlyn nodded. "I know Aiden. She didn't mention anything about it being for work. It's at St. Charles, the high school. Last night was their game, and tonight's the dance."
"And that's where Aiden is, are you sure?"
"Yes, I was in the office when she asked Ben for the night off. She just told him she would get someone to work her shift because she was going to homecoming at St. Charles."
"Who would she go there with?"
"I don't know," Ashlyn said. "I probably already said too much." She glanced at the new girl. "Don't ever give out information about our servers. I'm only telling Henry this because his family comes here all the time. We know the Blairs. Plus, I saw Henry leave here with Aiden a few weeks ago. I know they're friends." The new girl nodded, taking it all in.
"Thanks,"
Henry said. He gave the hostess stand a hearty pat and smiled and waved at the girls as he backed up and turned to walk away. Henry figured there was a chance the dance was happening off campus, but that didn't stop him from getting in his car and driving straight to St. Charles High School. He'd check it out first, and if she wasn't at the school, he'd go from there. He reminded himself that he didn't have to chase her down. If his trip to St. Charles was a dead end, he would have to decide if he wanted to pursue seeing her any further. He wasn't sure what the next step would be. He could always call it off and call some friends, or head straight for his parents' house and chill out for the evening. Henry knew right where the school was, and he drove straight there without stopping. The parking lot was packed. so he knew the dance was happening on campus. He parked in the back and locked his car, leaving everything in there but his phone, money clip, and keys. He had on a light jacket, and he found pockets for the things he was carrying. He ran his hands through his hair, pushing it away from his face as he walked toward the school. Henry had tons of friends who went to high school at St. Charles, and he even knew a few people that worked there, coaches and teachers. He knew he would see at least a few familiar faces. He could see lights in the gymnasium, but when he got there, one of the teachers said they were setting up for a different party and redirected him to the cafeteria. Henry could hear the loud music before he even opened the door. It was loud rap music with a heavy bass line. He opened the metal door to find a group of people standing behind a folding table that had been decorated with glitter and balloons. It smelled like school, like floor polish and cleaner and paper and sweat. The ladies sitting behind the table smiled at Henry. Women in general looked at Henry a certain way, and the ones at the door were no different. They smiled and sat up straight as he walked toward the table.
"I'm looking for Aiden Maddox,"
he said, almost yelling over the music. His expression was somewhat confused or apologetic, since he didn't know why Aiden would be at a high school homecoming dance.
"Aiden Maddox? Ms. Maddox?"
One of the students leaned forward, pointing into the darkness and chaos that was the dance floor. Another woman nodded and pointed. "Aiden's here. She was over there last time I saw her. She's taking pictures with the yearbook staff, I think." No one asked Henry who he was or what business he had with Aiden. They just smiled and let him walk past them into the big open room that was the cafeteria. It was really packed in there. The dance floor was loaded with students. The ceilings were lower than the ones in the gym, and there were decorations and speakers, making it seem even more closed in than it was. "Henry Blair, you handsome young man!" Henry turned when he heard the woman's voice. He wasn't sure that he knew Aiden's voice, but he knew she hadn't been the one to speak. He could tell by the tone that it was an older woman. He turned to find his Aunt Lena. She wasn't his first aunt. She was way back in the family, somewhere on his father's side. She didn't come to family functions or anything, but that hadn't stopped them from calling her Aunt Lena and checking in with her all these years when they saw her around town. Henry hugged her when she made her way to him. "What on earth are you doing here?" she asked, looking amazed.
"I think my friend is here," he said. "Aiden Maddox, do you know her?"
"Of course I know Aiden," she said. "I didn't know you knew Aiden. She's been helping Mr. Smith out with the school paper and yearbook for years. He's about to retire, and he doesn't like to come to these late functions anymore. Aiden always helps out. She's at a lot of the games and things. The students love her."
"Is she here tonight?"
Henry asked. Lena smiled and glanced around, scanning the crowd. "Oh, there, yes. Do you see her? She's talking to Mr. Stewart?" Henry didn't know who this Mr. Stewart person was, but he felt a stab of jealousy. He looked in the direction Lena had been staring, and within seconds his gaze fell on Aiden. She was dressed in dark clothing, dress pants and a shimmering blouse that made her light hair stand out. Henry took her in, realizing she was even more intriguing, more beautiful than he remembered. He caught himself smiling when she smiled, and then he realized she was smiling in response to something the guy next to her had just said. Mr. Stewart. Andrew Stewart. Henry knew him from school. He was older than Henry, but not by much. Andrew was the same age as Henry's brother, Max. Henry knew this for a fact because they had played baseball together. Andrew had been Max's equal in many ways. They were competitive, but they had played ball together for years and ultimately had each other's backs. Andrew had been over to Henry's house more than a few times during their adolescence. Henry knew Andrew was a good guy, but he still felt some distaste as he watched Aiden stand there and have a conversation with him. Aiden was 2 years younger than Henry, which meant she was 4 years younger than Andrew. He was too old for her. Okay, so maybe that wasn't the case, but Henry wanted any reason to hate this conversation they were having. "His name is Andrew Stewart," Aunt Lena said. "He's the new baseball coach. They brought in some young guns last year on the coaching staff. Mr. Stewart made all sorts of changes. We went to state."
"I know Andrew," Henry said. "Max played baseball with him. He was Max's friend."
"How is Max doing?"
"Fine, he's living in Portland."
Lena nodded. I talked to your dad a while back. He told me. He said you were in a band and you were doing real well with it.
Yes, ma'am. Next month we'll be recording a new album. I'm really thankful.
Oh, that's amazing, Henry. I always told Uncle Jim you boys were going to make something of yourselves.
Thanks, Aunt Lena. I'm happy I ran into you here.
Henry glanced toward Aiden.
I'll see you in just a little bit. I'm going to try to catch up with Aiden.
Okay, baby, you do that. Henry touched his Aunt Lena's shoulder to say goodbye before he turned and headed for Aiden. Loud rap music pounded through the speakers. Henry was entirely accustomed to this atmosphere, because most of the clubs where his band played had this kind of music blasting from the speakers anytime the live band wasn't playing. Andrew caught sight of Henry before Aiden did.
Hank, Blair! What's up, baby bro?
Aiden turned when she heard Andrew's words. Henry was looking straight at her when she turned, so he saw her face change. She went from smiling blankly to a thoughtful look, then one of confusion as she scanned his face and realized it was actually him who was standing there. Henry had no idea what she was thinking. He smiled at her and she smiled back, but before they could say anything, Andrew's hand came between them.
What's going on, brother? What are you doing here?
Henry had absolutely no clue how to respond. He should have anticipated that question, but he didn't think he would run into Andrew Stewart at a high school homecoming. He wanted to say he was there to see Aiden, but he thought twice about it, wondering if she and Andrew were there together. She was more dressed up than usual. Henry took all of this in, weighing his options. Aiden saw Henry hesitate, not knowing what to say to Andrew, and without thinking, she stepped in. "I invited him," she said. Chapter 7. Aiden. "I invited him," I said.
Sorry if I'm late,
Henry said, faking remorse for Andrew but secretly feeling relieved.
I thought you guys were in the gym.
"That's where they're having the after party," I said. We were all speaking loudly to be heard over the music.
That's what they told me when I went over there, Henry said. I had no idea where you were.
Of course he had no idea where I was. I didn't tell him. I looked him in the eyes, both of us staring at each other with conspiratorial expressions. "I probably didn't specify exactly where we'd be," I said. "I'm sorry." It was unbelievable we could be carrying on this conversation in front of Andrew without cracking up, or making it totally obvious that neither of us knew for sure what the other was talking about.
What's the after party? Henry asked.
The dance is over at 11, and the after party happens from 11 to 2 in the morning. They've been doing it the last few years. They're trying to keep kids from partying or getting in trouble. We're going to have games and prizes and stuff. It'll be fun. I think we're expecting quite a few of the students to stick around.
Are you sticking around for it?
Henry asked. He was speaking to me, but Andrew leaned in, engaging in the conversation.
Yeah, bro, they have us all staying. He laughed. The ones of us who are young enough to be able to stay up that late. Some of these teachers have early bedtimes, so they got out of having to come.
Henry looked at me and I shrugged. It's fun, I said. I don't have to come, but I don't mind. I did it last year.
Yeah, Aiden was a total machine at M&M sorting, Andrew said. He looked at me. You remember that? I think we're doing that game again. I'm on your team if we are. I looked at Henry. I thought I mentioned the after party to you, I said, teasing him. It was a lie. I hadn't talked to Henry Blair since that night at Sunset Beach. I had no idea what he was doing at St. Charles homecoming. You must have forgotten, Henry said, shaking his head. We were close to a set of speakers, and music was coming out of them at a very loud volume. It was the Black Eyed Peas song about it being a good, good night, and the students were bouncing up and down as a group to the beat. Andrew leaned in like he might say something, but before he could, I looked at Henry. Would you like to go get some punch? I said it loud enough for Andrew to hear, and Henry nodded at me. We'll be right back, I said to Andrew, who gave me a quick nod. What are you doing at St. Charles? Henry asked as we walked away. I turned to look at him. I couldn't believe he was there. He was absolutely gorgeous under the dim, moving lights. He really was a rock star. I had plans to be at St. Charles, I said. What are you doing here? Well, I did not have plans to be here, Henry said. I went to your work looking for you. They told me I could find you here.
You went by my work? Fisherman's Grill? He nodded. Did you eat?
No, I was just looking for you.
What did they say?
That you were here.
I smiled absent-mindedly, wondering exactly how it all went down. Who'd you talk to?
The hostess.
What are you doing in Astoria?
I have family here,
he said.
I grew up here.
I squinted at him and he smiled. I know, but I hesitated as we stopped in front of the refreshment table. Before I knew what was happening, Henry lurched forward as if something had hit him from behind. Turns out, something had hit him from behind. Lacey Benning. I glanced downward to find her arms wrapped tightly around Henry's waist. She was holding him from behind, and he was regarding me with a stunned expression, wondering who in the world had grabbed him. Lacey Benning, I said. I knew her. She was a sophomore and one of the girls on the yearbook staff. Henry's expression changed to one of sweet recognition as he turned to face Lacey.
What are you doing here?
He asked. I go to this school.
No, you do not.
He said it so decisively that it caused Lacey to giggle. Yes, I do.
You're a freshman?
He asked. Sophomore, she said.
No!
Henry grabbed his own chest.
How old are you, Lacey?
15.
You're kidding me.
He hugged her, looking around.
Does your daddy know you've grown up like this?
Lacey laughed. Some of her friends had converged around Henry, looking at him like he was a teen idol. I had to remember that he basically was a teen idol. He glanced at me.
My cousin,
he explained. I smiled. An explanation wasn't necessary, but it was nice that he gave me one anyway. I grabbed 2 cups of punch. Mrs. Cooper was standing behind the table to dish it out for the students, and she had pre-portioned cups sitting there, ready for us to take. I could see that Henry was still busy when I turned around again, so I held on to his.
Are you staying around for that thing afterwards?
Henry asked. The after party? Lacey asked. Yeah, why? Henry shrugged.
I was thinking about sticking around for some of it, and I was wondering if you'd be here.
Lacey's friends literally giggled with delight at Henry's words. I'm staying, Lacey said. Henry high-fived her.
All right, Lacey Bug. Well, I'll be seeing you around then.
Okay, she said happily. Henry wasn't being rude by being a bit distant. He just did what he had to do. I could see the look in their eyes. Those girls would have crowded around him all night if he hadn't said that. He smiled at me and reached out for his cup as we turned to walk away.
I'm sorry for inviting myself to your after-party,
he said. You should only be sorry if I didn't want you to come. He smiled.
I'm only partly sure I understood that,
he said.
But I think you're saying you don't mind if I hang around with you tonight.
I shrugged at him. I'm stoked that you've chosen to come hang out with me tonight.
Oh, yeah?
He asked, glancing at me with a look of mischief. Yes, I said, nodding. I liked hanging out with you a few weeks ago. It was fun, and it was good for me. You inspired me. I like hanging out with people who make me want to do something.
What do you mean? What did I make you want to do?
Just have an adventure. Try something new.
It seems like you've got a lot going on already,
he said, taking in all the chaos that was happening around us at the moment. Oh, this isn't much, really. I enjoy helping out up here. I'm talking about my guitar. I actually brought it somewhere besides church and played with someone.
You're kidding. When? What'd you do?
I shrugged shyly. It wasn't a big deal, I said. One of my friends is in a band, and they let me sit in with them on a couple of songs just for fun. It was at his house for band practice.
At whose house?
Henry asked. My friend's.
Do I know him?
I don't know. His name is Randy.
Randy Baker?
I nodded. I work with him at the restaurant.
I do know him,
Henry said. I smiled. I should have known.
You went over to Randy's house and played the guitar with his band?
I nodded. I even sang on one song. We were just messing around, though. I'm not, joining the band or anything. We were just having fun. I shrugged. Anyway, I thought about you when I went over there. I thought you would be proud of me for having a new adventure.
You're right. I would be proud of you for that,
he said.
And now I'm waiting for my turn to hear you play and sing.
I would never play and sing in front of you, I said.
Oh, gee, thanks a lot,
he said sarcastically. I gently pushed at his shoulder. It's a compliment. You're a professional. You know what you're doing. I'm too shy to play in front of you. We had been walking as we spoke, so by this time we were drawing closer to the place where I had been standing before. There were students and chaperones lining the walls, and the spot next to Andrew was just as good as any other that we'd be able to find. Plus, I would feel bad taking off to get punch and then totally ignoring Andrew after that. I should have taken a lot longer when I went with Henry to get punch, though. I felt like I hadn't got to say all the things I needed or wanted to say to him without anybody around. And now, we were joining other people again. There were a lot of things I should have clarified while we were alone, like what he was doing in Astoria in the first place. His showing up here was so out of nowhere that I felt like I was just now taking it in. Andrew was standing next to one of the male teachers, but he made eye contact with me, and I smiled at him as we approached. He was a nice-looking man, but Henry... Goodness. Henry. I found myself feeling like I owed Andrew an explanation, even though I knew that wasn't true. I was shaken up on account of Henry's arrival, and it took all of my concentration to just stand there and pretend that I was calm and normal. Thankfully, Andrew began speaking with Henry. It seemed there was a lot he wanted to talk to him about. He asked one question after another about Henry's life in Seattle. There was a lot he wanted to share about his own life, too. Andrew talked constantly for the first 5 minutes when we came back. I just stared at the dance floor, watching all the teenagers who were dancing and laughing and bumping into each other. My gaze drifted over to some girls. They were seniors, and they were the popular girls. I could see them checking out Henry. They all stared at him as they talked to each other, not even noticing that I was looking at them. I felt jealous and protective, but then I remembered that they were too young to be an issue anyway. Not that a woman of any age looking at Henry would be an issue for me. He wasn't mine, after all. I had no sort of claim on him.
Where's Jerry?
Henry leaned over to ask me that question as soon as he found a break in the conversation with Andrew. I went from looking at the girls across the dance floor to looking at Henry. He's at home, I said. I'm going to run home and get him before the after party. Coach Stewart said I could leave him in his office since it's right there, connected to the gym. He'll have fun hanging out in there. At least he won't be locked in his kennel all night. I drank the last sip of my punch and glanced behind me, knowing there was a trash can nearby. Do you want me to throw your cup away? I asked. Henry had already finished his, and he handed me his cup.
Thank you,
he said. I smiled. I stepped toward the trash can, and when I did, Andrew stepped back with me.
Maybe I should take you up on that dance, he said.
I looked at him, and he gestured with a flick of his head toward the dance floor.
I don't think they're playing too many slow songs tonight. This is the first one in a long time.
Andrew and I had already talked about dancing together before Henry showed up. We were just friends, but the students liked to speculate that we might be a couple one day, so we thought it would be funny to dance together and give them something to talk about. The thing was, for me, that was all much more entertaining before Henry arrived. Sure, we can dance, I said, not knowing what else to say. My words came out with some uncertainty, but Andrew didn't take the hint. The next thing I knew, he roped my arm in his, linking our elbows. I glanced at Henry with a little bit of a helpless, regretful expression as Andrew pulled me onto the dance floor. We had already talked about dancing before you got here, I said to Henry as we walked by him. Henry nodded with such genuine casualness that I honestly felt like he didn't mind. I wished he minded. Was it bad that I wished he would step in and refuse to let me dance with Andrew? I didn't recognize the song, but it was definitely a ballad. Couples covered the dance floor. Many of them had already noticed that Andrew and I were dancing together. I could hear and see them reacting to us from the corner of my eye.
I didn't know you were friends with Henry Blair, he said.
We went to school together. Andrew nodded.
I forgot you went to Astoria High with us.
You had already graduated by my freshman year, I said.
Now you're making me feel old.
No. You had just graduated the year before I got there. That's probably why you didn't remember me. One of the students on the yearbook staff, Levi, came rushing up to me just then.
I'm out of memory,
he said, looking so panicked it was almost comical. "It's fine," I said. "I have another memory card. I'll put it in after this song." I absent-mindedly glanced at Henry since he was in my line of vision when I was talking to the student. Henry was talking to one of the math teachers who had been standing near us before. As I watched, a second teacher, a much younger, prettier, female teacher, came to stand near them. I had barely been away from him for 1 minute, and they were swarming him already. "Just take the camera to the man with the long hair over there," I said. "The one in the black jacket. Ask that guy to please hold it for me until I get back. I'll put a new memory stick in it for you. Is the battery okay?" Levi looked at the information panel on the camera and then nodded. "Do you want me to take over from here, or are you having fun taking pictures?" I asked.
"No, I like it. I'm having fun. I don't like to dance anyway."
"Okay, well, take it to that guy and then come get it back from me in a minute after I put another memory card in it." I had the extra memory card in my pocket. I could have reached out right there and changed it within seconds. I had been stalling a little since the whole interaction cut our dance short. Not to mention, I didn't want Levi to turn around and take a photo of me dancing with Andrew, and I knew he would. Levi walked off, making his way to Henry, and I looked at Andrew.
"A teacher's work is never done,"
he said. I smiled and nodded in agreement.
"And you don't even work here,"
he added. Chapter 8. Andrew and I talked while we danced, and before I knew it, the song was coming to an end.
"I think we had admirers,"
Andrew said, giving me a farewell squeeze as I pulled away. I glanced around to find that some of the students were looking at us. A lot of them. One girl even clapped. He smiled and gestured at me. I smiled back, but I still felt unsettled. I couldn't wait to get back to Henry. I made eye contact with him as I walked that way. His expression was unreadable but serious. It seemed almost dangerous, but not in a way I was afraid of. It was more like I felt the urge to run into his arms. I came to stand right next to Henry, and we stayed there and talked to Andrew and a few other teachers for the next 15 minutes. I had to deal with putting a new memory card into the camera, but that only took a few seconds. I wore the camera on my shoulder until Levi came to retrieve it from me. It wasn't long before the DJ played another slow song. I had no plans to dance to it. I never did. I had been to several dances at St. Charles, and I always made a point of busying myself with conversations rather than going onto the dance floor, especially for slow dances. Occasionally I'd go out there and dance a little and act silly during a fast song, but never for a slow dance. I cringed when the ballad came on. It was an old song, one by some rock band, either Aerosmith or The Kicks or Guns N' Roses. It was a song I had heard tons of times, I just had no idea what band sang it. It was by instinct that I glanced at Henry. I wasn't about to make eye contact with Andrew when the slow song came on. I subconsciously wanted to give Henry the chance to respond, take action. So I looked at him. Without a word and without hesitation, he held out his hand. I was equally unreserved when I put my hand in his. We didn't offer an explanation to anyone. He never even officially asked me to dance. He just took my hand and pulled me toward the dance floor. He turned with me in his arms, pulling me in and holding me closer to his body than Andrew had. He had one of my hands in his and the other on my back. Andrew had held my hands the same way, but with him there was some space between us. With Henry, there was no space. Our bodies were touching. I glanced up at him, feeling like I was in real danger of my heart physically beating out of my chest. He looked down at me.
"Sorry, but I'm not trying to drive all the way from Seattle to watch you dance with Andrew Stewart."
"You're not?" I asked. "Why did you drive all the way from Seattle?"
"I just wanted to,"
he said, staring at me. "Oh, well, cool. I'm glad you came over here. I didn't expect to see you at the St. Charles homecoming of all places."
"You know I came here to see you. I already told you that."
I glanced at him. To the homecoming dance or to Astoria?
"Aren't they the same thing?"
he asked. I shook my head, thinking they obviously weren't, but I didn't say anything. I was in his arms, and that was enough for me. I had been thinking of Henry so much since that encounter we had a few weeks ago. I wanted to see him again so badly, but I honestly thought it would never happen. I felt like I was in a dream, standing here, slow dancing to music with Henry Blair holding me close. I could smell him and feel him. I was on sensory overload. I wanted this song to never end. I wished they would play 76,000 slow songs in a row. He leaned down so he could speak closer to my ear.
I keep remembering things you said.
I was so lost in thought that it took me a second to process that he had spoken and was waiting for me to respond. What? I asked breathlessly.
From a few weeks ago,
he said.
I keep remembering stuff you said. You know, when we were walking on the beach. I keep thinking of different things you said to me that night.
I had done the same thing. I had relived that night with Henry many times. Did I say something profound and not remember? I asked, smiling at him.
No,
he said.
You just were profound. I just liked you. I liked hanging out with you. I felt comfortable, and that's not something I feel all the time.
What kinds of things make you comfortable or uncomfortable? I asked. He grinned at me like he was a little amused by the question.
It's not that I'm usually uncomfortable, necessarily. I was just extra comfortable when I was with you. I don't know, I kept remembering random things you said, and I would feel that feeling. That extra comfortable feeling.
He shrugged.
Warm and fuzzy, maybe that's a better way to say it.
I smiled at him as we continued to sway slowly. I feel sort of extra comfortable when I think about that night, too, I said. That was fun.
I tried to go to your restaurant. I was going to see if you wanted to go for part 2. Do it again where we take Jerry to the beach.
But I wasn't at the restaurant, I said.
I know you weren't.
And then you came here, I said, feeling altogether breathless as I made eye contact with him. His light greenish eyes had me in a trance. They looked dangerous and comforting at the same time. He was perfectly unpredictable.
I did,
he said. I could hardly remember what that meant. You did what? I asked. He grinned at me.
I came here looking for you.
I didn't know when you came in that you were looking for me, I said.
You must have known something, because you told Andrew you were the one who invited me.
I told him that after he started talking to you, I said. You seemed panicked when he asked what you were doing here. Henry scanned my face. He looked serious, almost ravenous. I thought he might start kissing me right there on the dance floor in front of everyone. He certainly looked like he might. I wished he would.
I think you're so beautiful, Aiden,
he said. I felt an urgent sensation travel through my body, washing over me like warm water. I was on the verge of cracking into a million pieces. We were on a crowded dance floor, so all I knew to do in the moment was make a joke. You just think I look good because the last time you saw me, I was at the end of a long shift and I smelled like fish, I said. I cringed at myself the instant it came out of my mouth, but I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't think straight. Henry just stared at me as if drinking me in.
I'm serious, Aiden. I didn't expect my heart to race like this. You're even more beautiful than I remember.
He paused and shrugged.
I can't believe I'm here. One minute I thought I was going to my friend Ryan's, and the next I was on the interstate headed for Oregon.
I thought you would be recording your album by now, I said.
We start next week.
Are you getting your songs together? He nodded.
We're doing 3 brand new ones, he said. I don't know for sure if they'll be on the album, but we worked them up and played them live. We'll definitely record them.
I'm excited for you, I said. I knew he had been in a studio and recorded albums before. We had talked about that the last time he was here, and I had heard some of his music for myself. I guess it's really no different from the songs you've already recorded, but it seems like a big deal since you're signed with a label and everything. He smirked at me with a slow grin.
I'm trying to impress you, so it's great if you think it's a big deal.
It is. It seriously is. A record deal is impressive.
I didn't even know you worked at St. Charles.
I don't. I just volunteer.
You know what I mean. It seems like you would have mentioned it when we were talking so much that night. I didn't know what to think when the girl at Fisherman's Grill told me you were here.
He was right. We had talked a lot that night. It's just that my volunteer endeavors hadn't come up. I bet there's tons of other stuff you don't know about me, I said. And even more that I don't know about you. All too soon, the power ballad came to an end and rap music took its place. The people around us began moving faster, bumping against us. I looked at Henry with a helpless expression, and he did something completely unexpected. He took me into his arms, pulling me even closer to him. In that same motion, he leaned down and he kissed me. Henry Blair planted his lips directly on mine, right there with no regard to who was standing around us. It was a quick but firm stamp of a kiss right on my mouth. It was so very unexpected that I stiffened in his arms and didn't have the chance to relax until it was over. Henry held me tight afterward, still swaying ever so slightly to the beat as he leaned down to speak near my ear.
I'm sorry if that got you in trouble,
he said.
I'm not sure what the rules are for kissing on the dance floor. But the song ended and I wasn't ready to let you go quite.
It's perfectly fine, I said with my mouth near his ear. I'm sorry that I was, surprised when you did it. He grinned at me. Our faces were next to each other, so I could feel it more than I could see it.
I'll try to warn you next time,
he said. Henry pulled me off of the dance floor, but instead of going straight to our group, we went to the refreshment table again. I followed his lead. He wasn't holding my hand, but he was glancing at me to make sure I was following him. There was no one standing at the table, and there were some cups of punch that had already been pre-portioned. Henry handed me one and took one for himself. He downed his in one sip, and I smiled when he looked at me afterward. He turned to glance at the spot where Andrew and the others were standing.
How long do you have to stay here?
He asked. All night, basically, I said. The after-party is finished at 2, and I already told them I'd stay.
I was wondering how long you'd be at the actual dance, he said. Didn't you say you were going home to get Jerry? What time are you going to do that?
The dance is over at 11, I said. I'll just go get Jerry and come right back.
I'll ride with you,
he said. I smiled. I thought you might. We started walking toward the others who were still standing around talking, mostly ignoring our approach. I wished we were the only two in the room. My chest felt warm at the thought, and that's when I remembered the kiss. What in the world had just happened on the dance floor? It was so quick that I questioned whether or not it really happened. Henry came to stand next to me as we reached our place, and he jumped into the conversation with Andrew and the others who were now gathered around. We talked about different dance crazes that had been around over the years, and this led us to talk about music in general. They were laid back about it, but everyone wanted to know more about Henry's career. I was surprised at how many of them had actually kept up with what he was doing. The two teachers who had come up to talk to us even knew the new name of his current band. He was gracious and humble, saying he was thankful that people seemed to like what he was doing. I knew people loved the Blairs in this city, but it was officially confirmed at that dance. We stood there for the next hour, and teachers and students basically waited in line to talk to Henry. Everyone was low-key about it, but about 10 different groups of people came up to us while we were standing there, all of them knowing Henry or his family in some way, and wanting to say hello to him. He was occupied the whole time we were there. I couldn't believe he knew so many people in the room, and he still kissed me like that. I wondered if he regretted it once all of these people started coming up to him. No one ever mentioned his actions on the dance floor or seemed to care. They acknowledged that I was standing there and were kind to me, but I could tell none of them thought Henry was there with me. It was like none of them had even seen what he did out there. Then, all of a sudden, like only seconds had passed, it was 11 o'clock and the DJ was announcing that the party was about to continue in the gymnasium. I made plans to hook up with Andrew once I got back so that we could let Jerry into his office. Chapter 9. Henry walked with me to the parking lot. I wondered how it felt to be a local celebrity. I wondered if he enjoyed people coming up to him or if it got on his nerves. He handled it as if he was fine with it. I thought about asking him how he really felt, but I didn't want it to seem like I was only interested in him because he was so popular.
What are you thinking about?
He asked as we walked. Everything. The dance. That music was loud. My ears are ringing. Henry put his finger to his ear and gave it a little shake.
It was loud.
I thought you'd be used to it by now. He shook his head.
I wear in-ear monitors when we play, and I have the volume controlled. I take care of my ears.
That made me think of my grandpa, who always complained about kids listening to their music too loud. Talking about my grandfather made him bring up his family. His dad's dad had been in the military, and he wore hearing aids from damage done to his ears in the war. The talk of military somehow led us to mention other government things, and we eventually mentioned monarchies. We were close to my house, and I drove at a leisurely pace since I wanted more time alone with him. I like living in America, I said. But there's definitely something romantic about a nation having a royal family, don't you think? There's something so traditional about that.
Did you want to be a princess?
He asked. I glanced at him from over the console and shrugged. What girl doesn't? I said. But that's one reason why I love God so much.
Why?
Because, Jesus. He's a king. A great and mighty king. He is a fierce, powerful king. That's how I see him. His kingdom is invisible to us now, but one day, we'll see that there's a physical place, a real kingdom with a real king, a great awe-inspiring one. I glanced at him, and he smiled thoughtfully at me like he wanted me to continue. The whole thing takes shape in my mind's eye sometimes, I continued. I don't know if I have it right, but I know it'll be at least as good as I imagine. I know he's a king, the Bible says that. Anyway, sometimes I see him on water, like Triton, roaring up from the ocean, riding a wave and telling the wind and currents which way to go. Sometimes I see him on a great throne, surrounded with unimaginable beauty, life and light and color. I shrugged. This world is full of trouble, and sometimes when I'm feeling discouraged or scared even, I imagine that far kingdom. The one that's already there, we just can't see it yet. I let myself get all wrapped up in the thought of a powerful ruler and king, one who has my best interest in mind. He's strong, unmatched in wisdom and might. He's unlimited, omnipotent. When I remember who he is, it makes me feel better about who I am. I don't know. I think about that other world, and it gives me a new perspective on this one, I guess.
Dang, Aiden. You gave me chills just now,
Henry said, holding out his arm. I didn't even glance downward because he was holding my gaze, regarding me with a curious expression.
I've never imagined anything like a kingdom. Are you talking about heaven?
I smiled and nodded. Yeah, I like thinking of it that way. Henry and I had arrived at my house while we were talking, but instead of getting out of my car, I simply turned off the engine and we sat there while we finished. Henry sat back, readjusting in the seat. The movement caught my eye, and I took in the shape of his body. I loved the way he moved. All the Blair brothers were big, but Henry was lean and long while still being muscular. He stared out of the front windshield, looking thoughtful. The silence came right on the heels of me saying all those thoughts about God, things that I usually didn't share with anyone else. It made me feel antsy enough to speak again. I guess we should go in and get Jerry. Henry had been lost in thought, but without skipping a beat, he nodded and smiled just before reaching out to open the car door. We walked onto the porch together. It was the outdoor space I shared with Nick. It led to his side door, but it was the only way into my apartment. It was the same place where we had run into him before. Neither of our porch lights were on, so it was dark up there. There was a little light from the streetlights, and I only had a few keys on my keyring, so it was easy to find the key and unlock the door. I stashed my keys in my purse and reached out to push the door open. But just as I did, Henry's hand came out to stop me. He put his hand on my arm, pulling it away from the handle, and I turned to look at him with a curious expression, wondering if everything was all right.
When we go in there, what I'm saying is, Jerry, he's in there. This is it for us being alone. Once we go inside, we'll get Jerry, then we'll be at the school, then I don't know what after that. I don't know when we'll see each other again or when we'll have time to be alone again.
I nodded. Henry was saying all the things I had already been feeling, so I didn't even have to think about it before agreeing with him that something should be done about it. I must have given him permission to act as he saw fit by the way I looked at him, because without skipping a beat, Henry moved toward me. He kissed me. He leaned in, covering my mouth with his in one confident, nimble motion. He retained contact with my mouth as he took another step. He crowded my space, coming still closer. My back was securely against the door, and I felt him press against me, holding me there. I wanted to absolutely melt into his arms.
I'm going to kiss you,
he whispered. His mouth was so close to mine that he might as well have been kissing me when he spoke. My heart was beating, and I was breathing as if we shared a passionate kiss already. You already did, I whispered back breathlessly. You did it at the dance, too.
I did, didn't I?
He said. I nodded.
I could do better,
he said. I don't know, I said doubtfully. I think it was fine the first time. I stared confidently into his eyes. They were full of desire and intrigue. I knew my expression mirrored his. There was no space at all between us. He wasn't pressing against me with any force, but there also wasn't any space between us. I was gloriously trapped with my back against the door.
So you think it was fine the first time,
he said.
Does that mean you want me to quit? Give up?
I grinned. I never said that. He leaned in and kissed me again. This time he made a gentle probing motion, and I instinctually opened my mouth to him. Henry answered me by kissing me deeply. His mouth opened, and I stretched upward, searching for more of the warm, silken feeling. Henry's kiss was slow and soft, but relentless and passionate at the same time. I could tell he was trying to hold himself back, make himself go slower. I could almost feel him trembling with the effort to be a gentleman. He kissed me slowly but deeply for what must have been a full minute before pulling back. It was maybe the best minute of my life. Ever. His face was now several inches from mine, but his body was still right next to me. I had no personal space, and it was wonderful. I stared at him. His golden green gaze almost appeared cat-like in the darkness of the porch.
I love the things you say,
he said. I grinned. I hadn't expected him to say that. Thanks, I said, looking shy.
I mean it. I think about the things we talked about on the beach, and then just now in your car. You're just such an interesting person.
I stared at him. The wild man who had left Astoria to chase and realize his dream. He was the interesting one, not me. I almost began gushing, telling him all the smittenish thoughts that were crossing my mind, but I held them in. My chest was moving up and down as I caught my breath from that kiss. It made me smile to realize that he was breathing the same way. We stood there, staring at each other, and both trying to regulate our breathing.
We should go in and get Jerry,
he said without moving. I nodded. But that was good. You were right. You outdid yourself. That was even better than the last time you... I could not finish my sentence because Henry kissed me again. If I had known that complimenting his kiss would cause him to do it again, I would have said that sooner. Our contact was quicker this time, but it was firm, passionate, unapologetic, and right on the lips. Henry was smiling when he pulled away. He was perhaps the most handsome man I had ever seen. I marveled at the fact that I was standing here like this with him. I felt like his captive, and it was surprisingly comforting.
Okay,
he said. Kiss.
Let's get Jerry.
Okay, I said. He kissed me again.
I'm glad I found you tonight.
He stepped back and then leaned past me to open the door and let me inside. I smiled as I walked past him. You were brave for just walking in there tonight.
Do you mean the dance?
I nodded as I walked into my apartment. What were you thinking when you walked in there?
I knew what I was getting into when they said it was a homecoming dance. I pretty much just had one thing on my mind when I went there anyway.
I wonder what it was, I said. I got shy after I said it and didn't give him time to respond. Hey, Big Bubba, I called to Jerry from across the living room. We're coming. I got Jerry out of his kennel, and he went straight over to Henry. He was a little protective of me and would usually be on guard if someone came into the apartment, but it seemed like he remembered Henry. He went right over to him, circling him and wagging his tail. Henry reached down to pet Jerry on the back. I came over to where they were standing so that I could get in on the action. Henry touched my arm as he turned to glance at the corner of my room, the place where I had my guitars.
Play for me,
he said. What? No.
Why not?
He asked, looking genuinely perplexed and maybe a little hurt.
Randy and those guys got to hear you. Surely I'm more special than them.
You're way more special than them, I said with maybe a little too much certainty. That's why I'm not doing it. He reached around me and placed his hand on my back.
Please,
he said. He spoke slowly and with a sincere tone. Oh my gosh, I feel bad for your mama. How can anyone say no to you when you look at them like that? He laughed a little and then focused on me.
I can guarantee you that I do not look at my mother the way I look at you, Aiden.
Those words. There was certainty and determination in his voice, and it made me feel weak with longing, yearning. I yearned for Henry. It was a feeling I had never experienced, but I knew that was what it was. I felt like I physically wanted to move forward to get closer to him.
Please do it for me,
he said.
Even if you just pick up a guitar and strum a few chords. I just want to see you hold it.
I couldn't help but let out a little laugh at that. What if I want to see you do it too? I said.
Great, awesome. That's ideal. Want to trade turns?
We can't make a ton of noise, I said, still absent-mindedly petting Jerry. It's too late to be loud.
So use the acoustic,
he said. You have to do it too, I said.
Gladly.
Just a couple of chords?
Fine,
he said. I had an acoustic guitar resting on a stand in the corner of my living room. Henry crossed to it and took it off of the stand, strumming it a few times as he lifted it to his chest.
You have it all tuned up,
he said. I should, since I picked it up just about every day. I didn't say that. I just smiled. He handed it to me, and I sat on the couch, resting the guitar on my leg. It was out of sheer instinct that I started picking the opening notes of the song I knew best. Bonnie Raitt's version of a song called Angel from Montgomery. It was one of my absolute favorites. Of all the songs I ever learned to play on the acoustic guitar, it was the one I had practiced the most. I knew it forward and backward. When I was alone, I sang the song with no hesitation. But I was jittery in front of Henry, and I didn't want my voice to be shaky. I started to sing notes by instinct, and then I lessened it to a weak, almost silent hum when I remembered that I didn't want to do that in front of him. I couldn't think straight. I smiled and then cleared my throat as I made one last strum and stopped playing.
Don't,
he said.
Keep playing, sing it. I know that song, I'll sing it with you.
I had a choice to make here. I knew Henry would like it better if I just bucked up and did it rather than whining and complaining and refusing because of my own anxiety. I did it. I bucked up. I took a deep breath and strummed the guitar. I prayed that my voice would hold out. I started at the chorus since I figured that would be enough to step up to the challenge without sitting here and singing the whole song. I strummed a few chords to set up the chorus, and then I sang. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. I smiled at Henry and stopped strumming after I sang the chorus. You didn't sing along, I said. My heart was beating like 1,000 drummers had just taken up residence in my chest. I felt like I had been running a marathon. I stared at him, waiting for him to say something, defend himself for not singing along. But he didn't. He just stared at me. You said you'd sing, I said again. I leaned over to set the guitar on the ottoman next to Henry, and Jerry got up, wagging his tail when I moved.
I changed my mind,
he said dazedly.
I didn't expect you to sing like that. You were so vulnerable, delicate. I loved it so much, Aiden.
I was just vulnerable and delicate because I'm nervous, I said.
Oh, so normally you're really loud like Tina Turner? Janis Joplin?
I laughed. No, I said. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I might be a little more delicate than usual right now. He had been sitting on the ottoman in front of my couch, and after I placed the guitar next to him, he took a hold of my arm. He pulled me toward him, causing me to fall off balance and into his embrace. I was sitting right there on the couch, so I didn't have far to fall. But I had been leaning over in one direction, and now I was leaning in another.
Your song was so sweet,
he said, regarding me seriously. I smiled shyly, feeling unable to look directly at his face. It's the song I know best on acoustic.
It wasn't just the song. Your voice, your style, you're just sweet, Aiden.
Well, thank you, I said. I think you're being nicer than I deserve, but thank you.
Where have you been hiding?
He said, shaking his head a little. Here, I said. Right here in my apartment. Chapter 10. Henry sang for me before we left my house. He used my acoustic guitar and sang a verse and a chorus of one of his new songs. The chorus clearly said something about a girl with a dog named Jerry Garcia, and it felt like all the blood in my body rushed to my head when I heard those lyrics. I had never blushed so hard in all my life. I was overwhelmed with desire at the sound of his voice and the feel of the song, and then I heard the words that pertained so directly to me, and I was bamboozled. I giggled nervously, silently at the fact that my face was flaming hot. I stood up from my place on the couch so he wouldn't see my reaction. He had set the guitar next to him when he finished playing, and I busied myself with grabbing it and putting it away on its stand. Okay, we're going, I said to Jerry, who was thankfully bumping into me and serving as a distraction. My cheeks still felt flushed, but after a few seconds, I had calmed down enough to say, That was a really cool song. I loved it. And you're such a good singer. I would probably pay to see you in concert.
Probably?
He asked, smiling. Definitely, I said. I would definitely pay. I just said probably because I don't know why I said probably. I'm going to come see you play live with your band one day. I would love to do that. He grinned at me.
I can get you in for free, you know. You don't have to pay.
His words were slow, measured. There was a hint of challenge in them, or maybe it was just that the air was charged between us. Yeah? You think you could? Oh, my goodness. We were flirting with each other. There was an air of mystery in the way we stared at each other that made me experience sensations that were previously foreign to me. It was official. I was gone, smitten, stricken, dusted off.
You and I will have to sing a song together sometime,
he said, still flirting with me. I nodded. Part of me dreaded him asking me to sing again, since it had been nerve-wracking for me to do it in front of him in the first place. But the other part of me had fun, and loved that he wanted me to do it again. I'll have to practice so I can be ready for you the next time you roll into town. He stood, since it was time for us to go.
I'll have to call ahead next time,
he said. I hardly knew which way was up. I went through the motions of locking my apartment door and getting Jerry into the car. But that kissing and singing and playing had really done a number on me. My head was in the clouds. It was just a lot to take in. I knew I would have an eventful night with the dance and everything, but Henry's appearance had just made my evening explode, in a good way. I was having fun, but it was just a lot to process. I was breathing fine, but I still felt like I couldn't catch my breath, like my lungs weren't functioning at full capacity. Jerry rode in the back seat on the way back to the school. I rolled the window down for him and let him sniff the air, which was one of his favorite things to do. It also let the cool, crisp night air into my car, and that felt great. Henry and I talked about music while we were in the car. I had some technical guitar questions that I wanted to ask him, and he answered them intelligently and thoughtfully. The upside of learning to play on YouTube was that it was free, and I didn't have to leave my apartment. The downside was that I didn't have an actual teacher to ask actual questions. I asked him about tuning and restringing and technical things like that, and before I knew it, we were back at the school. A lot of the students had met Jerry already, and I knew they would enjoy seeing him. Henry was the one who got him out of the back of the car. He offered to let me have the leash, but Jerry seemed content walking with Henry, so I let him hang on to it. Jerry was a pretty dog, sleek but thick. He had a big, stately head, and his black coat was shiny. He looked like a rock and roll dog. He fit right in with Henry. I could tell Henry liked him, and it gave me an odd sense of happiness to see them looking so content to walk together. "Oh, I'm so glad you came back." Lena Newhouse spoke to us as soon as we entered the gym. She had obviously been waiting for us, because she rushed up to us and said that within seconds of us walking into the front entryway. It was the lobby and concessions area of the gym, and there were several people standing around. It looked and smelled like they were managing the food. There were what must have been 50 or 60 pizza boxes, along with cases of drinks. Mrs. Newhouse had walked our way instantly. "I almost called your mama and asked for your cell phone number, but everyone said Ms. Aiden was coming back and that you said you'd be with her." She smiled. "And here you are." Mrs. Newhouse had obviously been talking to Henry, but she glanced back and forth between Henry and me like she was just wondering if something was going on between us. "Mr. Falk was going to ask you something," she said, shifting to look directly at Henry with some slight remorse. Mr. Falk was the sponsor of the student council, and the one who had been overseeing the after-party. "We were talking about your music career and the new record deal you got. A lot of them had seen that on Facebook already. I didn't realize how popular you had gotten. Congratulations. But we were talking about you earlier, and Mr. Falk thought you might talk to the kids. You know, say a few words. Just share your story or whatever. We all think it would be real interesting." She paused and looked around. "I wasn't even going to stay for the after-party, but I told Mr. Falk I'd stick around and talk to you about it." "I really hope you did not tell them I'd speak at this thing. You mean tonight?" "Well, I didn't. But I told them you might. That you probably would. You should, Henry." "I don't know what I would say." "Just, follow your dreams and stuff, since you got the record deal." He laughed and smiled sweetly at her. "A record deal doesn't make you a motivational speaker. I've never done that before." "It won't be anything formal, Henry. You could just say a few words before we give away the door prizes. The kids will be thinking about getting their names drawn anyway. They'll barely be paying attention." "That's what I'm afraid of," he said. There was a long pause, after which Lena cocked her head at him and then said, "So I can tell him you'll do it?" "Fine," he said in an exaggerated, impatient tone. There was a familiar, teasing quality to his voice. He was being lighthearted with her. I figured he must know her. She had mentioned that about contacting his mom for his phone number, and I had seen them talking when he first came into the dance. Lena smiled and wrinkled her nose at him. "Thank you," she said. "I'll tell Mr. Falk." She walked away and Henry smiled at me. His eyes widened just a little. "You're a rock star," I said, walking slowly down the hallway that would lead to the gym. "She's my aunt," he said. "My second or third aunt." "I called you a rock star because all you do is show up somewhere and people ask you to be their keynote speaker." He laughed.
Yeah, that's never happened before. People just thought I was the weird Blair brother when I grew my hair out and moved away.
But look at you now, I said. He started to say something to respond to that. But a few students rushed up to us to greet Jerry. It was noisy in the gym. There was music playing, tons of murmuring voices, and a little bit of yelling. It didn't take long to figure out that most of the students were in the middle of playing a game. "What are they playing?" I asked the ones who had rushed up to us. "Balloon relay," one of the girls said. I looked onto the court. It was a game I recognized, where teams of 2 carried balloons from one side of the gym to the other. The racers were back-to-back with the balloons sandwiched between them. There were 5 teams going at once, and each team had multiple sets of people who had to go. This relay was one of many games like it that had been planned for the evening. The students that had come up to us were all gathered around Jerry, vying for his attention. I glanced at Henry in the midst of all the commotion. I was about to say something about playing games when Andrew came up to us.
"I didn't know you were coming back,"
he said, looking at Henry. He did know. He had heard us talking about it. "Henry's speaking," I said, feeling proud. "He's going to say a few words to the students before the door prizes."
"For real? Is that why you're here? What are you going to talk about?"
Henry shrugged one shoulder.
"They just asked me to do it 1 minute ago, so I haven't thought about it." "Hey, everybody,"
Henry said an hour later when Mr. Falk handed him the mic. Mr. Falk had just given instructions over the loudspeaker, saying the students should find a place on the bleachers, and now, here we were. He introduced Henry as an Astoria native who had recent exciting news about his musical career. I was so nervous for him that I felt like I had to remind myself to breathe. Henry, on the other hand, seemed as cool as a cucumber.
"So, my band recently got a record deal,"
he said casually. Everyone clapped and yelled when he said that, and Henry paused to let them settle down as he nodded humbly.
"It's really exciting,"
he said.
"I've got a lot to be thankful for."
He paused, taking a second to look at their faces.
"But the thing is, you guys, I've been going hard at it for 8 years. And for the first 6 or so, I was broke. A lot of times I was discouraged. I still get discouraged. Everyone does."
He scanned their faces.
"It's the ability to put one foot in front of the other and keep going even when it seems like it's all for nothing and that nobody believes in you. It applies to everything you're going to do, whether you're going to be a banker or a singer or a teacher or a real estate broker. If you're trying to do something great, trying for any sort of success, you're going to have failure. You're going to have times when quitting feels better than moving forward."
He shrugged.
"Anyway, that's all I did. I was thinking about it when they asked me to say a few words, and the truth is, I don't have any sort of secret to success. I had a lot of things go the way I didn't want them to go during the last 8 years, but I chose to trudge through and keep going on, even when I didn't feel like it. So, be stubborn. Don't give up on your ideas at the first sign of opposition or the first big letdown. Don't listen to critics. Do listen to music. You should always listen to music. You could always listen to my music."
Henry delivered that last part in a comical way that made them all laugh. He was funny and natural up there. I was feeling like I wanted to cry during his speech, with feelings of admiration, love, and pride, but I laughed when he made that comment. The students were like putty in his hand. He hadn't agreed to talk to them in order to try to mention his music, but it was a bonus that he now had about 100 new fans. Mr. Falk knew Henry was wrapping it up, and he came to stand next to him so he could take the mic. "We love you, Henry!" a group of girls yelled in unison. I glanced that way to find his cousin, Lacey, with a big group of her friends, all younger students. Henry acknowledged them with a smile and a nudge of his chin.
"Play us a song,"
someone else yelled it. It was a guy's voice.
"I have a guitar in my truck,"
he continued, yelling out. It was Tom, one of the popular senior guys.
"Let's all give Henry a round of applause for his wise words,"
Mr. Falk said, ignoring Tom.
"Play a song!
Play a song!" The chant started from the group of seniors who were near Tom. No one was trying to be rude or challenge Mr. Falk or Henry. They truly did just want to see him play. They were fans.
Play a song! Play a song!
Mr. Falk put on a no-nonsense, not-messing-around expression as he held the mic to his mouth.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's be gracious and thank Mr. Blair for his words of wisdom. He did not sign up for a concert.
He turned and looked at Henry with a somewhat hopeful expression, like, "Did you sign up for a concert?" Students yelled out, and Henry leaned forward like he was going to say something into the mic. Mr. Falk stiffly held it out for Henry.
Only if you've got a guitar,
Henry said. The students went wild, clapping and cheering. Mr. Falk looked at Tom, who sprang out of his seat and dashed out of the gym. He sprinted so willingly and with such focus that everyone laughed as he crossed the floor. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I saw Mr. Falk talking to Henry. It seemed like he was apologizing to him, or thanking him, or both.
All right, this is a special treat, he said. While we wait, let's give out a door prize.
Mr. Falk turned to the table of chaperones who were nearby and had been helping. One lady said something to him.
This one is for a $50 gift certificate to Captain Luke's, and it goes to...
The lady came up beside him with a container, and Mr. Falk reached into it.
Ticket number 100216. That's 100216.
A girl yelped as she stood up and ran to the front. Chapter 11. Henry. Aiden was a normal girl. Henry had to keep telling himself that. She was just a regular girl. But she wasn't. She had something extra. She did something to him. He tried to convince himself that he had been around her before, back in high school. And if there was something so special about her, he would have seen it back then. He should have seen it back then, right? Henry pondered these things as he went through the motions of obtaining a stool and tuning Tom's guitar. He did it quickly, and by the time Mr. Falk got the mic onto its stand, Henry was ready to go. Aiden was watching him the whole time he prepared to sing. He would glance at her every so often and find her looking at him. That was exactly where he wanted her to look. He sang a love song, and for the first time in his life, he meant the words. His guitar wasn't plugged in and it didn't have a mic, so everyone in the gym got quiet to listen to him. The students of St. Charles High had never sat so quietly. Henry sang that song to Aiden. Every word of it was to her and about her. He had thought about her being his muse, but now that he was looking at her, singing to her, he knew it was the truth. The song was about Aiden, right down to the chorus that said, "I try to change my mind, but it keeps drifting back to you." Not only was he singing to her, but as he stared at her, he realized that he wanted to write more songs about her. 1,000 of them. He looked around the room at the students and teachers a little as he sang, but his gaze kept drifting back to Aiden Maddox. She knew he was singing to her. He could tell she knew by the way she stared at him, all unblinking and glossy-eyed. Henry got more of a reaction from the students than he anticipated. He and his band played that song at their last gig, and they got a good response, but nowhere near the response he got from St. Charles High. Maybe it was because it was midnight and they were delirious and excited about getting an impromptu private concert. Whatever the reason, those young ladies yelled and cheered like he was Justin Bieber and Shawn Mendes all rolled into one. The guys yelled and clapped and whistled for him, too.
"Wasn't that a treat?"
Mr. Falk said, leaning in to speak into the mic. He paused and made a clapping motion aimed at Henry since the crowd wasn't stopping. Henry stood and gave them a bow, taking off the guitar strap in the process. He wanted to play more. He saw the way Aiden looked at him when he sang, and he didn't want it to stop. The students needed to be occupied for another 2 hours. Henry knew Mr. Falk would be happy for him to perform another song. He seriously thought about singing another. But even more than he wanted to impress Aiden, he wanted to get to her. She was sitting next to Andrew Stewart, and all Henry could think was that they were entirely too close.
Thank you, Henry. That was so nice of you. We really appreciate you talking and doing that song for us. It really was a special treat.
Henry said something to Mr. Falk, but he did it as he was stepping away from the mic, and he couldn't be heard by anyone else. They were both smiling. They had a quick exchange before Henry walked away.
Let's hear it once again for Henry Blair,
Mr. Falk said. He went right into announcing more door prizes after that. He spoke quickly and efficiently and called out prize after prize with their corresponding winning numbers, promising the whole time that there would be more prizes later in the evening. Henry walked over to the place where Aiden was sitting. It was a comfortable environment, and she looked at ease in it. It wasn't a pajama party, but it had that vibe. The chaperones were standing and sitting around casually in groups, looking relaxed and having as much fun as the students. Aiden sat in a folding chair, peering over a woman's shoulder as she showed Aiden something in a notebook. They were positioned at the end of a long table near Andrew and some others, and Henry walked directly toward her. She glanced up and smiled at him as he approached. Henry held her gaze, and, as if he had willed it to happen, Aiden got out of her seat to greet him. Henry came to stand close to her, maybe only a foot or so away. She stared up at him. Her eyes were the color of a stormy ocean, grayish blue and full of depth and mystery. "You did so amazing," she said, speaking quietly where no one else could hear. The teachers standing around and people were doing their best not to stare at Henry and Aiden. Henry didn't care if they stared.
Thank you,
he said. Aiden motioned to the chair. It was the only open seat nearby, and she offered it to Henry. He shook his head at her. Henry wasn't about to sit in the ladies' seat. He hadn't been to charm school, but he had better manners than that. He didn't care to sit anyway. He still had some pent-up energy from performing. On second thought, he did want to have a seat.
I'll sit there if you sit on my lap,
he said, still speaking quietly. Her eyes widened just a little, and he shrugged.
I just meant since there's no other chairs,
he clarified. She grinned a little at him. It would definitely be comfortable, she said. But there are lots of people, and they might get the wrong idea. Henry stared at her. She was precious. She liked him, but she was a good girl who was modest and cared about propriety.
What idea might they get?
Henry asked, teasing her. He saw her take a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. I don't know what they'll think. That we're... Are any of you in on this next one? One of the student council sponsors came up to our table, cutting into our conversation in a loud voice, and stopping Aiden in mid-sentence. It's another relay race, she said. We need teams of 2. Aiden glanced at Henry, and he shrugged like he was up for anything. The next 2 hours passed in a coffee-fueled blur. It started with a relay race where Henry got to carry Aiden down the length of the gym on his back. Their team was short one set of runners, so he had to do it twice. He had no complaints. Aiden held on to him tightly, giggling and making little noises near his ear the whole time. The action at the after-party was nonstop. Mr. Falk had planned it that way. There was game after game with pizza and prizes and challenges thrown in. They played the game again where people had to sort M&Ms by color, only this time they had to do it by pushing M&Ms into separate stacks on a table with their noses. Aiden had made it to the last round, and she had blushed during the finals, knowing that all eyes were on her. Henry loved seeing her like that. All rosy-cheeked and reluctant, but still out there, going for it nonetheless. Aiden was great at sorting, but she got edged out of the first-place position by one of the students. Henry was relatively sure she threw the finals so that the student could win. He smiled at the thought of it. Aiden was pure and simple, uncomplicated, and he loved that about her. The homecoming dance and party had been filled with good, clean fun. It wasn't that Henry got into trouble a lot. He just wasn't used to nights of good, wholesome, clean fun. He loved the fact that he happened to come to town on a night when he could get in on all of this. The teachers and chaperones got together for a group photo at the end of the night. Aiden told Henry everyone would love it if he got in the photo, but he said he'd just wait until they finished. One of the teachers who was in the photo asked Henry to take the picture with her phone, and Aiden did the same. She ran to the table where her purse was stashed, grabbed her phone, and gave it to Henry. He stood near the main photographer who was directing different people where to move and pose. Henry had 2 phones to manage, so he decided to get to the photo app on both of them so that he was prepared. He powered on the other teacher's phone and was happy to find that she had it ready to go. All he had to do was aim and push the button with that one. He turned on Aiden's phone and pulled back a little when the first thing to show up on her screen was a string of texts. He saw the little green text bubble attached to messages. They were completely covering the screen of her phone. He touched the screen, trying to clear them and get to her home screen, but her text app opened, displaying her messages. He didn't mean to be nosy, but his eyes fell onto the top of the screen where the name Nick Butler was clearly printed. He felt a stab of jealousy at the sight of it. The last 3 texts were all from him. Aiden hadn't responded to any of them. Henry wasn't surprised about that since she hadn't had her phone with her all night. He tried to make himself refrain from reading the words Nick wrote, but it was impossible. The person taking the picture was still telling people where to stand, so before Henry exited the screen, he read a couple of lines. Nick. I heard you come home earlier. You were a little later than usual. It sounded like you were with someone, but only your car was here. Now you're gone again. I'm just checking on you. Call me and let me know if you're all right. Henry felt blood rush to his face when he read those words. He felt uncomfortable for Aiden. What kind of landlord cared who came over to your house? He couldn't believe Nick would send a text like that. What a creep. He read the second text. Nick. Hey, you're making me worry. It's late, and now I regret not coming over when I heard those voices. I should have made sure everything was all right. Insert 4 stressed-out-looking emojis. Give me a call. Henry didn't even hesitate to read the third text. He was so annoyed that he felt like there would surely be an encounter with this guy tonight. His gaze moved directly to the third text. Nick. Okay, my girl, it's late and you usually text me back. Please let me know you're all right. Henry's temper flared. Who did this guy think he was, calling Aiden his girl and texting her all hours of the night? Say cheese! Henry snapped out of it when he heard the girl next to him taking pictures. He navigated Aiden's phone, getting to the camera before turning it sideways and snapping a couple of pictures with it. He repeated the process with the other teacher's phone, but all the while he was fuming, thinking about Nick Butler texting Aiden like he owned her or something. Henry gave the phones back to Aiden and the other teacher and went through the motions of getting Jerry out of Andrew's office and telling everyone goodbye. He was great at pretending to be fine when something was bothering him, and he had to do just that on this occasion. Aiden didn't seem to notice that he was annoyed, nor did anyone else. But he was. The thought of those texts was really bothering Henry. This guy had crossed the line, and Henry felt like there would be an impending confrontation. He and Aiden walked to the parking lot with a few others. Everything had been so hectic that they hadn't talked about what would happen when it was time to say goodnight. It was late, but he wanted to talk to her. He felt anxious, protective of her, almost like she wasn't safe to go back to her place alone. Chapter 12. Aiden. Some of my friends from St. Charles followed us to the parking lot when the homecoming after-party was over. Henry seemed tired, so I figured he wanted to head home, but I hated to just get in separate cars and go in different directions. It was weird to say after all the time we spent together, but we still didn't have each other's phone numbers. Do you want to sit in my car for a minute? I asked after letting Jerry jump into the back seat. People were still filing out of the gym, and I knew we wouldn't get left alone if we didn't go ahead and get into the car. Henry nodded, and we both got inside. Thanks for coming here tonight, I said after a few seconds of silence. I had fun, he said. I smiled at him from over the console, and he smiled back at me, but it was laced with something. He sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. I'm tired too, I said.
It's not that,
he said.
I need to talk to you about Nick.
Nick Butler? I asked. He nodded. What about him? I asked.
He had texted you, and I saw it when I took your picture a few minutes ago.
Henry seemed concerned. Was everything okay? I asked, thinking there was something wrong with my apartment. For whatever reason, my thoughts went instantly to the possibility that there might have been a fire. My mind instantly went to my laptop and then quickly to my beta fish.
Yeah, I feel like he was out of line with that text. He was saying he heard you with someone.
All of the blood left my face. I completely shifted gears from some mystery disaster to something being wrong with Nick himself. Had Henry just said he was out of line? Nick? What could he have possibly done that was out of line? My thoughts were jumping all over the place. I felt confused and a little embarrassed. Did you say something about a text? I asked.
Yes,
he said.
Nick texted you.
He sounded a little impatient, and my heart raced as I scrambled mentally to figure out what the problem was. I reached into my back pocket and took out my phone. I went to Nick's text and read it. There were 3 unanswered texts, and I read them. I didn't see the problem with them. I certainly didn't see why Henry was upset. They were short, so I read them twice. I felt embarrassed, like I was being blamed for something I didn't do. I had no idea why Henry was suddenly mad at me. I looked at him with a serious, questioning expression when I finished reading.
Does he act like that all the time?
He asked. Pretty much, I said.
Do you not see what's wrong with it? Are you not creeped out by that dude?
No, I said. I'm not. He looks out for me.
Looks out for you,
Henry said, still looking annoyed.
Like how?
What do you mean, like how? Like a friend, I guess. Like a landlord. I don't know. He listens out. He checks in. Henry seemed agitated, and it made me agitated. The thing I felt most was shame. I felt like Henry had caught a glimpse of my life apart from him, and he didn't approve of it. Or maybe he thought I was with Nick in some way other than just friends, which couldn't be farther from the truth. Nick was my friend, and while his attention got a little annoying or overboard occasionally, it was harmless. Nothing had ever happened between us, period. Henry's disapproval caused my embarrassment to grow.
So that's normal for you and him? He listens when guys are at your apartment, and he texts you about it?
The answer to that was no. This had never happened before. But the only reason it hadn't was because I never had guys over. I had a few guy friends, but they never came over to my apartment. I really don't get why it's an issue, I said. You had me scared. I thought the apartment was on fire or something.
No, he said. Your apartment was not on fire, but you're not seeing the point.
You're right, I'm not, I said, feeling embarrassed. We both stared at each other, neither of us knowing what the other was thinking. We sat there for what felt like a full minute.
It's late,
he said finally.
We're both tired.
Yeah, I guess we are. We both sounded stubborn, unrepentant.
All right,
he said.
I guess I'm gonna go.
I wanted to beg him to stay. I wanted to assure him that my life was totally normal and that he should stay with me and marry me and we could live happily ever after. But maybe my life wasn't normal. Maybe it was weird that I was okay with my neighbor checking in on me. Maybe that said something about me and the lack of a steady male presence in my life. Maybe not having a father caused me to grasp onto men in an unhealthy way. Not that I grasped onto Nick, because I didn't. But I also didn't get why this was upsetting to Henry. It was possible that he didn't care about Nick. Maybe he regretted kissing me, and all this was just an excuse to break things off with me. I felt shaken and humbled at the thought, and it made me act even more stubborn. The last thing Henry had said was that he was leaving, and I responded with, "Okay."
Okay,
he said. There was challenge in his tone. He was saying he was leaving for real if I didn't do anything to stop him. "Okay," I said, feeling hurt, embarrassed, and headstrong. Henry opened the passenger's door and got out.
"Bye, Aiden,"
he said. "Bye," I said. My eyes started stinging with tears the instant he closed the door. I watched through my rearview mirror as he crossed the parking lot toward his car. I would have never imagined I could feel such a range of emotions all in one evening. Earlier tonight, I was quite literally the happiest I've ever been, and now I felt like everything had been turned upside down. It would have been better if Henry had not come into my life at all than to come and leave me feeling like this. I felt heartbroken and humiliated. The more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that Henry was just making an excuse to fight with me because he regretted getting so close to me tonight. He regretted kissing me and those unspoken promises he had made. My eyes burned, but I didn't cry. I was stunned. I didn't even remember driving home. Thankfully, I got there safely. I let Jerry out of the car. He bolted into the front yard, running to the far side of it. I saw a cat running toward the neighbor's yard. "Jerry!" I yelled in an irritated, growling tone, not even caring that it was the middle of the night. I was in no mood to go chasing after him. Jerry wasn't used to me yelling like that, and he turned and looked at me. "Come here!" I yelled, still agitated. I guess even dogs know when people hit their limit, because Jerry abandoned his cat chase and began walking toward me. He stopped next to a tree to relieve himself, and I just stood there waiting for him, staring at the ground between us, feeling sad, desperate, lonely, hopeless, and mad. Jerry sniffed around a little after that, but within a minute we walked onto the porch. It had been dark earlier when Henry and I were here, but now Nick's porch light was on. That's why it shouldn't have surprised me that Nick came outside as I was fumbling for my keys.
"Are you okay?"
he asked, looking way too alarmed for the situation. I was extremely annoyed. Those texts he had sent were the reason that whatever I had going on with Henry was now going down the tubes. Sure, maybe Henry was looking for an excuse, but I was frustrated with Nick for sending those texts.
"Are you okay, Aiden? I heard you yelling out here."
I was just yelling at my dog, I said, unlocking my door.
"I was worried about you. I tried to text you several times."
I turned and glared at him. "I know you tried to text me, Nick," I said angrily. I peered at him, daring him to say something else. "I was busy. I had plans tonight."
"Because I heard some guy over here earlier, and when you didn't text me back, I
sighed and shook my head, cutting him off. "Good night, Nick. I'm fine. Thank you, but you don't need to worry about me. I was just busy tonight. I had plans." I was beyond angry, but I controlled my tone as I spoke. I even glanced over my shoulder and offered him a fake but sincere-looking smile as I opened my door and stepped inside my apartment. "Come on, Jerry."
"Good night, Aiden,"
Nick said. I turned around to find him looking sheepish. I felt a little bad for being so short-fused, but it was extremely difficult to be patient. At the moment, I just really wanted him to leave me alone. I smiled again, but it was difficult because my face and jaws ached with the pain of unshed tears. "Night," I said. I felt relieved when I closed the door behind me. Heartache hung on me like a physical weight on my shoulders. I lumbered through my apartment, feeling like something was literally pressing down on my body. It felt like a new sort of hopelessness, one that I hadn't experienced previously. Jerry seemed to know something was wrong, and he followed me everywhere. I finally cried. I cried in the shower, and then I cried when I got out. I even cried because I was mad at myself for crying. I didn't go to bed until 4 o'clock in the morning, and when I did, Jerry stayed with me. I usually put him in his kennel at night, but tonight he got to sleep on the bed with me. I should have known better. He wasn't used to being out of his kennel, and I woke up to him barking at my bedroom window. I thought there was light coming in through the curtain, but it seemed like the middle of the night. "Jerry," I said in a sleepy tone. He looked at me, and I patted the bed next to me. He didn't come to me right away, so I made a kissing sound. I closed my eyes for a second, but then Jerry growled, and I opened one of them. He was looking out of the window again. It was probably a squirrel. I moaned. I was desperate for him to get back in bed so I could get some more sleep. I patted the bed again, and Jerry jumped onto it, wagging his tail. Please go to sleep, Jerry. It took him a minute to settle down, and during that time, I started having thoughts of everything that had happened the night before. I squeezed my eyes shut tight when I thought of Henry surprising me at the dance, followed by the kiss and all the amazing feelings, and then how it all came to a crashing halt. I went from feeling so hopeful and certain that he wanted to be with me to feeling like I'd probably never see him again. To some extent, I felt like that the last time we spent an evening together, but this time it was different. This time, it was more painful. I felt like we were on bad terms, which was so much worse than just randomly never seeing him again. Before I knew what was happening, my mind was racing. I looked at my phone to see what time it was. I was actually disappointed when there was no call or text from Henry, which was obviously ludicrous since we did not exchange numbers. Somewhere deep inside, I had hopes that he would magically be able to obtain it. I was so frustrated. There was just no reason things should have ended the way they did. I pictured Henry's face. I wished he was there with me now so that we could talk things through. It was as if I had already given a piece of my heart to him. I wished I could have it back. Chapter 13. 2 weeks later. Do you have the tickets? It was the first and only thing my friend Katie said when she opened my car door. She stared at me until I nodded, and then she climbed inside. My parents forgot our tickets to the circus one time, and it scarred me for life. My dad had to go back home to get them. We hung out in the lobby and watched other kids buy souvenirs. We missed the whole first part of the show. We would miss the whole entire show if I had to drive back for these, I said, knowing the venue was 3 hours away. Katie nodded. That's why I'm asking. She was a friend of mine from St. John's. She was older than me, but she hadn't married yet, and she was usually willing to go along with harebrained ideas, like driving to Seattle to see Henry's band, even though I hadn't seen or talked to him. I have the tickets, I said, nodding at her. I have it all organized. The hotel address and reservation is saved to my phone. We're only a mile from the venue. I even have a place mapped out to go eat and everything. Really? Where? A taco place, I said. It had good reviews. I glanced at Katie, and she nodded like that sounded like a great plan to her. I was sure she was up for just about anything, since I was paying for most of the trip. The gas and hotel, at least. Katie paid for her ticket, but I wasn't going to ask her to come with me and then stick her with splitting the room, so I paid for it. The tickets to the show were $30, but we got reserved seating. We could have gotten general admission or standing room for $15 or $20, but we went for the reserved seats so that we could be comfortable. They were $45 each after service charges, but I didn't tell Katie about the extra fees. I was just thankful she was willing to go to Seattle with me. I knew when I bought the tickets that our seats were pretty bad. The show was almost sold out by the time I decided to go. They were in the back of the assigned seating section. I figured we'd be too far from Henry for him to see or notice us, but I felt like I had to see him play. I was certain that I wouldn't get to talk to him at the show, but I secretly hoped I would. I longed for things to end in a different way than they had. I didn't want things to end at all, but if they were going to, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted or why I was there, honestly. I just wanted it to end better, that was all. In an ideal world, Henry may see me in the crowd. He might pull me on stage and sing a song to me. Maybe he would confess his love right there in front of everyone, say he couldn't live without me. We would definitely run away together. I had dreamed up several different wonderful scenarios that would never happen. The drive to Seattle, however, did go exactly as planned. Katie and I checked into the hotel and spent a little time getting dressed before going to grab a couple of tacos and then finding our way to the venue. Why don't you go tell someone you know him? Katie said, sitting up straight in her chair and looking at the stage excitedly before it started. I bet they could get us backstage. I bet a ton of people here know him, I said. They won't let you back there just because you say you know somebody in the band. Katie knew I had been seen with Henry lately. Enough people had seen us at the homecoming dance that it didn't surprise her when I asked if she wanted to go to Seattle to see his band. I had specifically told her that we weren't together in any way, and I hadn't seen him since that night at the dance, but she still assumed I could get us backstage. She was that type of girl. The hangout after the show, up for anything type of girl. This wasn't the first time she had mentioned us going backstage. I just smiled and nodded, feeling nervous. I had heard Henry's music before, but I didn't know what to expect from the live show. Right before Henry's band took the stage, a guy went up there and showed a video about being a model train builder and collector. It was better than it sounds, actually. I learned a few things and had a good time watching it. The video was over after only a few minutes, and Henry's band went immediately into their first song. My palms were sweating. I didn't even realize how firmly I was gripping the armrest until Katie tapped me and leaned over to whisper. "That's him, right?" she asked. "The one in the front, singing?" I nodded without taking my eyes off the stage. I stayed there, staring at the stage for the next hour and a half. I even stayed in my seat when they took a set break. Katie got up to use the restroom and get something to drink, and I asked her if she wanted me to come, but she said she was fine going alone. I was happy about that because I was somewhat stunned and dreaded moving out of my seat. Seeing Henry on that stage made me feel all sorts of emotions. Pride, disappointment, happiness, desire, love, hope, anger, jealousy, embarrassment, fear, anticipation, pleasure, joy. I watched Henry sing song after song. He and the piano player talked to each other and to the audience, but Henry was undoubtedly the star of the show. He played and sang well and talked to the audience to keep us entertained. He didn't look at me once. There was no way he could have known I was back there. I was pretty sure he couldn't see past the first 3 rows with how the spotlights were shining down on him the way they were.
"We've got one more for you guys,"
Henry said at the end of the show. I didn't want it to stop. I could sit there and listen to him all night.
"It's another new song. Too new to even be on the new album," the piano player chimed in the same way he'd been doing all night. "That's right," Henry said. "This one's super new."
The piano player put his mouth up to the mic and talked in a dramatic, deep voice.
"Like last night new." "Not last night," Henry said in a slow, patient tone, causing the audience to laugh. "Last week," he added, making them laugh again. "It's called Angel for a Day," Henry added. "And it's about a girl." He played a few notes on his guitar, and then the keyboard player started some kind of digital loop that created a slow rhythm. The other band members started playing in perfect time, and Henry put his mouth by the mic and began to sing. I headed south to bid farewell to my mother's mother's mom. I took a walk down on the beach, and then I wrote a song. And now I'm back, and I hardly know why I left there late that night. Because she's still there. I know she is. Still hidden in plain sight. I'm about to hop a train, since my angel's down there in Montgomery. We'll run away to Baltimore, or all the way to a whole new country. My eyes watered the whole time he sang. The song was slow, shifting, haunting. It was difficult to keep myself from crying as his voice filled the air. My heart pounded in my chest, and I had to blink and hold my eyes open really wide to let them air out. There was no doubt that this song was about me. It was impossible for it not to be about me. The thing was, it was definitely written after our argument, if you want to call it that. I hadn't sung Angel from Montgomery the first time we hung out, so this song was written after the most recent time we hung out. My heart felt pain and elation at the same time. It seemed that time we spent together has affected Henry as much as it had me. His lyrics were not vague, and they were clearly about me. I knew I should be happy about that. But the feel of the song was melancholy. And some of the lyrics made me feel like he thought there was no chance he'd ever be with the woman from the song. It ended with me still feeling the strangest mix of emotions.
Henry thanked his band and then bowed to the audience before walking off the stage. People cheered like crazy, even after he left the stage. I felt like I might cry from sheer pride from all the noise they were making. They even stood up and started whooping and hollering extra loud. I thought it was pretty amazing that they were so pumped up about one of his newest songs, but then I realized, when they kept yelling at an empty stage, that they were calling for an encore. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers when the band came back onto the stage. Henry strapped the guitar over his shoulder and stepped to the microphone once again.
Thank you for coming out tonight. We're Delicate Balance, and we've got one more for you.
Everyone was still yelling when Henry started playing, but they got even louder once they noticed the familiar tune. It was one of their most popular songs from back in the day. I had heard it before. It was one of the first songs that came up when you searched for Henry on the internet. The audience liked the song that came before it, but this one was different. They went crazy for it. The whole crowd knew it by heart and sang along to it. It was like I was in a trance. I felt so amazed that Henry was standing up there with a whole room full of people singing along to his song. He seemed powerful, out of reach, out of my league. "Please, let's stay and try to talk to him," Katie said, looking at me once they left the stage again. Everyone was standing up and beginning to head to the door. "That was so awesome. I can't believe he's from Astoria." "It was really great," I said, nodding and trying to act unaffected. "Don't you want to stick around and try to talk to him? I mean, we came all this way." "I know, but I didn't expect to talk to him. I just wanted to see the show." We stood up from our seats, and I stretched since I had been sitting there for so long. I glanced at Katie, and she raised her eyebrows at me, causing me to laugh. "Please, let's at least try," she said. I felt so nervous that I almost didn't do it. But I really did want to see Henry. In my fantasy, he would have seen me from the stage, but the venue was so big and we were so far back that it just didn't happen. I figured the best that could happen now was that I was able to say a quick hello to him. Even if he wanted to hang out, it wasn't like we would be able to spend any real quality time together tonight since I had Katie with me. We went to the stage area and talked to a couple of guys who were starting to take down his drums. They could see we were trying to talk to someone, so one of them came over. I told the guy I was a friend of Henry's from Astoria and asked if there was any way we could get word to him that I was there. He told us to wait while he went to mention it to someone. Katie and I stepped to the side, and I watched as the guy spent another minute or two dealing with the equipment before heading backstage. The guys talked while they were on stage together, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. We were still standing there waiting when, out of nowhere, Katie said, "Because Tammy Parker said Henry kissed you on the dance floor at St. Charles's homecoming." Tammy Parker wasn't even at St. Charles's homecoming. I said, "Yeah, but her husband is like best friends with Mr. Falk. He said he was all over you that night." "All over me?" "Yeah, right. Besides, Henry Blair probably kisses a different girl every weekend," I said, doing my best not to get either of our hopes up. "Not in Astoria," she said. "I heard about it from more than one person. He stayed there all night with you, and you guys partnered up on games and stuff." "Who told you all this? Why are you just telling me about it?" She shrugged, looking a little ashamed. "I guess I didn't realize how popular he was until I came here tonight. That was amazing. I'm just excited that we're probably going to get to talk to him." We stood there for 10 minutes before someone came out to talk to us.
"Were you the ones hoping to talk to the band?"
he asked. "Henry," I said. "Henry specifically. I'm Aiden Maddox. We're from Astoria, Oregon. That's where Henry grew up. I know him from there." I clamped my mouth shut before I could go on rambling nervously.
"Henry's gone,"
the guy said simply, shaking his head.
"He wasn't feeling good. He left right after the show."
I wish I could say I tracked him down. I should have found him, contacted him, and saw what I could do to make him feel better. That would have been a better end to my evening. I had to remind myself that it had been a great night, in spite of not getting to talk to Henry or even see him up close. We had safely made a trip to Seattle, ate some tasty tacos, and seen a band play some really great music. Chapter 14. Henry. The following Friday.
How are you feeling?
It was the first thing Blake asked when Henry picked up his phone. Blake was the manager for Delicate Balance.
Better, Henry said, finally. That was a bad one. I can't believe you were sick at that show, Blake said. No one even knew it. Andy said you told him you weren't feeling good before the show, but I couldn't tell at all. I was running a fever, Henry said. Andy got me some medicine out of his truck at soundcheck. I think that was what saved me. Well, I'm glad you powered through, Blake said. It was a good show, and I'm glad you're better. I'm sorry for calling. I would have texted, but I'm on the road and can't look at my phone. I wanted to see how you were doing and tell you that I have a check for you. Checks are always good, Henry said. You can come by the office or I can drop it off at your house. Either way, Henry said. I'm on the road right now, but I'm on my way home. Okay, well, I'm going to run some errands later, so I can just drop it by your place. Sounds good, thanks, man. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you. Rick said he might need you to stop by and listen to the vocal track on Midnight Man. Why? Henry asked. He said something about a clicking noise. I think he's going to call you about it. All right, Henry said. I'm thinking about going home this weekend, but if I do, I'll be back by Monday. If we need to re-record it, we can do it then. I'll talk to him. When are you leaving to go home? Blake asked. Tomorrow, Henry said. Oh, okay. I was making sure you were going to be there to get the check if I come by your house. I didn't want it to stay in your mailbox all weekend. I'm not positive that I'm going, Henry said. And even if I do, I won't be leaving till tomorrow. All right, I'll come by sometime before 6. You had a friend come by the show that night. 2 girls asking for you after the show. They said they knew you from Astoria. Who? Why didn't you tell me that? You had already left by the time I saw them, Blake said. Who was it? 2 girls, women, young ladies. One of them told me her name. It was a boy named Hayden or Aiden or something like that. Aiden? Henry said. That's not a boy name. I know a guy named Aiden, Blake said. Aiden Campbell. I know 2 guy Aidens, actually. I'm just saying, Henry stuttered. Are you sure it was Aiden? What does she look like? I don't know. Normal. Not edgy looking. She looked like a girl. Like the girl next door. Cute. What color hair? Henry asked. I don't know. The main one had lighter hair, and the other one had dark, it seems like. Who was she with? I have no idea. I don't even know if it was the same girl you're talking about. I just said I think her name might have been Aiden. What did she say to you exactly, Blake? She just asked if she could talk to you, and I told her you didn't feel good and you already left. Why are you just telling me this? Henry asked. Because it didn't seem important, Blake said. Every time you play a gig, I get more and more girls coming up asking if they can meet you. But this one said she was specifically from Astoria? Yes. And that's all she said? Henry asked. Yes. They were both silent for a few seconds before Blake spoke. She's not Angel, is she? He asked, referring to the song. Yes, Henry said simply. You're kidding. She was? That was her? The one behind all the new songs? Her name is Aiden? I saw her and I didn't even know it. I wish you knew for sure that it was her, Henry said. I think you should just call her and ask her, Blake said. Stop being so tortured about it. Hey, we got 8 new songs out of me being tortured, Henry said. They obviously wouldn't all be on this album, but Henry had written prolifically since the last time he had been to Astoria. Aiden. The girl herself and the idea of what might have been between them. She was his inspiration. Henry had become a songwriting machine. Maybe you should stay away from her if it makes you more productive, Blake said. Okay, Henry said, not even really hearing him. Thanks for dropping that check off. No problem. I'll text you after I leave it in your mailbox. All right, sounds good. Thanks again. Yep. Henry dreamed about Aiden Maddox that night, and he woke up thinking about her the following morning. It was Saturday, and he figured she would be working her once-a-week shift at Fisherman's Grill. He hoped she would. If it was true that she had been at his concert last Saturday, then that meant she had already taken a week off. He hoped it was a one-time thing and she hadn't quit working there. He prayed she would be at the restaurant.
He was counting on it. He made it to Astoria at 3 p.m., and he hung out at his parents' house. Jasper and Jacob heard that he was coming home, and they stopped by after work. It was Saturday, but they were putting in long hours in an effort to make their business keep growing. It was around 4:30 p.m. when they came over.
"What's up?"
Jasper asked, tackling his brother as he came in for a hug.
"Not much, baby brother." "Just making hit records?"
Jasper said. Henry smiled.
"I hope so. Are you done recording?"
Jacob asked.
"With my part," Henry said, nodding. "Most of it, at least. I might have to re-record vocals on one song. The album is going to be a while in mixing and mastering, though. Do you know when it will release? They're looking at sometime after the first of the year. Somebody showed me a ticket stub from going to see you last weekend in Seattle,"
Jacob said. Henry's head whipped around to look at his brother.
"Who?" "A girl who works at the bank,"
Jacob answered.
"She always tries to talk to me about your music."
Henry relaxed. Aiden had what seemed like 5 different jobs, but none of them were at a bank.
"She should want to talk to you about that big bank account of yours," Henry said. "Mom told me you guys got a contract with the port." "We did," Jacob said. "No thanks to my brother."
Everyone looked at Jasper, who puffed out his chest.
"You mean all thanks to me,"
Jasper said confidently. Jacob rolled his eyes, but he was smiling.
"He's got a lady friend whose father is on the board at the port," he explained. "We deserved the contract anyway," Jasper said, shrugging it off. "Jenna put in a good word for us, that's all." "That's amazing. It must be a big account. Our biggest one yet," Jacob said.
Their mom was standing around the kitchen listening to everything they were saying. "I'm so proud of you boys," she said. "One day you're sitting in that living room watching Barney, and the next you're sitting here telling me all this amazing grown-up stuff."
"Is it grown up of me to wish you still had juice boxes in here?"
Jasper asked, looking in the fridge. "I have some LaCroix in there," she said. Jasper turned and wrinkled his nose at his mom.
"That's water," he said. "Funky-tasting water."
"We have a cake in the fridge," Becky offered. "That container in there, it's a cake." Jasper pulled it out and proceeded getting out the items necessary to cut himself a slice. Jacob and Henry both agreed that they too wanted a piece, and before they knew it, everyone was eating cake. Dave had just run to the store, and this was the sight he came into.
"So much for me having any leftover cake tonight,"
he said. "They're growing boys," Becky defended.
"Speaking of growing," Jacob said, "Haley asked if any of you wanted to go out to eat with us tonight."
He looked at Henry.
"I told her you were coming in this weekend, and she told me to tell you to join us at Ferguson's. I think a few of her friends are going to be there." "Sounds tempting," Henry said. It was one of his favorite restaurants. "But I'm already going to eat somewhere."
"With who?" Becky asked.
"It's not about with who," Henry said. "I just want to go to a certain place. I'm going by myself if I have to."
"Why don't we all go?" Becky asked. "Dad and I hadn't talked about what we're going to eat tonight." She looked at Henry and tilted her head. "You don't want to go by yourself, do you?"
"I mean, I don't mind you coming if you and Dad want to go eat at Fisherman's Grill, but that's where I'm going." "Hungry for seafood?" Dave asked as he put the milk into the fridge. "He wants to see that girl who works there," Jasper said.
"Who? Angie?" Becky looked at Henry with surprise. The oldest daughter of a friend of the family had been working at Fisherman's Grill for years.
"No," Jasper said. "The one who waited on our table last time we ate there." "Why do you say that?"
Henry asked. He wondered how his brother would know he wanted to see Aiden.
"Paige told me," Jasper said. "She knows all about it. She said last time you came in, you were hanging out with the same girl at St. Charles's homecoming." "Who is Paige?" Henry asked. "How does everybody know everything I do in this town?"
Jasper shrugged.
"Paige is our receptionist. Her best friend works over at St. Charles. She teaches English. Apparently she was there and saw you with that girl all night. Somebody in the office mentioned that it was the same girl who worked at Fisherman's Grill, and I put it together."
"You went to homecoming at St. Charles?" Becky asked, looking at Henry with a perplexed expression.
Not with a student. The girl I was there with is a teacher, a volunteer.
Why didn't you tell us any of that? Becky asked. Henry shrugged.
I haven't talked to her since then.
Is it Aiden Maddox? Becky asked. Henry nodded, but he was slightly uncomfortable. He had no idea if she would be at work that night, or how she would react to seeing him.
She's such a sweetheart,
Becky said. I always did like her. Most kids look at you with a little distance in their expression, like they're hiding something. But Aiden always looked so honest. Pure, almost. Henry gave her a smile and took a deep breath, not knowing what to say. She works over at St. John's, Becky added. She's been there a long time.
I know,
Henry said.
Are you planning on calling and making a reservation tonight?
His dad said.
Or do you just plan on walking up to Fisherman's Grill and getting a table? Because you know they're going to be busy on a Saturday, right? I was just going to ask to sit in her section when I got there.
Dave made a noise of disapproval.
You should call, they're going to be busy. If we go, I'd rather not wait for an hour. I'll call ahead, but I'm not asking for Aiden. I'll just get a reservation for any section.
Why don't you want to sit in her section? Jasper asked. Henry handed his empty cake plate to his mom when she stuck her hand out, asking for it. Then he looked at Jasper.
I'm just going to try to say hi to her. I don't necessarily want her to have to wait on us the whole time. Plus, if you guys go, I don't want you saying a bunch of stuff to her or asking her too many questions. In fact, on second thought, maybe I'll ask for any section but hers when I call to make the reservation.
Don't you dare, Becky said sweetly. I want to talk to her. I'm surprised to hear you're going after her. I didn't know she'd be your type.
Going after her, Mom? That's exactly the kind of stuff I don't want you to say if we sit at her table.
I wouldn't tell her you're going after her, Becky said.
I'm still not asking for her table. I'll call and get reservations, but we can sit wherever they put us.
Henry looked at his brothers.
Who's all coming?
He asked.
I'll go,
Jasper said with a shrug.
I don't know what Haley has planned with her friends, Jacob said, typing on his phone as he spoke. She might want to go to Fisherman's Grill instead. Hold off on the reservation for a minute till I hear back from her.
What about you? Becky asked, looking at Jasper. Are you bringing Jenna from the port?
No,
Jasper said,
but I am hanging out with her later tonight.
Why don't you ask her to come to the restaurant with us? Becky asked. Jasper shook his head.
We're not at Meet the Parents. She probably thinks you are, Dave said. Well, he said, we've only been out a few times. How'd we start talking about me anyway? Let's talk about the fact that Henry drove all the way from Seattle to go eat at Fisherman's Grill. He drove here to see that girl, Dave said. I did not, Henry said. If I wanted to see her so bad, I would have already called the restaurant to see if she was working. I would have already gone over there. If we run into her, fine. If not, fine. Then let's just go to Ferguson's, Jacob said. No.
Henry's reply was instant and impassive.
I mean, you can go to Ferguson's. I'm going to Fisherman's Grill.
Jacob's phone dinged and he stared down at it, reading the text.
Haley said she wants to come to Fisherman's Grill. She's bringing Charlie, so there's 3 of us from my end.
Jacob had been with Haley long enough that his family all knew her best friend Charlie.
3 with Jacob,
Henry said. He looked at Jasper.
Just me,
Jasper said.
So 7 total?
Henry asked.
Sounds right,
Becky said. The rest of the family talked quietly while Henry stepped away and placed the call.
I'd like to get a reservation for tonight, he said. Table for 7.
Oh, I can't promise you anything earlier than 7, said the hostess.
7 o'clock?
Henry asked. Yes, sir.
We'll take it,
Henry said. Okay, so a table for 7 at 7 o'clock, she said. What's the name?
Harley.
Henry knew his family could hear him, and he turned away, not wanting to see their reaction to his lie. Harley? She asked on the phone.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Harley, we'll see you at 7 o'clock. Jasper was smiling at Henry when he hung up the phone and turned toward him.
Harley,
he said. Henry shrugged.
Whatever. I don't want her to know I'm coming.
Chapter 15. Aiden. It was another busy night at Fisherman's Grill. The weather was cooler recently, and it seemed that everybody in Astoria was in the mood for eating out. I was picking up a basket of bread to take to one of my tables when I caught the end of Caitlin's statement. I was aware of her presence near me. I could hear her the entire time she was speaking to someone on the other side of her, but I only tuned in when she said, "Blair Brothers at table 38. I looked her way and listened to hear what else she would say. The last time they came in, I passed on their table. She glanced my way when she said that, and she smiled as she put it together that I would know what she was talking about. She gestured at me. Aiden was there. She knows what I'm talking about. She's the one who took the table for me. Remember that? I nodded. Caitlin's eyes widened as she looked at me. They're all so hot. I nodded numbly. I wanted to ask how many were at the table, and specifically if Henry was there with them, but I just kept my mouth shut. Caitlin said they were at table 38, which was a 6-top, so I knew there were at least 4 people in their party. My mind raced as Caitlin and the other server went on and on about how good-looking they all were. Haley is here with Jacob, and Charlie Connor's here too. That still means 2 brothers are available, the other server said. Nah, just one, Caitlin said. The oldest one's not here. It's just Henry and the twins. I couldn't believe it. They were talking about Henry like they honestly believed I would have no interest in hearing it. I wondered if it was possible that Caitlin didn't know I had a bit of a history with him. I didn't know what to think or how to feel. Henry knew I worked there on Saturdays. Just the sheer fact that he was showing up here meant he had to be okay with seeing me. Then I thought about Charlie Connor. Age-wise, she was right between Henry and me. I cringed when I heard her name because I knew they had been to one of the proms together. As far as I knew, they didn't have a relationship, but they had definitely gone to prom one year. I remembered seeing a picture of them in the yearbook. I left the kitchen with way more thoughts swirling around in my head than when I came in. Table 38 was nowhere near my section, but after a little while, I went to a restroom that was out of my way so that I could get a glimpse of them. Henry. He was there. He was sitting next to Charlie, but they didn't look cozy or anything. I couldn't imagine that he would start dating someone and bring her here for me to see. That would just be wrong. I knew Henry better than that. I had to think that Charlie was just there with Haley.
That lady was asking for you,
Randy said. I had been staring at the Blairs, and I hadn't seen Randy come up beside me, so he startled me. I glanced at him. What?
That lady at the table right there, Mrs. Blair. I ran into her on her way to the restroom a minute ago, and she asked me to tell you to come to their table and talk to them.
My heart dropped. My chest literally felt empty, like some sort of vacuum had been created. And she specifically said me? I asked. Randy smiled.
Aiden Maddox, he said, nodding. You are Aiden Maddox, right?
He knew I was. I stared at their table.
Yep, she asked me to have you come over. I figured you knew her.
I do, I said, still staring. None of them could see me, so I just got lost looking at them for a second, taking them each in. My gaze kept returning to Henry. I could clearly see his face from where I was standing. I yearned to be next to him, like my body was being summoned to be physically near him. Becky Blair had personally invited me to visit their table. I should have been happy for the excuse to go over there and talk to them, but I was too nervous for happiness. I took a deep breath. Randy patted me on the back, letting me know he was taking off. Thanks, I said to him. I didn't go to their table right away. I made a quick stop in the restroom to check myself in the mirror. There wasn't much you could do with a work uniform, apron, and a ponytail, but my clothes were ironed and fit well, and my hair was behaving as far as ponytails went. My face was a little shiny from all the hustle and bustle, and I gently blotted my face with a paper towel before checking my teeth. Within a minute, I was crossing the dining room, headed for table 38. I knew I had to pretend to be confident even though I wasn't. Right then, as I walked up to the Blair family's table, I was using some of my best acting skills. I looked calm and made eye contact with them as they glanced at me. They were sitting around a circular table, and I walked over to stand near Mrs. Blair's chair since she had been the one to ask for me. Henry was seated next to his mom, with Charlie on the other side of him, and Haley on the other side of her. Aside from Henry, his side of the table was all women. I could barely breathe, but I still mustered up a smile as I made eye contact with Henry. "Hey, Blair family," I said, smiling and shifting my gaze to look at Mr. and Mrs. Blair. I couldn't help but notice that Mrs. Blair was staring at Henry. I didn't quite know what to make of that. "Randy told me you guys were here," I said to her, since she had been the one to call me over. Yes, how are you, Aiden?" Becky said. "I'm so happy to see you again, sweetheart." "I'm doing well," I said, nodding. "How about you guys?"
Were you in Seattle last weekend, Aiden?
Henry's question was direct, and it cut through the chatter. I looked at him to find that he was staring straight at me, waiting for my answer. Those green eyes were demanding. Was I where?" I asked, pretending not to hear him. I had heard his question, but I was stalling.
In Seattle,
he said, expressionless.
Last weekend.
I hesitated because of how he was looking at me. "Yes, I was," I said. I acted a little surprised that he would guess such a thing, but of course, someone had probably told him I asked for him. I should never have done that. I felt on the spot in front of all these people. "Did you go to Henry's concert?" Becky asked. I gave her a nod. "Yes, ma'am, I did. His band was really good. Did you get to go to the show?" I asked her the question to get the focus off of me. "We didn't see this one, but we did get to see him play recently. Did you go to Seattle just to see Henry's band?" I was thinking of a response when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Thankfully, their food had arrived. It seemed I wouldn't have to answer her question after all. The first of 3 runners was standing behind me and needed to get through. I stepped forward, leaning toward the table so that they could get past me to the wider part of the aisle. 2 of the 3 runners were new, so I helped them get everything placed, even though I hadn't taken the order. Caitlin eventually came to the table to make sure that everyone got what they ordered. She gave me a curious look as she walked away that made me take a step back in preparation to leave. "I'll let you get to it," I said. "It was nice seeing all of you." At the same time that I was saying that, Dave Blair was in the middle of announcing that he was going to bless the food. Neither of us heard the other one speaking until it was too late. Mrs. Blair, who had heard us both, looked at me. She reached out and held my hand. "We'll just bless the food really quick before you go," she said, patting the backside of my arm. She didn't leave me any room to argue. She turned and gave her husband a nod.
"Father, thank you for this meal," he said. "May it nourish our bodies. Thank you for family and this time we have together. May we support, love, and forgive each other as you have forgiven us. Amen."
"Amen," the rest of us said, including me. He had mentioned forgiving each other in his prayer, and even though I was sure he wasn't talking to Henry and me, I wished he was. Maybe that was just where my brain was at the moment. My gaze shifted in Henry's direction. I glanced at his food first. He ordered a hamburger, and I wondered if he had Caitlin order it for him or if he requested it for himself. "Can I please get some steak sauce?" Haley was talking to me since I was the only one on staff still standing at the table. "Sure," I said.
"She's not our server,"
Henry said, looking at her. "It's fine," I said. "I don't mind. I'll just find Caitlin and send it back with her." I moved so that I could see Haley's face better. "What kind?" I asked. "A1 or 57, she said. "It doesn't matter." I nodded and smiled at her. "It was great seeing all of you," I said, seeing that the majority of them were starting to dig into their food. I glanced at Henry before I walked away. I smiled, but he remained serious. I really didn't know what he was thinking. I couldn't tell if he was frustrated that we couldn't talk openly, or if he was upset at something else. Maybe he didn't want to come here at all. It was a possibility that he had been dragged here to eat with his family. I was still really busy with my own section, so I didn't have much time to think about it. I saw Caitlin once I got closer to the kitchen. "You need some steak sauce on 38, I said. "Either A1 or 57. "For who?" "One of the girls," I said. Neither of us had stopped walking as we spoke to each other, and by the time we finished, we had passed each other, headed in opposite directions. I turned around to talk to her over my shoulder. I was going to tell her to send out a vanilla milkshake for Henry, but when I turned, I saw that Henry himself was right behind me. He moved like he was slowing down, like he had just caught up with me. The surprise of seeing him stopped me in my tracks, and he nearly bumped into me. "Oh, whoa, hey, I didn't see you," I said. I glanced around before stepping to the side, so we could get out of the way of any foot traffic. Henry followed me. We came to stand near a wall. There were tables nearby and a walkway to the kitchen, but I figured we wouldn't bother anyone there. "I was just about to tell Caitlin to take you a milkshake," I said. It was the truth, but I was also nervously filling the silence.
"Why didn't you tell me you were coming to my show?"
he asked. I shrugged. "You didn't tell me you were coming here tonight. And I tried to see you after your show, but they said you had already left."
"I didn't know you came until last night."
"Last night?" I asked.
"My manager told me. He was one of the guys you talked to when you were there. He mentioned it to me yesterday. I had been sick."
"I can't believe you were ill during that concert. It was really a great show. No one would have ever known." He regarded me with a serious expression.
"How do you just walk up to our table and stand there and talk to my mom and act like you don't even know me?"
"I didn't just walk up to your table," I said. "Your mom asked me to come by. And what do you want me to do? I didn't know what to say when you're sitting right next to Charlie Connor. You could have been here with her for all I knew."
"You know I'm not here with her,"
he said, stepping closer to me. I felt overwhelmed by his proximity. I missed him so much and wanted him so badly that I was in real, actual danger of dramatically clamping my arms around him right there in front of everyone. I glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention to us.
"I think about you, Aiden,"
he said. I made eye contact with him again, blinking. "I'm okay with that," I said quietly.
"I write songs about you,"
he added, still checking me out, scanning my face unabashedly. "Think I might have heard one of them at the concert," I said. I felt shy for saying it and bit my lip.
"Aiden, I think we need to talk,"
he said. I nodded. "I couldn't agree more."
"Now?"
he asked. I glanced around, shaking my head a little. "Unfortunately, I have about 5 different things to get to tables right now. I'm in the weeds. I didn't even have time to go over to your table, really."
"Can we talk tonight?"
he asked. I nodded.
"What time?"
"I get off around 10, I said.
"I'll be waiting for you."
Chapter 16. I wasn't sure what Henry meant when he said he'd be waiting for me. I didn't have time to think about it since I had so much to tend to with my tables. It was still early in the night, and I had no idea if he was going to leave and come back or just hang out until I got off. Waitressing at a busy restaurant was demanding enough as it was, but when you go and throw a curveball like Henry showing up unexpectedly, my head was swimming. When I was working at the restaurant, I always made separate compartments in my mind to keep all of my tables straight. Tonight, all of the compartments in my head were brimming with other things that weren't restaurant-related at all. It was a challenge to keep things straight and finish my shift with all the emotions I was experiencing. Henry left with his family, but he came back at 10:15. He walked straight to the kitchen to look for me. I knew that because I was standing next to the swinging door and I could see him through the window. I had finished up a little early and was waiting for him. My apron was off and my purse was already strapped over my shoulder. I had already powdered my nose and prepared myself as much as I could. I walked out of the kitchen and came face to face with Henry on the other side of the door. "Hey," I said.
"Hey, are you done?"
I nodded. I already clocked out.
"Have you been waiting?"
he asked. "No, I just finished like 3 minutes ago." We started walking out as we spoke. I didn't want to take him through the kitchen and have the entire staff notice us, so we walked toward the front door.
"Did you have a good night?"
he asked. Yeah, I did, I said. I was slammed until 9, but it's been pretty low-key since then. I hated making chit-chat when there was uneasiness between us that we needed to address. But there were several people in the lobby of the restaurant on our way out, and both of us settled for making light conversation while we were being overheard. Henry opened the door for me, and we walked out together. I heard a sea lion barking as we made our way onto the pier. Instead of taking a left, which was the shorter way to get to the parking lot, I detoured, turning right to take the long way past the sea lions. Neither of us said anything for what must have been a minute while we walked. I was surprised to see you guys tonight, I said finally, still feeling like small talk was all I could manage. Everything was just so delicate between us. I had never fully understood what had gone wrong the last time, and I really didn't want it to happen again. It seemed like Henry felt the same way. Both of us proceeded with caution. We walked slowly down the pier.
Did you have plans tonight?
He asked. Well, I thought maybe I did, but since you're asking me that, I'm not sure.
Are you saying you thought we would hang out?
He asked. He glanced at me and I shrugged. I thought we might, I said.
Good, I did too,
he said.
I was just making sure you wanted to. We said we would talk, but I didn't know what you were thinking.
How could you, when I don't even know what I'm thinking? I said, laughing a little. He chuckled along with me.
No kidding.
We took a few steps in silence before he added,
I'm really glad you came to my show.
I sincerely loved it, Henry. I had no idea it would be like that. I was really happy for you.
You were happy for me?
He asked, teasing me. I smiled and shook my head at him. I felt blood rise to my cheeks, and I was thankful it was dark out.
I assumed you need to go get Jerry, but do you have anything in mind after that?
We could go to the beach, I said. It's kind of brisk, so we might have to bundle up, but it would be...
I was really hoping you would say that,
Henry said.
I think maybe I hoped hard enough, and that's how you thought of it.
Probably so, I said, smiling at him and loving that he was being playful with me. I would really love to take a quick shower first, I said. It would only take like 10 minutes.
I need to stop at the store anyway,
Henry said.
I'll just meet you at your place afterward.
I nodded, and within a minute we were in our respective vehicles headed our separate ways. I rushed home, barely taking time to let Jerry out of his kennel before jumping in the shower. I felt nasty after a busy night, so I did a bang-up job scrubbing every inch of my body. I felt so much better when I was done. Henry knocked on my door 5 minutes after I got out of the shower. My hair was still wet when I answered the door. Henry Blair, like a vision or a dream, was standing on my porch holding a handful of flowers. He smiled thoughtfully at me, and his shoulders slumped just a little in a gesture of relief. Come in, I said, taking a step back. Jerry rushed up to Henry, sniffing and wagging his tail like crazy. Henry reached down to give him a few pats to the side.
Hey there, my man,
Henry said. Jerry went straight for the flowers, sniffing them with great interest.
Those are for your mama,
Henry said. He looked my way and smiled just a little as he handed the small bouquet to me. I had literally never been given flowers before. Not by a man, nor a family member, nor anyone. And the gesture had my already fragile heart ready to explode. They weren't roses, but they were red. They were round, fluffy, red things. Maybe peonies, I thought. I looked at Henry, trying to keep myself from crying. These are really lovely, Henry. Is this why you stopped at the store? Henry squinted mischievously at me.
I promise they don't have those at Astoria Safeway at 10 o'clock at night.
I laughed, knowing he was right. These were beautiful, different-looking flowers carefully chosen, trimmed and tied together. Each one of them had its own little portable water container, keeping them alive. Where'd you get these? I asked. I vaguely noticed noise coming from my porch. It seemed like Nick was coming or going, but he was doing it in a loud manner. I heard his door slam, and then some noise on the porch. I pretended I didn't hear it at all.
I brought them with me,
Henry said, regarding the flowers. From Seattle? I asked. He smiled.
Yes, from Seattle.
I didn't know when you came to town.
Came today,
he said. I glanced at the flowers again. They were gorgeous. And you bought these before you left Seattle? He didn't answer right away, so I glanced at him. He nodded. For me? I asked. The corners of his mouth rose slowly in an amused grin. He didn't answer. How'd you know you'd see me?
I didn't,
he said.
I hoped I would, though, obviously, or I wouldn't have bought them.
I'm stunned, Henry, I said. I love them so much, thank you. I crossed to my kitchen in just a few steps, since it was a small apartment. I held the bouquet as I reached into my cabinet. I don't even have anything to put these in. Besides, do you think a regular drinking glass would work? I felt and heard Henry walking toward me. I thought he would come stand next to me, but instead he walked right up to me, not stopping until our bodies were touching. He caught me in a position where I was turned to the side, but I shifted so that I could fully face him and focus on his face.
A glass will be fine,
he said. I hesitated for a second, but then I started to turn again to look for a glass in the cabinet. Henry leaned against me to stop me from turning my back to him. He wasn't using any force, but he pushed his body ever so gently against mine, and it got the job done. I stayed facing him, looking straight at him. I had to remind myself to breathe. Henry. He was the same guy who had been on that stage, captivating everyone with his music. He stood there looking at me like I had something he wanted. Like I was something he wanted. I felt like I might actually melt. I was still holding the flowers, and I lifted them up an inch or two, knowing he could see them in his periphery even though he was staring at me.
Set them down,
he said. I was going to put them in water.
They've been in my car all day. They'll be fine for a few more minutes.
I set the flowers onto the counter. I did it without taking my eyes off him. My willingness to blatantly stare at him caused him to take a deep breath.
Please just tell me what the situation is with you and Nick Butler, or any other guy, Aiden.
There is no situation, I said. There never was. I haven't even seen or talked to Nick lately. I think he's trying to avoid me. I got kind of mad when... I hesitated, not wanting to come out and say that I hadn't really talked to Nick since he caused the rift between Henry and me. Henry probably knew what I was going to say anyway. Jerry came to stand next to us. I felt him lean against my leg. His presence there prompted me to say, "And Jerry growls at him now."
Who?
Nick.
Why?
Henry asked, looking like he was ready to attack if Nick had done anything to me. I shrugged with a reassuring smile. Nothing happened. Jerry just stopped liking Nick for no reason recently. It's weird. He barks at him now.
And Nick hasn't done or said anything?
No, I promise. I barely even see him around anymore.
Aiden, can you please get a little closer?
My arms were between us, and Henry took my hand and manually wrapped it around his own waist. 1 minute I was standing there, minding my own business, and the next thing I knew, my hand was on his back. He held it there, keeping me in place even though I wasn't going anywhere. He was wearing a jacket, so there was clothing between my palm and Henry's back, but I could still feel the tautness of his body. You were sitting next to Charlie Connor, I said.
I was.
I guess you didn't even notice how pretty she was?
You're right, I didn't,
he said simply. He must have trusted that I would leave my hand on his back because he took his away from mine. He wrapped it around my waist, pulling me even closer to him. We were gently embracing now. Barely, but we were doing it. Henry slowly lowered his head, placing his cheek near mine. He took a deep breath in through his nose, taking in my scent. I had just gotten new shampoo, and I loved the way it smelled. It was clean and natural. And I grinned at the way Henry took 2 breaths in a row without saying a thing. I heard you say at the concert that you were almost done with your album, I said. I knew my voice was a little shaky, but I couldn't help it. Jerry circled around and then curled up near our feet. Neither of us paid attention to him, but it was a relief to me that he wasn't begging or otherwise interrupting us.
We're pretty much done recording it,
Henry said.
I think we have a few instrumental tracks left to record and maybe a retake or two, but it's almost there.
Is it going to be good? I asked.
I hope.
It will be, I said. I'm excited for you. He stared at me.
Yesterday, I talked to God.
That's good, I said. Did he tell you anything?
Yes, actually, it's funny you say that, because he did. It was crazy. I've never had anything like that happen.
Did you hear an audible voice or something? I asked.
No, but it was still cool.
What happened?
I couldn't believe the timing. I went to this music store to pick up some strings, and the lady at the checkout had this inspirational calendar sitting right by the register. It had a little statement about how powerful God was, and how he always prepared a way for us. Then it listed a couple of different verses about how he goes before us, preparing our path. Anyway, I read them, and I thought about you. I thought about what you were saying about God. I was missing you already, but I don't know. It made me feel like I needed to see you again. I asked God right there in my head if he was talking to me. I asked him to please tell me what to do. I had already thought about coming home this weekend, and I wondered if I should just do it and if I should try to see you. Anyway, so I leave that store, and on my way home, Blake calls and tells me he had run into you.
Henry shook his head.
It probably doesn't sound like a big deal to you, but it was cool to me.
He grinned a little.
Anyway, so here I am.
My heart was pounding. It hit me that Henry was talking to God about me, and for some reason, that seemed like a really important fact. I felt touched, like I might cry if I thought about it too much. I'm really happy you came, I said.
That's a relief,
he said. Was there ever any doubt that I would want you to?
Yes, lots of doubt,
he said. Chapter 17. Why? I asked. Are you saying you didn't know if I'd be happy to see you? He nodded. Why would you think that?
I don't know. Because of how things ended with us that night. Because I get jealous when other guys try to get too close to you. I thought you didn't like that. I thought you were overwhelmed.
I didn't... Wait, you were jealous of Nick?
Yes, I told you that.
I was quiet for a second, trying to remember our encounter. I certainly did not think he was simply jealous of Nick. The conversation was so long ago that I couldn't remember the exact details of it. I only remembered the feelings I got from it. I didn't think you were jealous, I said. I shrugged. I was embarrassed. I thought you disapproved of my life.
Disapproved of your life?
He asked. I mean, I just thought that you were mad at me. I kind of thought you regretted that stuff happening and you wanted to... Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. I had glanced away as I was speaking, but Henry used a finger on my jaw to urge me to look at him again. He regarded me with a sincere, serious expression.
I did not regret any stuff happening, he said. In fact, I was just thinking about ways to get something to happen again.
I grinned at him for saying that. You're funny, I said.
I think you're funny,
he said.
What are you doing coming to Seattle and not telling me? Who'd you go with? Where'd you stay?
I went with Katie from work, and we stayed at a place called the Ace. It was close to the venue, so I thought it'd be easy.
And was it?
I nodded. But Katie was really disappointed that we didn't get to talk to the band.
What about Katie's friend? Was she disappointed?
I nodded. But then we found out you were sick.
You could have taken care of me.
I wish I would have, I said, staring into his eyes. I had that exact thought. I wanted to make you soup.
From a can or the real stuff?
He asked. Real, I said.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Are you feeling better? He nodded.
Much.
What was it?
Just a cold, sore throat and stuff.
I'm sorry, I said.
I'm better now.
He was staring at me. I'm better now, too, I said.
How's work?
He asked. Good. Busy. It's a busy time of the school year. You know, we're just kind of full swing right now before the Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks.
Are you still working on the yearbook at St. Charles?
Yes, and that's been busy too. We had to go through all those homecoming pictures before we edit and post them. We took over 1,000 photos and gave Mr. Falk like 200 to post on the school website.
Were there any pictures of us?
He asked. My heart lurched when he referred to us as us. Yes, there were, I said, since it was the truth.
Were they good?
He asked. I haven't seen them, actually. I just heard there were some from the students. I know for sure none of them ended up in the ones they posted. I've seen those. The truth was that I had refrained from looking at the ones of Henry and me on purpose. I was torn up about Henry when one of the students told me there was a bunch of photos of us, and I told her to throw them out. I was sure she hadn't actually gotten rid of them for good, and they still existed somewhere. But I felt sad on the day she approached me about them, and I intentionally avoided them because of it. That choice seemed reasonable when I thought I'd never see Henry again, but now that he was standing right in front of me, I wished I had looked at them, maybe even printed and framed them. I was lost in all the possibilities. I had gone from refusing to look at a picture to sitting in the back row at one of his concerts, to being on the other end of his gaze full of intent. His hand was on my back, and a stack of peonies was sitting on my counter next to me. Love was funny that way, I guess. It made you feel highs and lows that are way higher and lower than your regular highs and lows. Maybe it was just young love that was so extreme like this. Maybe regular old couple love was more even keel. I stared at Henry's hairline, feeling a strong urge to reach up and touch him there, to let my fingertips touch his skin and then run my fingers through his hair. I took a deep, uneven breath.
I bet they were good,
he said, referring to the pictures of us. We stood there and talked for a little while, and then suddenly, there came a loud knock on my door. 3 loud knocks, actually, in quick succession. Bam, bam, bam. It startled me. I looked at Henry with wide eyes, and he made a serious expression. Another 3 knocks came right after the first ones.
Can I answer that?
He asked. Please, I said. I walked behind Henry to the door.
Where's Aiden?
Mr. Butler, Nick's dad, was a big man with a deep, booming voice, and I could hear him on the other side of Henry. Right here, I said. What's the matter? I could tell something had happened by his facial expressions. Henry and I went onto the porch, leaving Jerry behind.
Didn't you hear any of the noise? It was right down the street, not even 2 blocks away. There's been an accident. The ambulance just took him to the hospital.
Nick? I asked. He nodded.
He was conscious. He called his mother right after it happened. That's how we knew to call for help.
Is he okay?
I think he's going to be okay. The ambulance made it there just before his mother and I did. They already had a neck brace on him and everything.
A neck brace? I asked, shocked. Mr. Butler nodded solemnly.
I hope he wasn't drinking. His mother wanted me to come here and see if he left any bottles around. I need to get into his apartment, and I don't know where the key is. I could go back to my house and get one, but I'd have to look for it, and I know Nick keeps one outside.
I knew right where Nick kept his spare key. It was in the corner of the front flower bed in one of those little fake rock key holder things. I started to explain it, but Mr. Butler was flustered, and I thought better of it. I'll show you, I said. I went to the exact spot and found the key easily.
I'm glad you were home. I would have never found that.
He spoke to me as we walked back onto the porch. Henry was waiting there, looking after me without crowding me. I gave him a small smile, and he returned it.
Nick asked if you could be there, but I don't think he knew you had company,"
Mr. Butler said, noticing Henry as we came onto the porch. "He asked if I could be there?" I asked. "At the hospital?" Mr. Butler stopped and looked at me before opening the door. He nodded, still wearing a solemn expression.
"He heard his mother tell me to come by the house. He said to make sure you knew what was going on. They're taking him to Columbia Memorial if you decide to come by."
2 hours later, I found myself sitting next to Henry in the hospital waiting room. My hair had gone from damp to dry. It was after midnight, and we had tried to leave a couple of different times, but for various reasons we ended up staying. Nick's parents had gone into his room 10 minutes ago, promising that they would be right back to get me so that I could go in for a minute and give Nick well wishes. I still didn't quite understand what was going on or why I was there, but Nick's parents seemed to take comfort in my presence. Maybe they just liked thinking that their son had a friend. I had apologized to Henry more than once and told him I would totally understand if he wanted to leave, but he stayed with me. The last 2 hours had passed quickly, considering. The time had been full of waiting and moving and talking to Nick's parents, doctors, and nurses. Henry had refrained from making physical contact with me. But now that he and I were mostly alone in the waiting area, he reached over and took my hand. The unexpected contact caused me to get a thrill, an actual thrilled feeling that cut through the numbness of being in a hospital waiting room. My fingers felt alive where he touched them. I loved the size, shape, and texture of his hands. I wanted to look closely at them, explore them, inspect the calluses he had on his fingertips from playing the guitar. But I settled for just sitting there and calmly grasping his hand like a normal person. "I'm sorry tonight didn't go as planned," I said. Henry sat up in his chair a little, smiling at me and readjusting the hold he had on my hand.
"I didn't think we had any plans anyway."
Both of us looked at the door when we saw movement. Nick's parents were standing there. His mom was holding a tissue to her face like she had been crying, and Mr. Butler was holding on to her with a grip around her shoulders. "They don't think there's anything serious going on internally," Mrs. Butler said. "But they want him to stay overnight so they can monitor him. We'll spend the night with him. But we're going home to get some things. If you'll go right down here to the nurse's station, one of them will take you to his room." I told the Butlers that I only planned on checking in on Nick for a minute and would not be there when they returned. I gave them each a hug and told them goodbye. Henry and I went to the nurse's station, and one of the nurses walked us down the hall toward Nick's room. She peeked her head in before us and then motioned that we could come in. Henry had been holding my hand in the hallway, and he gave it a squeeze before we walked inside. I looked at him.
"I'm just going to wait here,"
he said. I nodded, knowing that was better since the whole situation was kind of awkward anyway. I did not expect to see Nick so torn up. I had to work to control my expression when I rounded the corner and saw him lying there, looking lifeless with his arm in a sling, an IV bag at his side, and a big bandage around his head. He smiled weakly and waved at me. "Goodness, Nick."
"What?"
he asked, smiling tiredly. "I didn't know it was this bad. I didn't know you were going to be all bandaged up like this."
26 stitches,
he said, gesturing to the top of his head with a small movement of his hand.
"They don't think it's a concussion, though."
"Well, that's good. I guess it could have been a lot worse."
"I'm just so glad you're here for me,"
he said. He looked at me with a loving, pitiful expression that made me think he was getting too deep. It seemed like he was saying I was there for him in a way that I didn't want to be there for him. I felt uncomfortable, and it made me want to say something to keep it casual. "I know," I said. "I'm glad I happened to be at home when your parents came by. We were just about to leave."
"I saw Henry Blair's car in the driveway," he said. "Is that who you mean when you say we? Is that who you were leaving with?"
"Yes," I said in a stiff tone, as if I wasn't quite sure why he was asking that question, or why I had to answer it.
"Are you dating him now?"
"I don't know what you mean by that," I said quietly. I knew what he meant, obviously. I just wasn't sure if Henry could hear us from the hallway, and I didn't want to answer. Nick was just staring at me, so I had to say something else. We're friends, and we're talking, I guess. I've been thinking about moving to Seattle sometime. It would be nice to know someone there if I do. I had thought about starting over in Seattle lots of times, but I wasn't planning anything or even thinking about talking to Henry about it. I only mentioned it to Nick because he was getting too close, making me uncomfortable. I had to let him know where I stood. He needed to know that he didn't factor into my plans, regardless of what they were.
Seattle? He said. You're moving?
No, yes, I mean, not right now.
I hope you're not thinking about moving there for Henry Blair, he said.
He was wearing a frustrated expression that made me mad. I smiled in spite of my own feelings. Thank you for your input, I said, doing my best to talk quietly and be sweet. I'm glad you're doing okay after your accident.
Because he'll only break your heart,
Nick said. Okay, I said a little sarcastically.
I'm serious, Aiden. Don't say I didn't warn you. There's pictures all over the internet of him with different women. He's a player, and we both know it. Please don't tell me you actually think you'll be the one who changes him.
Nick trailed off, and I saw his gaze drift to the space over my shoulder. I turned to see that Henry had stepped inside the room. I was stunned speechless from the awkwardness of everything Nick was saying, so we both just stood there, staring at Henry for a second. Chapter 18. Henry looked back and forth from me to Nick. He took a deep breath before he spoke, and when he did, his words came out quietly, patiently.
I was going to wait for Aiden out there, but I thought I'd come in after all.
He glanced at me again before focusing on Nick.
You should probably get some rest,
Henry said to him. Yeah, we need to go, I agreed. I waved at Nick. I didn't pat his bedside or otherwise make a parting gesture to him. I simply waved and smiled before turning around to leave. Henry and I didn't say anything to each other until we were about 20 feet down the hall. We were about to reach the exit when I finally said, I'm so sorry. Henry stepped forward to open the door, letting me walk by. As I passed him, he reached out and took my hand. It was a cool night, and he pulled my arm, placing me securely next to him. The sweet contact was confirmation that he wasn't upset, and a wave of relief washed over me. I didn't really mean that about moving to Seattle, I said. I was just saying that to make a point to Nick that he didn't factor into my...
I want you to move to Seattle,
Henry said. I took a deep breath, not knowing what to say next. I felt bad for Henry for wasting his evening doing nothing but waiting. He had waited for me to get off work, and then we went straight to waiting for Nick at the hospital. I felt bad for Jerry for being locked in his kennel all night. I was mad that we had sacrificed our evening for Nick and he had been so rude. I think I need to move out, I said. You know, even to stay in Astoria, I think it's time to move out of Nick's place.
Are you scared of him? Because you don't even have to go back there at all, even tonight. We can make arrangements somewhere else. My parents even have an extra bedroom if...
No, I'm not scared. I've got a few months left on my lease, and I was thinking I'd finish that. I just think it's time to cut ties with him once the lease is over. I could tell that Henry wasn't comfortable with Nick, but he didn't say anything else about it. We had driven Henry's car, and we found it in the parking lot and got into it. It was a sporty hatchback. It was tough-looking, painted in gray and black with red accents. I told him I liked it, and he explained that he used to have a truck, but he needed the enclosed space to transport his musical equipment in the rain. He looked good in it, but then again, he would look good in anything. Seriously, I would have driven off into the sunset with Henry in a '92 Buick that was wrecked and barely running. During the trip to my house, we talked about Jerry and the responsibility of having a dog, mostly how having him would limit my options once I started looking for a new apartment. Oh, it was the other way, I said when Henry took a wrong turn to get to my house. He glanced at me from over the console and grinned. "What's that?" I said. "Why are you smiling? Did you know my house was that way?"
Yes.
"So where are we going?" Henry drove for another 30 seconds or so without answering. But it was because we had arrived at our destination. At least I assumed it was because he pulled into a parking lot. It was a sports bar pool hall that had been open a long time. I had never been there, but I had seen it lots of times. It seemed busy considering the fact that it was after midnight. "What are we doing?" I asked, seeing that Henry was clearly going there.
I don't know about you, but I think the hospital waiting room shouldn't be the most memorable thing we do together tonight.
"So we're going to play pool?" I asked. Henry shook his head. "What then?" He pointed to the sign with the interchangeable letters. Spelled out in plain English was the answer to my question. "Karaoke Saturdays, 10 p.m. Ladies get in free." "Are we going to watch karaoke?" I asked. Henry parked the car and turned off the ignition.
Who goes to karaoke to watch?
He asked. My eyes widened. "You're going to sing?" After seeing him perform a sold-out show in a big venue, I couldn't imagine that he would give a free concert at Reggie's. He looked at me from over the console before he opened the car door.
We're going to sing,
he said. My chest instantly got tight. I didn't protest verbally, but I told him with a facial expression that I was reluctant, scared. I hoped he could tell from my face that I would much rather watch him do it than do it myself. Henry didn't seem to take time to read my expression, though. He just smiled and got out of the car, prompting me to do the same. I knew in my heart that he was going to make me sing, and I felt happy, excited, and scared out of my mind all at once. We headed toward the doors in the front of the building, which meant we had to walk down a sidewalk first. We did that thing where our hands accidentally brushed a time or two before he reached for my hand. He was testing the waters. It was like he was asking if it was okay for him to touch me in front of whoever may or may not be inside. Astoria was not a big town, so someone in there would know one of us. My answer was simple and clear. I opened my hand to him the instant he tentatively reached for it. I glanced at him, and he smiled at me, which caused a rippling, tingly feeling in my chest and stomach. There was a stage set up in the back of the room. We could see the crowd from the door, but we had to walk more fully into the room to see the person standing on the stage. I knew who it was. I had seen him before. This guy was a character. I couldn't remember his name, but he had hosted a few things locally. I had definitely seen him around. He looked to be in his 50s, a heavy man with long, salt and pepper hair that was thinning on top. He also had a beard that was long and wiry. He was apparently the host, and he was engaging the audience when we came in. Henry had to pay a $3 cover charge at the door. I paid it because all he had was a 50 and they couldn't make change. A lady came up to the stage and started singing Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. She was with a group of women who sang along with her from the audience, but she had the mic and was the main one who could be heard. She was actually pretty good, which surprised me. There were places to sit over by the pool tables, but the area near the stage was pretty packed. There was a stool at the end of the bar, but it seemed to me that all of the other seats were taken. I pointed the lone stool out to Henry, and we walked across the room to get to it.
Is anyone sitting here?
Henry asked the question as we got closer to the couple sitting next to it at the bar. I didn't know if they had heard him or not, but the woman started looking all around. "There was a guy there," she said, turning to Henry. "But I don't see him."
Yeah, he left like 15 minutes ago,
the guy said, shaking his head.
I don't think he's coming back.
Henry nodded.
Thanks.
He continued to hold my hand as he pulled me through the tight space, positioning me where I could sit on the stool. I glanced up at him. "You can sit if you want," I said. Because of the way I was positioned, staring up at him, I knew I had that doe-eyed look. To some extent, I was intentionally doing it. I blinked innocently, flirting with him. He shook his head at me and ducked to speak near my ear.
You better not start looking at me like that in public, he said.
I smiled at the words he was saying and the feel of his warm breath near my ear. I leaned in to speak into his ear. I work with enough preschoolers to know that when you tell someone they better not do something, it becomes the one thing they want to do most. I had grasped his forearms so that I could get leverage to stretch upward when I spoke to him. I felt an urgent feeling just from touching his arms, having him support a little of my weight as I leaned against him.
Well, you're more than welcome to keep looking at me like that, Aiden. But I'm warning you. I'm not responsible for my actions if you do.
He wrapped his hands around my waist and lifted me, guiding me to the stool and causing me to gasp a little and look at him with wide eyes.
I got you,
he said, smiling confidently. He positioned himself behind me and turned me, holding on to me from behind so that we were both looking at the stage. I turned around, looking over my shoulder at him like I had something else to say. He lowered his ear to me. Just so I'm clear, I said, what kind of actions are you talking about when you said you weren't responsible for them?
It seems like you're asking that because you want it to happen,
he said. I just want to know what you would do.
You already know what,
he said. My bar stool did not have a seat back, and he stood right behind me, supporting me by touching my waist. He spoke near my ear again.
You should know enough about me by now to know that I don't care who's around,
he said.
I'll turn you around and kiss you right here in front of everyone and not think twice about it.
I stiffened, holding his arms in place and knowing he was completely serious. The room was packed, and more than a few people had noticed our arrival and were checking us out. There was no way I could be turned around and kissed senseless without worrying about our audience. I shifted to talk to him again. Maybe we should wait until... Just wait on that until... till after we leave here or whatever.
Well then, don't stare at me like you want me to do it, because I can't take the temptation. The whispering in my ear is pretty dangerous too, just so you know.
I pulled back and made a gesture like I was zipping up my own mouth. The girl on stage had finished her song, and the host guy had already started singing Don't Stop Believing. He sounds just like the real song, I said. Henry nodded sweetly. We watched a couple more songs before Henry went to the side of the stage to talk to the host, whose name was Darren. They talked for a bit, and then Henry came back to talk to me.
We're up next,
he said. I had no idea what he thought we would be singing, and I didn't ask. I figured he only had so many options for karaoke songs and that it would be something classic. If Henry wanted me to know the plan, he would have told me. I was glad he didn't fill me in. It crossed my mind to just pretend I didn't know it that well, no matter what song it was. There had been a woman on stage, but she placed the microphone on the stand when she was finished. Darren didn't go on stage after her. He simply motioned for Henry and me to go ahead. There was an acoustic guitar on the side of the stage, and Henry picked it up on the way out there. A few stools were lined up nearby, and Henry moved one of them to the center of the stage before he sat on it and put the guitar on his knee. I just stood there, watching him and feeling like I should have done something to help him, but the moment had already passed. Henry strummed the guitar, and the music came out quietly.
You might have to jiggle the cord,
Darren said from the side of the stage. It was an acoustic with a pickup, and Henry adjusted the cord that went in the jack of the guitar. He strummed again, and music came over the PA. Several people cheered at that, and it made Henry smile and lean toward the microphone.
How's everybody doing tonight?
The crowd answered with whistles and exclamations, but I could tell the microphone was too far away from Henry. He was really having to lean to get to it. I went to help him adjust the stand so he could reach it from his stool, but he shook his head at me, stopping me in mid-motion.
Take it off of there and hold it for us, please,
he said, speaking quietly so the audience couldn't hear.
I'll sing the first verse, then we'll do the chorus together. Just lean in with me and hold the mic somewhere good.
I nodded, even though my heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour. I held the microphone where I thought Henry might like it, about 6 or so inches in front of his face. I had to hold it with both hands to keep from shaking. Henry started hitting notes on the guitar. He was playing Angel from Montgomery, and he wasn't cheating and playing just the chords either. He was plucking the notes of the song like he had specifically practiced it. It had taken me a year to get those first notes down like he had them. I watched as he sang the first chorus. I am an old woman named after my mother. My old man is another child that's grown old. If dreams were thunder and lightning was desire, this old house would have burned down a long time ago. I got lost in thought, staring at Henry perform that song. I did my job of holding the microphone, but I was hardly able to concentrate on that. He played and sang the song so comfortably it was like he had done it 100 times. He was amazing. His magnetism on stage was undeniable. He was an absolute natural. He looked at me after the first verse, expecting me to sing with him on the chorus. I leaned in and tentatively started singing notes. I felt like I didn't have any place on that stage, but I could tell Henry wanted me there, so I just decided to do my best. We sang that chorus together, and in that time when our voices mingled together in the air in front of us, I felt a surreal sort of out-of-body experience. Perhaps it was sheer pleasure, joy, happiness, bliss, whatever you want to call it. But I felt it physically. Our voices seemed to meld together like honey, and I felt all warm and cozy because of it. I had no idea what I had been scared of. It was so fun singing with Henry. He was solid and stable, and he counterbalanced my nerves. There was a little musical interlude between the chorus and the second verse, and Henry looked at me and said, "You take this one." Chapter 19. Did we seriously do that just now? I asked moments later when we sat in Henry's car. A few people in the audience had caught on to who Henry was, so we decided to leave Reggie's right after we sang. We went straight to his car. We smiled at each other from over the console once we got settled in our seats, and within seconds, he had turned to back out of our spot. I watched him, wondering how he could even be so attractive when doing something normal and mundane like driving. He glanced at me and smiled. "You okay?" he asked. "I honestly feel like I'm in a dream right now," I said. I would have never, ever in a million years gone to Reggie's and done something like that on my own. "I don't know why," he said. "It's so funny that you take time to do music and you don't want to share it with anybody." I just prefer hiding away. I wanted to learn it for myself. I had no idea I would enjoy doing something like that. I don't want to sign up to do it on a regular basis or anything, but goodness. It really was fun to do that one time, you know? And I think we kind of sounded good together. He glanced at me, grinning at my rambling like he thought I was sweet. "Are you trying to join my band?" No, definitely not. That was fun for every once in a while, though. Maybe we can just go to Reggie's like once a year and do what we just did. That would be plenty for me. He smiled. "I like that you're making plans for a year from now." He meant it. I could tell. I felt shy and I didn't know what to say, so I changed the subject. "People were videoing," I said. "I know." "You were looking straight at me the whole time," I said. "I didn't know if you saw." "I saw them," Henry said with a nod. Those moments when he was looking at me under the stage lights would go down as some of the best in my life. I felt happy and nostalgic. As if Henry was thinking the same thing, he reached over, grabbed my hand, and lifted it to his face. He put the back of my hand to the side of his cheek, like he just wanted to feel my skin against his, and I felt like I might fall to pieces right then and there. "I can't believe you sang that second verse by yourself," he said. "I'm really proud of you." I gave him a sudden disbelieving look. "I didn't think I had a choice," I said, causing him to laugh. "I loved it when you sang that your cowboy was a free ramblin' man. I imagined I was that cowboy." The second verse of that song said that when I was a young girl, I had me a cowboy. He weren't much to look at, just a free ramblin' man. "Two things are wrong with you being that cowboy," I said, thinking about the lyrics. "What?" he asked. "I didn't have you as a young girl, and you're not much to look at." "I'm not much?" he asked, still holding my hand to his cheek. It's a double negative, I said. They cancel each other out.
So I am much to look at?
He asked, even though he knew the answer. Yes, you are, I said.
What else did you say was wrong with the lyrics?
He asked, looking like he was honestly trying to remember. That I didn't have you when I was a young girl.
Yes, you did,
he said.
You do, I mean. You're still a young girl.
He glanced at me from over the console, and I gave him a disbelieving expression.
Think about it. One day when we're 90, you'll look back on this conversation and you'll say to yourself, I was a young girl back then. Henry was right.
I guess when you compare me to 90, I am a young girl right now.
It doesn't really matter anyway,
he said.
All I know is that when you sang I Had Me a Cowboy in that timid but flirty voice, I knew I was your guy. I knew I was that cowboy. I thought I might have to stop on the way home and get me some boots and spurs.
I cracked up at that.
I mean it, Aiden,
he said, still pressing my hand to his cheek.
I am whatever you want me to be.
He glanced at me as we drove. I'm pretty sure I can't think of a single thing I'd change about you, I said. And the song, I added when the thought crossed my mind. The guitar parts. You were so good at it. I didn't know you even knew that song.
I didn't know it,
he said.
I knew of it, but I learned it only recently.
When?
After you played it for me. I was familiar with it before then, but I hadn't tried to play it or anything.
I sighed. It sounded like you've played it 1,000,000 times. It took me absolutely forever to play it like that, and I still think you did it better than I could. He smiled.
It took you forever because it was the first song you ever learned,
he said.
I had a foundation built already.
I nodded. It sounded really good, I said. We continued talking about our big karaoke debut on the way to my house, and before long, we pulled into my driveway. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about that wreck, I said. Henry looked at me. Nick, I said, the accident. Henry nodded.
I know.
I was so excited about karaoke that I honestly forgot about the whole hospital ordeal until we pulled into the driveway.
I feel bad for the guy,
Henry said sincerely. I remembered all the things Nick had said about Henry in his hospital room, and I wondered how Henry could be so gracious. For getting in an accident? I asked.
Yeah, and in general. I don't care for him. He's not my favorite person in the world. But it would really be terrible to fall for you and watch you fall in love with someone else.
And that's what you think is going on with Nick? Henry nodded.
It seems that's the case.
I didn't ask Henry to clarify who he thought I had fallen for. It was obvious. It was late when we got back to my place. Henry came inside to say goodnight to Jerry, and he ended up staying another hour. He hadn't meant to do that, but we just kept asking each other questions, and the hour passed in what seemed like seconds. Before I knew it, Henry was backing out of my driveway. I already felt empty without him near me.
Come to church with my parents in the morning,
he said after he stopped in the middle of a 3-point turn and rolled down his window. He had already told me his parents asked him to go with them in the morning. We had established that we would go our separate ways in the morning and then see each other in the afternoon.
You said you don't have to volunteer in the morning,
he added. I know, but I don't know anybody at your mom's church. Henry looked at me like I should know that wasn't an issue. And everybody will see us, I said. Your mom's church is huge and all of her friends go there.
And you're afraid they'll see us?
Yes.
I'm not. I think it's good. I want them to see us.
He started creeping out of my driveway, smiling at me like he was expecting my answer any second, and he assumed it would be yes.
Come on,
he said. What time does it start?
11. I'll pick you up at 10:30.
Seriously? I said. He nodded.
I can't wait till the afternoon to see you. I'm coming to get you in the morning.
I was nervous about it, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I wanted to go. I wanted to be with him as much as I could before we both had to go back to work. Okay, I said. I only got a few hours of sleep that night, but I still woke up feeling charged and ready to go. I changed clothes 3 times before I settled on what I was going to wear. I usually wore casual clothes to church, jeans and a nice top, but I had no idea what everyone wore at Henry's parents' church. It seemed fancier than mine, but maybe that was just because it had bigger crowds and stained glass. I settled on a dress. I only owned 3 dresses, and 2 of them were more fit for the beach on a summer day than a Sunday morning in the fall. I went for my trusty little black dress. It was cut above the knee, so I wore stockings and a thin, fitted wool coat with it. I put on a pair of black leather shoes that gave me an inch or 2. I had lightish hair, and I had always liked the contrast of it with dark clothes, so I owned a lot of black. My stockings, tights, and shoes were all black, but my jacket was tan. And I wore dusty pink lipstick and a necklace, so it wasn't like I had gone gothic or anything. Henry got to my house 20 minutes early when he came to pick me up for church. He texted me beforehand to tell me he was going to come over early and play fetch with Jerry. I told him that would be wonderful, but not to feel like he had to. And he replied saying his intentions were purely selfish, that he wanted to have Jerry taken care of in case he ended up keeping me occupied after church. I didn't know what he meant by that specifically until he got to my house and informed me that he wanted me to go to lunch at his parents' house. It had crossed my mind that we might do that, but now that he was officially asking me, I was officially nervous about it. Surprisingly, though, I was able to handle the level of apprehension I felt. Henry had the ability to put me at ease. From the moment I opened the door that morning, he had reacted wonderfully to my appearance. He inspected me, making all sorts of faces that made me think I was some kind of temptation to him. It was difficult to put into words what it was like to be on the receiving end of one of Henry Blair's tempted stares, but it's wonderful, magnificent, exhilarating. I found that I quite enjoyed seeing him stare at me like that. It made me feel giddy, and I did my best not to show it. He continued glancing at me like I was the object of his affection the whole time we were at my house, and then on the way to church. We talked a lot, like we always did, but every once in a while he would just look at me and smile. I didn't know what he was thinking, but I knew it was good. We got to their church 10 minutes before it started. It was a good thing we had that extra time, because everyone and their cousin wanted to talk to Henry. They all said how it had been too long since they had seen him at church, and they asked for updates on his life and career. He talked briefly with about 10 different people, some individually and some in groups. Mostly he talked about signing with a label and recording a new album. It wasn't like he brought it up either. They had heard the news and asked him about it. Henry was humble and gracious considering how popular he was. I recognized some of the people who approached us. I knew their faces just from living in a small town and seeing them around. Everyone there wanted to talk to and about Henry, though. No one even asked him about me, which was fine by me, honestly. He didn't touch me or show any other signs of affection in front of these people, but he also didn't shy away from me. He stood next to me in such a way that made it clear I was there as his guest. He was a perfect gentleman. Once it approached the time for service to start, Henry and I made our way through the packed auditorium toward the place where his parents were sitting. He shook a few more hands along the way. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a church pew, sandwiched between Henry and his mother. Becky Blair smiled and turned to hug me. "Thank you for dragging my son to church this morning," she said, teasing him since he could hear her. I almost said that he had been the one to drag me, but I decided against it at the last second and just smiled and nodded at her. Mr. Blair leaned over his wife to speak to us.
"Vince Harris was asking about you,"
he said to Henry.
"I saw him,"
Henry said. He had leaned over me to speak to his dad, and while he was in that position, he reached over and took my hand. His mom and dad both glanced at the place where our bodies now made contact, but Henry didn't flinch. In fact, he adjusted his grip on my hand, holding on to me more comfortably and fully right in front of them. My heart was pounding, but he seemed as natural as ever, so I just took a deep breath and tried to appreciate the moment for what it was.
"He tried to get me to go over there after church to see his new house,"
Henry added.
"He said he has a pond." "He loves that thing,"
Dave said, nodding.
Sheila said he's out there fishing nonstop. She said he barely comes into the house for meals.
Did you tell him you were already eating lunch with us? Becky asked.
Yes, Mom, I did.
Becky smiled and nodded, and we all stood as the musicians came on stage and started playing the first song. Mrs. Blair leaned over to speak to me. Are you coming to lunch too? She asked. Yes, ma'am, if that's okay. She leaned into me for a second in a sweet, no-armed, hug-type gesture.
I want you to,
she said. Chapter 20. Henry's home life was all sorts of typical. The Blair family were so all-American that at times that afternoon, I felt like I was on an episode of a television show. Maybe functional or thriving would be better words to describe it than typical. Because they weren't boring, I was just shocked at the whole vibe at their house. My mom and grandparents were 3 people who lived together and were always at home. But this house was different. It had a different vibe. It felt somehow like theirs wasn't just lived in, but it was full of life. Vibrant. It was all a whirlwind to me. Jacob and Haley had met us at church, and they came to the house to eat afterward. Becky's parents, Henry's grandparents, came as well. Jasper didn't make it to church, but he joined us for lunch. We ate and talked and laughed. We had conversations where the whole group was talking to each other all at once, and we had some where we would break off in smaller groups. They updated each other on their lives and asked each other poignant questions. They were rooting for each other in life, checking in with each other in a way that seemed so natural that it was almost surreal. I had been around my friends' families over the years, so I had seen more functional environments than my own. But the functionality of the Blair family was like nothing I had ever seen. On top of that, their home was beautiful. It was bright and open and welcoming. They lived in a beautiful, classic 2-story home with an oversized stone staircase leading to the front porch. It was a tradition for them to eat sandwiches on Sunday after church. Only these weren't the old sliced bread, simple meat and cheese or PB&Js I was used to. These were gourmet sandwiches with delicious ingredient options. We all sat around and talked while Becky and Dave set up a sandwich bar in the kitchen with all sorts of toppings and options. We offered to help, but they knew just what they were doing and where everything was located. The family asked me about my work with preschoolers, and I told them about one of my kids who got up in front of the class last week for sharing time and sang an original song. The lyrics were literally one word that he repeated over and over in song form. Silver, silver, silver. The word silver, that was all he sang. His original song was one word over and over again. He was not trying to joke around either. He was serious. And he sang the word over and over again with confidence in a slow, heartfelt ballad-style delivery. Henry's family really loved that story, which I thought was funny. Jacob especially thought it was hilarious and sang his own rendition of the song after I told the story. I would have never even had the idea to tell that story to my mom or grandparents. They would not be amused by that sort of thing. I had decided to tell it today only because others in Henry's family were sharing silly things like that as we sat around and talked. We ended up hanging out there all afternoon, and during that time, I shared a few other stories about the kids at work or about funny things that happened at the restaurant. It was after 4 p.m. when Haley's friend Charlie came by. She knocked a couple of times before letting herself in. "I didn't think you would all still be here," she said, looking around at all of us as she came into the living room. I saw her face all over town, and she was just as pretty, polished, and put together in person as she looked on her signs. Charlie was young, but she was a successful realtor. She was dressed smartly in a pencil skirt, heels, and a business jacket. "What are you doing here?" Haley was sitting on the couch with Jacob, and she sat up when Charlie came in. Charlie held up the object she was holding. I had been in enough fabric stores to know that it was a collection of fabric swatches. "I told Mrs. Blair I'd bring these over. She's going to get Mom to help her with some curtains." "Charlie's mother is an interior designer," Becky explained to those of us who didn't know what was going on. Becky took the swatches from Charlie and started thumbing through them.
Maybe you guys can help me decide.
Why are you so dressed up? Haley asked. Charlie looked at her friend with an expression that said she should be able to figure it out on her own. Haley just stared at Charlie and shrugged.
Why do you think I'm dressed like this on a Sunday afternoon, hey?
Church? Haley said.
An open house,
Jacob said. Haley looked at Jacob and then at Charlie. An open house? She asked. Charlie nodded.
I am really going to need help deciding on these curtains, Becky said. It's for that big window in our master bedroom. My mom said take as long as you need with those samples, Charlie said. Thanks for bringing them by, sweetheart. I'm sure you've been busy today. How did your open house go? Fine, she said. I think I'm about done doing those things, but it went fine. We got a little interest. I bet they help you get new clients, Becky said.
Charlie nodded.
Sometimes they do, but I'm busy. I'm thankful for that. I'm kind of ready to just have my Sundays off. Would you like something to eat? Becky asked. Dave made a few extra sandwiches. They're cut into quarters in the fridge if you're hungry.
Charlie crossed to the kitchen where Henry and I happened to be standing.
We need to go, actually.
Henry was talking to me when he made the statement, and everyone looked at him.
Don't let me run you off,
Charlie said.
Henry shook his head. You're not. We needed to go like an hour ago. Aiden's dog, he's been put up all day.
Charlie looked at me.
Hello again,
she said, since we had just seen each other the night before at the restaurant.
Hello,
I said. Charlie was staring at me with a smile, checking me out, noticing my proximity to Henry. She was popular like Haley, but there was a sincerity to her expression that Haley didn't quite have. Maybe that earnestness was what made her a good realtor.
So, you're over here with Henry?
She asked with a slight teasing smile aimed at us.
Aiden came to church with us this morning,
Becky said, trying to save it from being awkward even though it wasn't. I liked Charlie.
Yes, Aiden's over here with me,
Henry said. He reached out and put his hand on my waist, drawing me to him. I took a step in his direction, giving Charlie a silly, surprised look with a shrug. Henry patted me twice.
We need to go,
he said. He looked at Charlie.
Really, it wasn't you, I promise.
She smiled.
I know. I didn't think any of you would still be here. I thought you were going back to Seattle. You usually only stay a day. I'm headed back tomorrow.
She nodded and waved. Henry and I began saying our goodbyes to his family. He didn't plan on leaving for Seattle until the following afternoon, so he told his brothers he would likely see them before he left.
Thank you so much for having me over, I said, and for lunch. We might both come back later,
Henry said. He said it quietly, only intending for me to hear. A hint of curiosity touched my expression as I glanced at him. He shrugged.
We could go get Jerry and come back,
he said, still speaking only to me. Before I could answer, Becky approached me and gave me a tight hug.
Oh, thank you, I said, turning so I could hug her back. I had fun today. We did too, sweetie. I'm so glad you came.
She touched my shoulder.
In that moment, she looked at me like she had never looked at me before.
It seemed to me that she was considering having me as part of the family. My initial instinct was to feel overjoyed by this, but that feeling was quickly overshadowed by doubt and insecurity. I held the smile and acted casual as I finished saying goodbye to the whole family. And just like that, we were headed to Henry's car. I could have stuck by him as we walked, but I found myself walking at a faster pace than he was.
Are you okay?
He asked, unlocking the car. He came to my side of the car to let me in, and I smiled even though I was feeling off.
Yes, I said. Your family is really amazing, Henry.
He gave me a somewhat suspicious glance as I sat in the car. He closed the door for me and jogged around to the front of the car to get to his side. He was so handsome and perfect as he moved that I felt even more dread. I feared losing him. I feared that it was inevitable and that I should get it done with before I developed more feelings and got hurt even worse. Henry looked at me once he sat in the car.
You said my family's amazing, but you said it like it's a sad thing.
No, they really are amazing. I don't know. I definitely don't think I should go back there tonight. You need to hang out with your family. I don't want to take up your whole weekend.
Aiden, what happened?
I glanced at him. He was driving, but he took a quick glance at me from the driver's seat.
What's the matter?
He said. We're not the same, Henry. You and I, we're different.
Thank God, Aiden, because I don't want to date myself.
We're not dating, I said. He glanced at me again, this time with a confused, disappointed expression. He was so handsome that seeing him look at me all hurt like that caused a physical ache in my chest. Don't do it, I said. You know I'm right.
No, I don't know that,
he said. I was so heartbroken and nervous about having this conversation that it took me a second to put into words what I wanted to say. Henry, I was all swept away for a second. I had fun with you. I had fun with your family. I think you guys are possibly the coolest people ever.
So?
He said.
Cool is good last time I checked.
It is good. We're different. I realized it a minute ago when your mom...
What?
He asked.
Did she say something?
No, she just looked at me.
She looked at you?
Yes.
I don't get it,
he said. I sighed. It's just that... someone like Charlie is...
Did Charlie do something to you?
No, I like her, actually. It's just that she's the type who fits in with Haley and your family and everything. The thought of my mom being an interior designer and sending over fabric swatches is... I paused and tentatively reached out and touched his arm. Your mother must have known a little about my mother if she bought me a musical instrument, Henry. She didn't go around doing that for all the kids at school.
Do you think she pities you because she bought you a flute?
He asked. No, I don't think that. We're just different, Henry. He glanced at me.
You keep saying that, and it still keeps not making any sense to me.
Let's just say, just for kicks, that one day in the distant future, you would marry whatever girl you're dating.
You,
he said.
You, Aiden. I'll be dating you, and I'll marry you. So what else?
My heart raced. Henry, don't say things like that. Don't make promises.
Why not?
He asked, sounding a little frustrated.
If I can keep them, then I get to make them. That's how promises go.
Henry, just listen. My mom wouldn't fit in at a fancy wedding. Your mom probably wants all of her boys to have these fairy tale weddings, and I don't think I can live up to my end of the deal on that. I have all of 3 people in my whole family, and it would be a gamble on whether or not they could even fit in with your family at all. I know a lot of people in Astoria, but not that many who I would want to invite to my wedding. I have a small group of actual friends who I do stuff with. Maybe like 10. I paused and sighed. I'm just saying, I don't think I fit in with the pattern of daughters-in-law in your house. Henry laughed. What? I asked.
Aiden, my mother doesn't have any daughter-in-laws. None of us are married. You're saying all this for no reason right now.
I know, but Haley is, and just seeing Charlie there. Henry shook his head. His expression was serious. He just continued to shake his head as I regarded him. What? I asked.
Not good enough.
What's not good enough?
You're trying to leave me right now, and your excuse isn't nearly good enough. I'm not letting you do it.
I'm not leaving if we were never together, Henry.
Aiden, don't.
Don't what?
Don't pretend we're not together. Don't act like we didn't communicate with each other that we wanted to be together. I know how we were looking at each other. I don't look at my mother or my friends or anyone else that way. You and I both know we're together.
I know, but I'm just saying...
You're not saying anything good. You're not doing what's right here, Aiden.
What's right then, Henry?
You giving this a chance. We can't call it off like this at the first little scared feeling you get.
You have not met my mother, I said.
Or her father. He is a crotchety, forgetful old man. He will probably offend you in the first 30 seconds. It's not the same as it is at your house." "You keep saying that." "Because it's true." "Take me there," he said. I stared at him and he shrugged. "If you're so sure that meeting your family is going to cause me to, I don't know what you think, that I'll not want to be with you anymore? Is that what you think is going to happen?"
"I'll take you over there," I said. "It might be best that way, but we're not going as a couple. Just let me introduce you as my friend. I would feel more comfortable doing that. I seriously don't want you to feel any pressure to—"
"So all I have to do is meet your family, and you'll stop tripping and go back to normal?"
He asked the question so reasonably that I let out a little laugh. "Yes," I said tentatively. "I guess if you meet my family and you still want to talk about it, then we'll talk." Henry shook his head at me.
"I'm pretty sure that after I go through all this rigmarole, you're going to owe me something."
"What will I owe you?" I asked. Henry didn't answer. He just smiled thoughtfully as he drove. I knew he wanted to be close to me physically, to kiss me. The thought of it caused my heart to race. Chapter 21. I gave Henry directions to my grandparents' place as he drove, and we got there within 10 minutes. My mom and grandparents lived in the same old house where my mom had grown up. I spent my high school years there as well. Henry had obviously never been to my house before, but he said he had a friend that lived down the street. I knew the guy he was talking about, Beau, and we had a conversation about him as we pulled into the driveway. The difference between his family's home and mine was embarrassingly noticeable. The house was old, and neither my mother nor my grandparents had any interest in maintaining it. Grass and weeds were overgrown, paint was chipping, and the list went on and on. Everything was in disrepair. I thought I would be embarrassed, but I had a peaceful feeling about going there. It would hurt if meeting my family was a deal-breaker for Henry, but it was better for it to happen now than sometime in the distant future. I didn't want to hide who I was. After seeing Charlie come in and talk to Mrs. Blair about her fancy, swatch-having mother, I knew I had to come clean about my family. Henry knew I didn't grow up at the Taj Mahal, but he needed to see it for himself. I had seen where Henry had come from, and now it was time for him to experience the same about me. I didn't call my mom and grandparents to let them know we were on our way over. There was nothing they could or would do to change the state of affairs at the house anyway. Maybe I should be ashamed to admit this, but I might have subconsciously wanted Henry to see the place at its worst. The inside of the house was just as packed and messy as the outside. It was nothing at all like Henry's parents' house. Hoarders might be a bit of a strong word, but the house was small, and there was furniture and clutter all over the place. In some places, it seemed like there were almost pathways to get from one room to another. There were all sorts of smells going on in that house. Food, smoke, cats, lots of things. I was used to it, so I didn't notice it so much when I came over by myself, but it was nothing like where we had just been. I wanted to cringe or make excuses as we opened the door, but I made myself just smile and put one foot in front of the other. If Henry could deal with an unannounced visit to my family's house, he could deal with anything. Everyone was in their natural positions when we walked inside. There was a game show on the television, and it was turned up to a loud volume. My grandparents were in the living room in their designated positions, my Mimi in the recliner, and Pawpaw sitting in the corner of the couch with his lanky legs crossed. Mom was watching whatever was on television, but she was standing in the kitchen. I walked in and did what I always did. I started absent-mindedly cleaning. First, I opened the blinds to let a little natural light into the room.
"Aiden Jane, your mother can't see the TV when the sun's coming through like that,"
Pawpaw barked at me like he always did. "Mom will be okay for a few minutes," I said. "I brought a friend over, and it's so dark in here that we can't see each other." "Well, here, just turn a light on," Mom said, crossing to the living room. There were 3 switches on the switch plate, and she reached out and flipped them all. I was relatively sure 2 of them didn't do anything. In the midst of this conversation, I had been picking up bowls and wrappers from the side tables and other surfaces in the living room. I wasn't trying to impress Henry by cleaning up. It was just what I did every single time I came over, so it was habit. This is my friend Henry, you guys. That's my papa Fred, my Mimi Bonnie, and my mom Carrie. Henry went up to each of them, shaking their hands.
Is that a ponytail you got on your head?
Yes, sir,
Henry said, touching his own hair. Papa stared at him.
I guess kids are doing just about anything nowadays.
Aw, pooh, Dad. Men have been wearing ponytails for years. Remember David used to have long hair? Papa scoffed. David was a man my mother had dated years ago. We need to go get Jerry and let him out of his kennel, I said. I just wanted to stop by and see how you were all doing.
I wish you would have called,
Papa said.
I would have told you to stop by the store.
What you need, Papa? I asked.
Nuts.
You ran out of peanuts already. I just bought you some on Thursday, 2 jars. Yeah, Dad, they're in there, Mom said.
You bought 2?
Papa asked.
I thought you just bought 1.
No, I bought 2. She always brings 2, Fred, Mimi said. I carried the dishes from the living room to the kitchen and put them into the sink. I motioned with a flick of my chin for Henry to follow me, and he did. I normally would have taken the 15 minutes to stand there and wash the dishes in the sink, but I didn't want to make Henry wait while I did that. When did you make friends with my daughter? Mom said, coming into the kitchen.
We've actually known each other a long time,
Henry said.
I live in Seattle now, but I grew up in Astoria.
His mom is Becky Blair, I said. She was the principal at my middle school. She's the one who bought me the flute.
Oh, really?
Mom glanced at him. Aiden played I don't know how many concerts with that thing. I still have it, I said. She gave up on it after high school. She bought herself a guitar, but I'm sure it's nowhere near as nice as that flute. Mom had no idea how nice my guitar or my flute was. She was just trying to say that to be nice to Henry since his mom bought the flute.
Have you heard Aiden play?
Henry asked. Oh, yeah, we went to her concert, Mom said. Few of them.
Boy, did we hear her,
Papa said.
With all that screeching and squawking from her bedroom, I thought she was killing birds in there.
Papa was not as grumpy as he came across, and he was the curious type, so I wasn't surprised when, in spite of his ornery words, he came into the kitchen to stand with us. I did not screech and squawk, Papa. I was good. I looked at Henry. He used to love hearing me play. I said, Don't let him fool you.
What?
Papa said, smiling.
Her playing was terrible. You should have heard her.
For better or worse, that was my grandfather's style of joking. Henry glanced at me and I smiled.
I've never heard her play the flute, but I've heard her play guitar, and she's really good at it,
he said.
She sings, too,
Papa said.
But you gotta catch her doing it when she doesn't know you're looking. If she sees you watching her, she'll stop.
I made her sing with me in front of a whole group of people last night,
Henry said. I really did not expect him to say that. I thought we were keeping this conversation surface level.
No, she didn't,
Papa said in utter disbelief, crossing his arms and looking at me skeptically. I did, I said, but only because this one made me. I stuck my finger out to poke Henry's arm when I said this one, and he grabbed my hand. He used it to pull me toward him, catching me and putting his arm around my shoulders. It was blatant PDA, and I was shocked, but so relieved and happy at the same time. I could have stepped away, freed myself from his grasp, but I didn't. I turned and settled in next to him, looking into the kitchen at my mom and grandpa. They both stared at me. I had dated a little since I moved out. I had mentioned a few different guys to them, but I had never brought a guy home with me. They were really checking us out. I was tempted to tell them that Henry had just signed a record deal, but I wasn't sure they would appreciate the coolness of that fact, so I just kept quiet.
Are you coming with us to play bingo?
Papa asked, looking straight at Henry. He lives in Seattle, I said. He won't be here for that.
When's bingo?
Henry asked.
Mondays,
Papa said.
tomorrow night.
Henry looked at me and I nodded. It's just once a month, but it happens to be this Monday. Henry stared at me seriously.
Tomorrow, huh? It'd be a shame to miss bingo.
Yeah, it'd be a shame to miss it,
Papa said. We stayed at my mom's house for longer than I expected. We were there for the better part of an hour before we headed to my house to get Jerry. He had been locked up all day, so we decided to take him to the beach so he could get some energy out. Henry was pretty quiet during our commutes, both of them. We talked, but not about the pressing issue. We had to drive 10 or so minutes from Mom's house to mine, and then another 20 minutes to the beach once we got Jerry. I changed clothes when we stopped at my house. I was now in jeans and a hooded sweatshirt that said St. Charles across the front. Henry and I parked at the same spot on Sunset Beach as before. There were 2 other cars in the lot, but there was no one in sight when we walked onto the beach. The sun had just set. It was cool out, and the wind and waves seemed a little noisier than usual. The darkness and white noise didn't stop Jerry from taking off into the shallow water where the water hit his paws. He ran down the shore a little ways, and I whistled, calling him back. I knew it would be windy and cool, so I had brought a blanket from home. I was holding it, but Henry reached out for it, taking it from me. I just smiled at him as I stared at Jerry, who had now taken off in the opposite direction. He was fine. We could just stand there, and Jerry would make big circles around us like this for the next 30 minutes until he tired himself out. Henry took a few more steps toward the water before looking around like the place where he had arrived was as good a place as any to stand. He opened the blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders, holding 2 corners of it in his hands and creating wings that would close into a cocoon if he closed his arms.
Come here,
he said. I stepped a little closer to him, but I was tentative with it. I smiled and looked up at him a little awkwardly.
Come here, Aiden.
I stepped right in front of him.
Hold on to me,
he said. I wrapped my arms around his waist with a light grasp, and he closed the cocoon around my shoulders, enveloping me in the warmth of the blanket. That feels really good, I said. I was grasping him lightly, and his arms were around me, but we could have easily gotten closer. I could have rested my face on his chest like I wanted to.
Hold on to me,
he said, noticing how careful I was being. Henry, we should really talk, I said. He lowered his head, putting his cheek next to my neck and breathing in. It was like he was lavishing being this close to me, and my body wanted to give itself over to him. I leaned into him, since I felt like anything else I would do would be a waste of time. He held me tighter, squeezing me, hugging me. I knew he was going to be a gentleman, but I could also tell he was working hard to restrain his physical desire. You have to talk to me about it, I said.
About what?
Going to my mom's. He pulled back, straightening a little. I stared up at him. There was enough light outside for me to be able to appreciate the tiny wisps of his hair, flying around him wildly in the wind. I got lost staring at him for a second.
What about it?
He said. Henry.
Aiden, I can't understand. You're the one who told me about God being a great king who could do anything and knows everything. It's funny that you think he'd let me fall in love with you and then, oops, he forgot I would hate your family. I guess that kills that idea.
I stared at him, blinking.
Seriously though, Aiden, you're smart and you're driven and organized. You make your own choices and you live your own life. And your mom is nice. Your grandparents too. I don't get what the problem is. I was thinking I'd try to play some bingo with you guys.
When?
Tomorrow. I don't have anything pressing to get back to. I can stay an extra day.
It's not until 4 o'clock, I said.
4 p.m.?
Henry asked, looking serious. I nodded.
4 p.m. is when I'm best at bingo,
he said. My eyes widened in fake fear. Better watch out for you. He smiled. It's $10 to get in, but they give some pretty good prizes for the games. And they serve an early bird dinner. It's always something simple like spaghetti or burgers, but it's good. We all eat it. And for $10, you can't go wrong. He smiled.
You're really trying to talk me into coming,
he said. I thought you were already coming for sure, I said. Because if I still need to make a case, then those weren't my best efforts. That was just me talking, me making conversation.
What are your best efforts?
He asked. He focused his gaze intently on me.
What would you do if I wasn't convinced that I should come, Aiden? What would you do to talk me into it?
I pulled my arms off of his waist, but only long enough to resituate. Instead of holding on to him on the outside of his jacket, I threaded my hands between his jacket and shirt, letting my arms wrap all the way around his middle. His shirt was thin, and I could easily feel the heat from his body and the soft but rigid firmness of the surface of his skin. My arms felt alive with sensation, and I put my face against his chest and held him there, relishing in the warmth and feel of his body so close to mine. I let my body mold to his, filling in any cracks and crevices by making tiny adjustments with my head and shoulders. It was a comfortable, firm hug where I just held on to him. I felt Henry take a slow breath, and it reminded me that I had a mission when I had hugged him in the first place. I pulled back just far enough to look up at him. If I were trying my best to talk you into it, I would say, please stay one more day and come play bingo with us, Henry. And then I would kiss you. I would do it really good, too. The kind of kiss that could talk you into doing just about anything.
Because I don't know if I should stay or not,
Henry said, making an uncertain expression. He was suddenly serious. He shook his head with fake doubt written all over his face.
I just don't know if I should stay. I'm thinking about going back.
I squeezed him around the waist, gasping a little to get his attention off of all the leaving talk. He focused on me, waiting to hear what I'd say. Please, Henry. Please stay another day. I spoke sincerely. I could hear the vulnerability in my own voice, and I knew Henry could too. He squeezed me a little when I spoke. I didn't even think about it. I pulled my hands off of his waist, and in one swift but gentle motion, I transferred them onto his cheeks. I reached up to take hold of him, gently grasping his handsome face in my palms. Again, without thinking, I stretched upward, and in the next split second, with no more talking or planning, I planted my mouth right on his. This kiss was all me. Henry let out a gentle groaning sound that was laced with the sound of relief. His arms had been resting lightly around my upper back, but he lowered them to my waist, drawing me closer, asking me without words to deepen the kiss. I felt his body tense next to mine, and a rush of warmth flooded my chest and stomach. I leaned upward, still holding his face, letting my lips meet his with gentle but unmistakable intention. I felt needy, greedy. I tilted my head to the side and parted my lips, slowly opening to him. He took my lip into his mouth, and I felt his warm, silken tongue slide against my skin. My body was on absolute overdrive. I felt broken by desire. I was wholly focused on Henry. He moved as he kissed me, adjusting his grip, holding me more comfortably. He drew my upper lip into his mouth again, kissing me with gentle, prodding openness that had me breathless and loopy, feeling like I was on the edge of a cliff. I didn't care if I fell. Henry and I both took pleasure in that kiss. We stood there for what must have been an hour, smiling and talking a little, but mostly kissing. We kissed gently for the most part, but a few times Henry became more passionate, covering me with a possessive, branding kiss. There was no question about whether or not he desired me. He showed me during those moments. He was passionate, but also a gentleman. Just when our kiss was getting to the point of no return, he would pull back and go back to talking or kissing me gently. Henry didn't say he loved me that night, but he showed me. He attended to me in such a way that there was no denying his feelings and intentions. He cherished me. I felt no doubt or insecurity about it whatsoever. The sun had just set when we got there, but night officially fell around us as we stood on the beach. The wind and waves moved and shifted the whole time we were out there. It was our soundtrack. Jerry ran around for a while, but he settled down and eventually just walked around nearby, sniffing the sand. It might as well have been paradise. Henry was mine, and I was his. I could have stayed wrapped up on the beach like that for the rest of my life. Epilogue. 6 months later. Our wedding day. "Where did that come from?" I said once I caught my breath enough to speak to him.
"I'm gonna do more than that if we have to stay here too much longer,"
Henry said. He wiped the side of his mouth with the back of his hand. I understood where he was coming from. I felt like I needed to straighten my makeup after that kiss. Henry and I had just said our vows, and he was chomping at the bit to show me just how married we were. No more waiting. No more breathlessly stopping kisses, cooling off, simmering down. Tonight, it would happen. Obviously, neither of us could wait. We were currently in a coat closet, for goodness sake. Henry had drugged me in there after we danced to a song on the dance floor. He and I were married in Seattle, where, as of tonight, I was a resident. Our wedding was at an old shoe factory that had been converted to a wedding chapel and reception hall. The reception was put together by Henry's friends, and it had been quite a party. I had a wonderful time, but I was more than ready to go home. It was late. The reception had been going for more than a couple of hours. "Let's go in there and wrap things up," I said, knowing he wanted to go home as badly as I did. "Maybe we can just say we're leaving. Do we have to drive off at a certain time or something?" He gave me an amused smile before kissing me. Twice.
"No, we don't have to drive off at a certain time. It's our wedding. We make the rules."
"Okay, good. Let's go."
"Let's go back out there,"
Henry said. Neither of us budged. I leaned up and kissed him, gently, teasingly. "Okay, go," I whispered.
"Not when this is happening in here,"
he said. He kissed me again. A long, soft, torturously light kiss. He wrapped his hand around the bottom of my backside, resting it on the curve at the very top of my leg and pulling me toward him. I stared into his golden green eyes. His chest rose and fell.
"I have to get you home,"
he said, finally. I smiled. "Let's go," I said. "You go first." I told him to go with my words, but my body language said something totally different. I had a hold of fistfuls of his clothing, pulling him desperately toward me.
"Aiden,"
he said. "What?"
"We can't do this in here."
"I know," I said sadly.
"So we have to go, because I'm about to. You're just looking at me like that, and
He shook his head.
To get to our bed, we first need to go out there and say goodbye to everyone."
"It's going to take too long," I said.
"See? You saying things like that? It's gonna get us in big trouble. You can't dare me to do things, baby. I'm a dare-taker from way back. You should know that about me by now."
Henry wasn't playing around. He was my husband now, and I knew if we didn't get out of this closet, there was a chance that he would succumb to the temptation and ravish me right there. Henry was a dare-taker, and I knew better than to tempt him intentionally. I gave him a shy smile. "Let's go," I said. "Let's hurry and get back out there so we say goodbye and go home."
"You're coming home with me,"
he said. I smiled and nodded. "Your house is my house now." His hands were still resting on various parts of my body, and he gave me one last squeeze.
"I love you guys, but quite honestly, I'm past ready to get home with my lady."
Henry made the statement 5 minutes later when he went to the microphone to give an unexpected speech. People whooped and yelled when he said that, and it caused him to reach out and pull me to his side. smacking me up against him in a comical way that made everyone laugh. He leaned in and kissed me. He was unashamed, too, doing it right then and there in front of the whole crowd, who were all focusing on us. He open-mouthed kissed me, and everyone yelled. Henry was a show-off in the best, most charming way possible. He was a star, even during a wedding speech. He pulled back, staring at me with that wide, wry smile. He put the mic to his mouth again, but instead of looking at the audience, he continued staring at me. There were various whoops and noises of appreciation because of the way Henry was gawking at me.
"I love this woman,"
he said.
"She's my muse. I will never stop writing songs about her."
Henry's words weren't rhyming, but there was a poetic rhythm to the way he spoke. He was a genius with the microphone, and I just stood there and stared up at him.
"She's innocent and pure, you guys. She's constantly helping people. She's smart and steady and organized. She's kind. She sees the best in people, and she doesn't keep track of it when I mess up, which is a lot."
Someone yelled, "Keep her!" when he said that. He glanced into the crowd and said,
"What do you think we're all doing here?"
He stared dryly, and everyone laughed. Henry looked at me again.
"Seriously, though, I love you, Aiden Jane. I love you more than any other groom has ever loved any other bride."
People yelled and whistled. He looked into the audience.
"Okay, so thank you all for coming to celebrate with us. It's really been a beautiful evening. You can stay until our families kick you out, but as for me and my bride, we're gonna catch you all later."
Everyone cheered as Henry tossed the microphone to his brother. He waved and pulled me along as we walked out of the room. I could hear people rushing to get ahead of us. Henry's friend Bridget was the main one who was helping with the party planning, and she had planned on having everyone throw confetti at our exit. She was scrambling to get everyone lined up and organized ahead of us so we could walk through. It all happened so quickly that it honestly felt like the chaos didn't stop until we got into the back seat of the car. 1 minute, Henry was giving a speech. Then he was pulling me across the hectic room. Then, colorful confetti was everywhere and flashes were going off left and right. We got into the back of a gorgeous antique Rolls-Royce. It was mint condition, white with gold trim. We waved out of the car window as more camera flashes went off. I didn't take a deep breath and relax until the window was rolled up and we were safe and alone in the back seat. I turned to look at Henry, who had already sprawled out in the corner of the back seat, making himself comfortable. "We did it," I said. He reached out and pulled me onto his lap.
"It could not happen soon enough, Aiden."
He had positioned me square on his lap, all of my weight resting on him. I turned and smiled as I gazed into his eyes. "I'll love you forever, Henry Blair," I said with calm confidence, since it was the truth.
"Mrs. Blair, my wife, my muse. I'll love you forever, too."
This has been Delicate Balance, Blair Brothers Book 1 by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Kate Rudd. Text copyright 2019, Brooke St. James. Production copyright 2021, Brooke St. James. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.